Hi guys, welcome back to another exciting tutorial of GreatStack. In today's video, we are going to build a full stack video meeting application similar to platforms like Zoom and Google Meet. We will build this project from scratch with all essential features. In this app, user will be able to sign in, create new meetings, and share a unique meeting ID with other users so that they can easily join the meeting. Once inside a meeting, user will have the control to toggle their microphone and camera, and they will also be able to chat with other participants in real time. We will also build a meeting history section where user can see their previous meetings along with the participant and chat details. And to make this project more realistic, we will add free and premium subscription plans. Depending on the plans, user will have different limits on the number of meetings they can create or host. So let's see the project demo that we are going to create in this video. So this is the home page of our video meeting app. Here you can see the navbar with dashboard, sessions, pricing. And if I open the pricing page, you can see we have two plans, free and premium. Right now the premium plan is active. We have subscribed for the premium plan. Now after that, let me open the dashboard, and here you can see it is displaying the plan name, which is premium, and this is the user's email ID, and we have created two meetings and we can host unlimited meeting with this premium plan. After that, here you can see we have this sessions. Here you can see all the meeting history. So we have created two meetings that you can see. Let's click on this view details. So here you can see the entire details of the particular meeting, like meeting title, status, ended. Then we have the meeting ID and date and time for this meeting, and then we have the complete chat messages, and with that you can also see the list of participants for this meeting. Let's close it, and after that we will go to dashboard. Let me sign out from this account. So whenever a new user will open this website, they will see a sign in or sign up page. So if you don't have the account, you can go to sign up, and you can sign up using the email ID or Google account. Let me log in with my existing account. So I'll come to the sign in form and continue with Google. And after sign in or sign up, you will come to the dashboard. Here, let me create a new meeting using this button. So you can see we have created a new meeting, and right now I am sharing the virtual camera on my device. That's why you can see this animation instead of the actual video. And here we have some controls also. As you can see, we have the control buttons at the bottom. So first we have the button for the toggle video. We can turn off the video and click here to turn it on. Then we have the toggle microphone. We can turn on and turn off the microphone also. And after that we have this icon to open the chat panel. You can see this is the chat panel where you can send the messages and see other users' message. Let's click on this user icon so you can see the list of participants here. After that, here we have the meeting ID and copy meeting link button. So you can share this link to anyone and they can join this meeting. So let me just copy this meeting ID and I'll go to other user account. So you can see here we have another account with this name, and here we have the input field. If I enter the meeting ID in this input field and click on join, so now you can see it is asking for the camera permission. So let me allow my OBS virtual camera, and now you can see we have two users. So now I am opening this meeting from two browser, and after that we have this button called end meeting. So if you are a host, you will get this button, and if you go to other user account, you will get this button called leave meeting. So only admin can end the meeting and other user can leave the meeting. Now after that, you can share this ID with other users also, and they can also join your meeting. So let me share it with my teammate, and you can see now we have total 4 users. And if I open the chat box, you can see we can chat with the users here. If I send the message, we will receive the message instantly using the WebSocket. Now after that, let me come to the dashboard and go to sessions, and here you can see the meeting is still active because we have not ended the meeting. And now you can see we have the rejoin button. If I click on rejoin, we can again continue this meeting. And after that, when you will click on end meeting, it will end the meeting for all participants. You can see the notification meeting ended for all participants. So this was the overview of our video meeting application. To build this project, we will use WebRTC to handle real-time peer-to-peer video and audio streaming, and Socket.io for real-time communication including meeting management and chat. For our database, we will use Neon Postgres, which will store users, meetings, participants, chat messages, and meeting history. For authentication and subscription management, we will use Clerk. It will handle user authentication as well as our free and premium plans and billing. And throughout the development process, we will use CodeRabbit for AI code review, so we can catch the potential bugs and improve our code as we build the application. So if you are ready to build a real world full stack video conferencing application, let's get started. And before we jump into the code, please help me to get 5000 likes and 500 comments on this video. If you are excited for this project, hit the like button and let me know in the comments what feature you would like to add to this application. Now let's get started. To create our project, we will come to desktop screen, and here we'll create the project folder. So just create a folder and write the name Meetup. Now we have to open this folder with VS Code editor. You can use any code editor. Now here we have to open the terminal. So we'll click here and choose terminal, new terminal. Now in this terminal, we can add the command to create our React project. So we have to create the basic React project using Vite package. So just add npm create Vite at latest. Press enter. Now we have to add the project name. So we'll create our full stack project in two parts, that is backend and frontend. In the backend, we will use Express that we will create in server folder, and we'll create our front end in the client folder. So just add the client. That will be the front end of our project. After that, here we have to choose the framework. So we'll choose React, and after that here we have to choose the variant. So we'll choose JavaScript, and after that press enter. Then it is asking to install the dependencies and start the project. So just press enter. So it will install the dependencies and start the project. So in the left side you can see we have the client folder. In this client we have the file structures for the basic React project. Now in this terminal you can see the message that contains a URL localhost port 5173. If I open it, you can see our basic Vite plus React project is successfully running in the web browser. Now we have to clear this default project. So just come back, and here you can see we have the src. In this src you will find app.css. So right click and delete. Then we have app.jsx. So in this one we will remove all codes and simply add RAFCE for creating the component structure like this. To use this short code, you need to add one extension. So just come here in the extensions and search for ES7 React Redux and React Native snippet. You need to add this extension. Now after that, let's open the index.html file. Here you can see the project title, which is client. So just update it. Here we will write Meetup video conferencing, right? And here we have favicon icon, that is favicon.svg. So we have to replace this icon. So we have already provided the icons and images in the assets. So you can download this asset folder from the video description. Just download it, and in this one you will find the src that contains index.css, then asset.js file and this public folder. So let's just copy everything from this public folder and then open our project folder, that's meetup client, and go to public. And in this one we will paste all the files, replace the files, that's it. Now close it and open assets that you have downloaded, then go to css and copy index.css. Let's add it here in the project client src and paste it here, so replace the existing index.css file. Now after that, let's copy the asset.js file. Just copy this one and come here in the project client src assets and paste it here. That's it. Now remove these other files, delete it. Now we will come back to the VS Code, and in the VS Code you can see we have the assets folder that contains asset.js, then we have index.css. After that, you can see here we have the public. In this public we have these images and icons. Now let me open our asset.js file. So in this one you can see we have some dummy data that we'll use to display the content on our front end until we create our backend server. After creating the backend server, we'll replace this dummy data. So here we have the dummy user, dummy stats, dummy sessions. Now after that, let me just open the web browser. Here you can see we are getting the issue for Tailwind CSS. So we have to add the Tailwind CSS configuration in our project because we have added the style.css or index.css, and you can see we are importing Tailwind CSS here. So just add the Tailwind CSS configuration in our Vite project. For that we'll search for Vite plus Tailwind, open this URL. Here we have the steps. So first step is to create the Vite project that we have already created. Then install the Tailwind CSS using this command. So just copy this command, open the VS Code terminal, and you can see right now the project is running. So just add Ctrl C to stop the project. After that you can see we are in the meetup repository, right? So we have to navigate to the client. So just add cd client. Now we are in the client repository. Here we'll add npm install tailwind css and add tailwind css / vite. So it will install these packages in our client project. Now let's see the next step. So the next step is to import the tailwind css in our vite config.js. Just copy this import statement, open the vite config.js file, and here add this import statement. After that, come here in the plugin. In this plugin we have the React, right? So after this React, just add comma and provide this tailwind css that is already imported. Just call it, save the changes and see the next step. So next step is to add this import tailwind css in the css file. It is already imported. Now we can run our project using npm run dev, and we can start using the tailwind classes in any HTML element or any component. So let me just come back here and add other dependencies or packages that will be used in this project. So come here in the terminal. In this terminal we will add npm install and write the package name, that is react hot toast. Using that we can display the toast notification. Then we'll add react router DOM. Using that we can create the browser routing to navigate to different pages. Then we'll add lucid react. Using this we can add the icons in our project. Just press enter. So it will install these packages also, and after that we can start our project. To start the project we have to use the command npm run dev. So just wait for this package to be installed. It is installed now. Now we can write npm run dev. It will start the project on same URL like localhost 5173. Let's hide it. Now just come back here in the web browser. You can see our app is running. Here we have the text called app, which is coming from app.jsx file. Now let me just come back here and update the background. So just open the index.html HTML. In this index.html we have the body. So in this body we can add the class, and here we can add the tailwind classes. So just add bg slate 50. Then we'll add the text color. So we have added this text color. Then we have to add overflow hidden like this. Save the changes, and after that if I open the web page, the background color is updated. After that we'll come back to the VS Code, and here we will create the folder structure and files for our project. So in this src, let's create a new folder and write the folder name components, where we'll add all the components. Now in this src, we'll create a new folder and write the folder name pages, where we'll add all pages. Then we'll add a new folder in this src and write the folder name hooks, where we'll create the custom hooks. Right now in this pages, we'll create all pages one by one. So let's create a new file and write the file name dashboard.jsx. Here we'll add RAFCE for creating the component structure. Now create the next file. So write the file name login.jsx. So we have added the login page. Now create a new page and write the file name meetingroom.jsx. After that, create a new file. It will be pricing.jsx. Now create a new page that will be sessions.jsx. Now after that, we have to create the routing so that we can navigate to different pages. For that, let's open the app.jsx, and here we'll set up the routes. But before that, let me open the index.jsx. In this one, let's add the import, and we will import the browser router from React Router DOM. Here we will add browser router, and let's wrap our application using this browser router. So just copy this, add it here. Here we have the strict mode, right? So just change it to browser router opening tag and closing tag. And within this we have our app. Now from here we can remove this strict mode, save the changes. Now let's open our app.jsx. In this one, we can set up the routes. So here we have the return statement. In this return statement, we will add the fragment like this. After that, here we have to add the toaster tag, because we are using the React hot toast for displaying the toast notification. So let's add toaster and import it. You can see toaster is imported from React hot toast. Now after that, here we'll add routes. Just import this routes from React Router DOM. Now in this routes, we will create some public route, some private route. So just add the comment here, that is public routes. Then we'll add the private routes. It means these routes will be protected, only logged in user can access these routes. And then we'll add the comment for other routes. It means it will be the unregistered route. So we will redirect the unregistered routes on some other path. So here let's add the first public route, that will be login. So just add the route tag. Import the route tag from React Router DOM, and it will be self-closing like this. Now in this route, we have to add the path. So in the path, we'll add /login. After that, we'll add the element, and in this element, we have to add the page, that will be the login page that we have already created, correct? So just add login and import it from the pages. So we have added the login page. Now in this one, we'll provide the props, that will be mode. So in this mode, just add login. Now just duplicate it, and here we'll change the path, it will be register. Then we'll add the login page and change the mode. So the mode will be register. So we can use the same page or component for both login and register, only mode will be changed. Correct. Now come here in the private routes. To protect our route, we will create some other components also. So here we have the components folder. In this one, create a file called protectedroute.jsx. Let's add RAFCE, and after that in this components create a new file that will be protectedlayout.jsx. So we have added protected route.jsx and protected layout.jsx. Now in this protected route.jsx, let me remove this div, and in this return we can simply return the outlet. Just add outlet and import the outlet from React Router DOM like this. Now just copy it and come here in the protected layout also. In this protected layout, here we have the div. So within this div, simply provide this outlet and import this outlet from React Router DOM. It is imported. Now let me update the classes in this div. So in this div, we'll add the class name and provide these classes. Let me add double inverted comma like this. So here we have provided the background URL and this image that is available in the public folder, right, for the protected route. Now let me just come here in the app.jsx. So here we'll add the first route tag. We have added the route tag, and let me close it and provide the route opening and route closing tag. Now in this one we will add the element. In this element provide the protected route and import it from the components, right. Now within this we'll add the another route tag. It is also route opening and closing tag. Here we will add the element. So just copy this one, paste it here, and here we will replace the component. So it will be protected layout and import it from components. Now within this we can add our individual route like this using the self closing tag. Here we have the route tag. Now in this one provide the path. So in the path we'll add /dashboard. For this dashboard, just add the element. In this element property, provide the dashboard page. So just add the dashboard. We are not getting the suggestion here, so let me open the dashboard.jsx. It is added here. Export default dashboard. It is correct. So just come here and let me type again. We are still not getting the suggestion, so let me open it. Yes, we have to correct the spelling here. You can see we'll select it and rename. We'll add DASH board and open this file. Here also we'll update the spelling for dashboard. Save the changes, and now if I start typing, we are getting the suggestion to import it. Now it is imported, and close this tag. So we have mounted the dashboard here for this dashboard path. Now after that, just duplicate this. In the second one we'll add /sessions and provide the page. It will be sessions page. Now duplicate it. In the next one we'll add the pricing and provide the pricing page, and after that here let me provide the route again. So just copy this one, paste it here. So we are adding it in the protected route only, not the protected layout. So in this one we'll add the path. It will be meeting, then slash and provide colon, that will be the dynamic. So we'll add the meeting ID, that will be dynamic meeting ID, and here we'll add the meeting room. You can see we have added this route outside of this protected layout, because in this protected layout we'll add the header and footer, correct? And this header and footer will be excluded from this meeting room. That's why we have added this meeting room inside this protected route only. Now we'll add the other routes here. So let me just copy this one, paste it here, and in this path we'll simply add star. That will catch all unregistered route, and we have to navigate the users when we open the unregistered route. So here in this element, simply add navigate, import the navigate from React router DOM, close this navigate tag, provide the to, in this to provide the path, that will be slash dashboard. Then we'll add one property, that is replace. So we have created the unregistered route handling. Now after that, let me come here in the sidebar. You can see we have the components. In this components folder, we'll create a new file and write the file name navvar.jsx, write RAFCE, create the component structure. Then we'll add the new file, that will be footer.jsx, write RAFCE, and create the component structure. So we have added the navvar and footer, and with that we'll add one more component, that will be loading component. So just add loader.jsx. Now let me open our protected layout. Here we have added the protected layout. So in this protected layout, before this outlet, we have to mount our navvar. So just add navvar, import it. And after this outlet, will mount the footer. So just add the footer. Save the changes. Now we will open our web page, and you can see here we are in this dashboard. So it is displaying this navbar, then dashboard, and then footer. If I change the route, if I add pricing, here you can see navbar, pricing, and footer. If I change it to sessions, here also you can see navbar, sessions, and footer. This session is coming from the outlet, and we have the navbar and footer added in the protected layout component. Now after that, let me open one more path, that will be meeting / any meeting ID. So you can see it will open the meeting room page, and here we don't have the navbar and don't have the footer, right? So we have the plain meeting room here for the meeting room path or route. So we have created the basic React application, we have created the pages and created the routing. Now let me commit these changes on GitHub. So just come back to the VS Code and click on the source control icon, initialize repository, and provide one commit message. So just add created basic React app with page routing. Publish branch and choose the GitHub private repository with the repository name meetup. So it will publish this code on GitHub. Let me open the GitHub profile also. So here you can see we have this meetup repository which is uploaded just now. Here we have the client. In this client we have entire code, correct? Now that our basic React project is ready, let's start building the UI for our video conferencing application. But before we start coding, I want to add one useful tool to our development workflow, which is CodeRabbit. CodeRabbit is an AI code review tool that checks your code, finds potential bugs, and suggests improvements. So instead of waiting until the end of the project to find problems, we can catch them while we are building. CodeRabbit also has a feature called Change a Stack, which organizes related code changes and gives you AI generated summaries. This makes it much easier to understand and review large changes. Another useful feature is Agent Chat. You can simply ask questions about your code changes and get explanations or help without leaving the review. CodeRabbit also comes with the triage, which is especially useful when you are working on large projects with lots of pull requests. It helps prioritize your pull request queue by scoring, ranking, and routing changes based on the factors like risk, urgency, and value, so you can focus on changes that need your attention first. And if you are concerned about the security, CodeRabbit now has CodeRabbit Security. It can analyze your code base to find application specific security vulnerabilities, verify whether the issues are actually exploitable, and even help create fixes for supported findings. So CodeRabbit is not just about finding bugs in your pull request, it can also help you understand changes, prioritize your work, and keep your codebase more secure. CodeRabbit have multiple pricing plan like Pro plan and Pro Plus plan. These plans comes with a 14 days free trial with no credit card required, and using the coupon code given in the description you can get the Pro plan for free for 2 months. So click the link given in the description and sign up for CodeRabbit, and let's set up it before we continue building our video conferencing application. So I'll click here, get a free trial, and let me log in with my existing CodeRabbit account. So I'll continue with my GitHub account. I'll click here. After sign up, you will come to the dashboard, and here you need to connect your GitHub repository. So I'll click on this button, add repositories. Here you will find this button, add repositories, and now let's authorize this CodeRabbit to use our GitHub repositories. So you can choose all repositories also, or you can choose the selected one using this only selected repository from this list. So let me choose all repositories and continue. So click on this install and authorize. So now we have connected our GitHub repositories with our CodeRabbit account. And after that, if I open the GitHub repo for the meetup project, then go to settings, then go to GitHub apps. Here you can find the CodeRabbit. It means the CodeRabbit can access this GitHub repository so that the CodeRabbit can analyze our code and find the bug fix or suggest the improvement. Now let me just come back to the VS Code, and here we'll create a separate branch. So click on this three dot and let's click here and choose branch and create branch. Here we'll add the branch name called development and click on publish branch. So now whenever we will commit the changes, it will go to development branch, and after that we'll create the pull request, and the pull request will get analyzed by CodeRabbit, and then only we will merge the changes in the main branch. So whenever we will create a new feature, we will analyze our code using the CodeRabbit by creating a new pull request. Now we will start creating the UI for our application. So let's start with the public pages like login or register. So let me open the path /login. So this is the login page, and we'll come back here in the VS Code to update this page. So let's open the pages and open login.jsx. Here we have to get the data from props, right? So here let's add curly braces and provide the mode equal to login. So we are adding the default value. Now after that, here you can see we have the div. So in this div we can display our mode. So just add curly braces and provide this mode. Save the changes and open the web page. So you can see here we have the text called login, but if I change the path register, here you can see the text called register. It works. So we can change the route, it will change the content. Now we'll come back here, and here we have to create the sign in or sign up form. So let's create one div and provide some classes here. So here we have a div. In this one we'll provide some Tailwind classes like this. Let me provide double inverted comma here. So in this one you can see we have added this background image, that is loginbg.png, that is available in the public folder. And after that we'll add another div, and in this one we'll add the width full, then we'll provide the flex, justify center and padding y. Now after that, here let me add our text, that will be mode. Save the changes and come back here. You can see the text is coming here in the center, that is register. If I go to login, we are getting the text called login, right? Now we have to replace this text and create our login form. To create the user authentication in our project, we are going to use Clerk. Clerk is a user authentication and user management platform that provides ready to use authentication components, making it really easy to integrate secure login and sign up into our application. It supports multiple authentication methods and features like multi-session authentication, so users can easily manage multiple accounts with a simple integration. Clerk also provides subscription billing, which we are going to use in this project to manage our different pricing plan and subscriptions. To get started, simply click the link given in the description and sign up on Clerk website. So let me click on this sign up button. So I already have an account, so I'll go to sign in and let me sign in with my existing account that we have created using Google. After sign up, you need to create an application on Clerk. So click on this button, create application, and provide the application name. You can see here we have the input field. So let me add the application name meetup. And here you can choose the sign in or sign up methods. So we have the email sign up. Let's click on this create application. So here after sign up, you can see we have the steps to integrate Clerk authentication using CLI, or we can go to this detailed documentation. So just click here, docs quick starts. In the left side, you can see we have the drop down. Here we can choose React because we are creating the React project first. And here we have the setup documentation for React. So in this one, we have to add this command. Just copy this one and open our VS Code. Then open terminal. In this terminal, we'll add Ctrl+C to stop the project and provide this command npm install at clerk/react. Press enter. It is installing this package. Now after that, we can start the project again using npm run dev. Now the project is running. Hide this terminal. Let's see the next step. So our next step is to add the environment variable. So we have to create .env file. So we'll come back here in the VS Code, and in this client will create a new file and write the file name .env inside this client. you can see we have the .env file in this client folder, right? And here we have to add the environment variable with the name wheat color publishable key, right? Here you can choose the application name, that is meetup. So just copy this one and paste it here. So we have added this publishable key in the .env file. Now just come back and see the next step. So we have to add this color provider in our main file, that is main.jsx. So let's copy this import statement, import color provider from color/react, right? So just copy this, and after that we will open main.jsx and add this import statement, import color provider from color/react. Now after that, let me just come here and copy this color provider. So we have to wrap our application using color provider. As you can see, color provider is used to wrap our app, right? So just come back here and we will add it before the browser router. So just add color provider and close this tag, and we will close it at the end. So now you can see the structure. First we have the color provider, then browser router, and then our app. In this color provider, we can provide the property like publishable key. And in this publishable key, we have to add the publishable key from the environment variable. So let's add const publishable key equal to import dot meta dot env dot and the environment variable name, like this. And let's provide this publishable key here. And after this publishable key, here we can add after sign out URL. So let me provide the path, that is login. After sign out, it will open the login page. Here we'll add one if statement also, if not of publishable key. In this case, just throw new error and provide this message. Save the changes. So we have added the color provider to wrap our application. Now we can use the components of color. So you can see we have different component like sign in button, sign up button. User button will be added to display the user icon, and when we click on the user icon, it will display the menu. And after that, we have to import this from the color react, right? So let me add our ready to use color component in our application. So we will come back here in the login page, that is login.jsx, and we will remove this p tag from here. And here let me provide the color component. So first we'll create some state here. Let's add one variable const is registered equal to mode equal to register. It will compare if the mode is equal to register, then it will be true, else it will be false. And after that, let's add const equal to use user. So import this use user from the color react, and from this use user we can get is loaded and we can get is signed in. So we'll get this data from use user. After that, let's add if statement if is loaded is true and is signed in is true. In this case, the user is already logged in, so we will redirect the users on dashboard instead of opening this login page. So let's add the return and provide navigate from React Router DOM. Close this navigate tag and provide two property. In this two property, provide the path that will be /dashboard, and then provide one more property that is replace. That's it. Now suppose is loaded is false or is signed in is false, it means user is not logged in. So here we'll add the curly braces and provide is register. If is register is true, we have to display the sign up component, else will display the sign in component. So just add the ternary operator like this. We'll add this parenthesis and here we'll add sign up component and import it from color React. You can see sign up is imported from color React and close this component. Now in this component we have to add the routing path, then we'll add the path, it will be /register, then we'll add sign in URL, it will be /login, and after that we'll add fallback redirect URL, it will be dashboard. Now here we'll add colon for the else statement. So here we have to mount the sign in component. So let me just copy this one, paste it here, and instead of sign up we'll add sign in and import it from the color. It has been imported. Here we'll add routing, it will be path, then we'll add the path /login, and then we'll add the sign up URL. Sign up URL will be /register, and here also we'll add fallback redirect URL, it will be dashboard. After adding this sign up and sign in component, now we can open our application. So you can see when we open /login, it is displaying this login form. Here we can log in with the existing email ID or we can log in with the Google account. And if we don't have an account, you can go to sign up using this link. We'll click here. You can see the route has been updated to /register. Here we can sign up using the email ID or we can sign up using the Google account. So I'll click here, continue with Google. Now click on continue after selecting your email ID. So now we are logged in. After successful sign up or login, it will open the dashboard, right? You can see we are redirected to the dashboard. So now we cannot open the login or register page because we are already logged in. And if I go to collect dashboard, then go to users, here you can see we have a new user. So we have created a new account here and the user data is added in the collect dashboard. Now after that, we have to create our next page that will be the dashboard. So in this dashboard, we will start with the navbar, then we'll create the footer and then we'll create the dashboard part. So to create the navbar, we will come back to the VS Code, open the sidebar, components, and here we have navbar.jsx file. In this navbar file, we will add the header tag. So let's remove this div and provide header. So we have header opening and closing tag. Now in this one, we'll add some classes. So just add the class name property and provide these classes. And after that, here we have to add the content in two columns. In the left side, we'll add the brand name or logo. And with that, we'll add some links. In the right side, we'll add the link that will be for the logged in user, and we'll also add the user button that will be the user profile icon with drop down. So let's add the comment here. We'll add brand logo and navigation links. Now let me add it in the comment. Now after that, we'll add the next comment for the right side. So here we'll add the right profile or user button. So we have added the comments here where we'll add different layout for left and right side. Now in this one, we need the user data and we need the is logged in data, whether the user is logged in or not. So let's add const is signed in, comma, user equal to object, and here we'll add the user property and it will be our dummy user. So let's add dummy user. We are not getting this suggestion here, so let's open the sidebar, assets and asset.js. In this one you can see we have dummy user data, then dummy stats and dummy sessions, right? So from here we will get the dummy user. Let's add dummy user and import it from the asset. After that, provide the comma, and here we'll add is signed in property, and let's make it true. Suppose the user is signed in. Now after that, here we need the use location to get the location of route. So just add const location equal to use location and get this use location from React router DOM. Now after that, here we need the user's name. So let me provide const username equal to this user property. Let's copy this user question mark dot full name, or let's add user dot first name, or user dot primary email addresses question mark dot email address dot split, and provide @. Now after that we'll use the first data using index 0. Then we'll add or and provide the user. So here we are getting the username that we can display in the navbar. Now let's come here in the first column, that is for the brand logo and navigation. So create a div here. In this div we'll add some tailwind classes. So just add the flex layout using flex, and item center gap 6. Next we have to add a logo with text, and it will be clickable, so just add a link tag. So we have added the link tag here. Let me scroll up. You can see link is imported from React router DOM. In this link we have to add the to property, and the to property will contain our path. So it will be /dashboard. So when we'll click on the logo, it will open the dashboard. Then we'll add the class name here, and in this class name provide flex item center and provide some gaps. Next we have to add the logo using img tag. In this img tag, simply provide the path of the logo, that is /logo.svg, and here we'll add the alt text that will be meetup logo, and provide the class name with size 6.5. Next we have to add the text also, so add the text in a span tag. So let's add meetup, and then we have to add the dot in another span. So let's add a span tag and provide a dot. Correct. So for this dot, let's add the color using the class name text primary. Next, let's set the size for this text. So in this span, provide the class name and provide text 2XL font medium, tracking tight, and text color and flex center, that is flex item center. So we have added this icon and text. Let's save the changes and we will open the web page. So you can see here we have a logo with white background. Here you can see the logo icon and the text called meetup and a dot in the primary color. Now we have to add some links, and these links will be displayed if the user is signed in. So just come back, and just after closing of this link tag, here we'll add curly braces and provide is signed in. AND operator. In this case, we'll add a nav tag. So we have added the nav. Now in this nav, provide some classes to align all the icons, I mean all the links. So we have added the hidden for phone screen, and then for medium and above screen it will be flex, item center, gap and margin left. Now in this one, provide the first link. So just add the link tag, and in this link we'll add the two property that will be dashboard. Then we have to add some classes. So let's add the class name property. Let me move it in the new line. And here we'll add some dynamic classes. So remove this and provide curly braces and backticks. Here let me provide some static classes first. So these are the static classes, and after that let's add $, curly braces. Here we will use the location dot path name is equal to /dashboard. It means we are already on the dashboard. So in this case, we'll add different classes, else we'll add different classes. So here we will add these classes if it is true, and if it is false, then we'll add the colon and provide different classes like this. So we have added the first link. Now in this link, we have to add the icon and text, right? So after this, here simply add one icon, that is layout dashboard icon from Lucid React. It has been imported from Lucid React, and provide the size that will be width and height using these class name. Then we have to add the text also. So the text is dashboard. Let's save the changes and open the web page. So you can see it should display our link. You can see here we have the dashboard with this icon. Similarly, we'll add the next link. So I'll come back here and copy this link tag. Just copy and paste it here. In this second one, we'll add the two property. It will be /sessions, and after that here we'll add /sessions in this ternary operator location.pathname, and after that here we'll add different icon. So just update this icon and import the history icon from Lucid React, and update the text also. So the text is sessions. Now again duplicate this link, and let's provide the path. It will be /pricing, here also pricing, and provide the link text pricing. Then update the icon. So we have added this icon, asteroid icon, and import it from Lucid React. Save the changes and open the web page. So you can see we have three icons and text. So we have three links here: dashboard, sessions and pricing. Correct? Now after that, I'll come back here in the VS Code and come here in the comment write profile /user button. So here we'll add curly braces, and let's add is signed in. When it is true, then only we will display the content here. So here let's create a div. So we have added this div, and in this div we'll add the flex layout using class name flex, item center and gap 4. Next we have to add the link tag. So just add the link tag, close it, and in this link we'll add two. It will be sessions. Then we'll add class name. So just add the class name property, and here we'll add MD hidden text extra small and other classes. So it will be displayed on phone screen and hidden on medium and large screen. And after that, here we have to provide the icon. So I'll provide this icon from here. Let's copy and paste it here. That is history icon, and provide the class name and provide the width 4, height 4, and then provide the text called sessions. Next, we have to add the user's name. So provide the span tag. In this span tag, we'll add the text called welcome and then insert the user name. So just add curly braces, username. Right now, after that, let's add some classes in this username text. So provide the class name property and these classes. Now after that, we have to display the user button. So let's add user button and get it from the color React. It has been imported, and then we'll add after sign out URL equal to, and let's add /login. Let's save the changes and open the web page. So you can see here we have this text called welcome and the name, and here we have the user button also. If I click on this button, you can see it is opening the profile details like profile icon, name, email ID, and manage account and sign out. So this component is coming from the clerk. Let's go to manage account. So here you can see we can update the profile using this button. We can update the email ID, we can add a new email ID, and here we have the security where you can delete this account. So let's close it. So we have created the navigation bar of our meetup app or video conferencing app. Next, we have to create the footer, and then we will create our dashboard part. To create the footer, we'll come back here in the VS Code, and here you can see we have the footer.jsx component. Now in this one, let me remove this div and use the footer tag. So we have added the footer opening and closing tag. Now after that, here we'll add some classes. So let's add the class name property and provide these classes, and then we have to add a text in the footer. So we have added the p tag, and here we have added this copyright message. Now for this message also we have to provide some classes to update the font size and color. Save the changes and open the web page. So after adding it, it should update the message on the web page. We have added the text in white color, and you can see this message is coming right here. So when we'll add the dashboard content, this copyright message will be displayed at the bottom, right? Now we have to create the dashboard section, but before that, let me commit these changes and review our code using Code Rabbit. So we will come back here in the VS Code, and let's open this source control, and here we'll add the message. Created pages and routes with navbar. Commit changes and sync changes. So it will commit the changes in development branch. After that, we will come back to the GitHub. Here you can see we have this button called compared and pull request. Let's click here and click on this create pull request button. So we have created a new pull request. After creating the pull request, you can see the Code Rabbit will start analyzing our code. You can see some checks have not completed yet. So the Code Rabbit is running and it is analyzing our code. After analysis, it will display the suggestions or bug fix if there is any bug. So you can see it is still running. We have to wait for a few seconds. Now you can see the review has been completed. Here we have the review summary by Code Rabbit, and you can see the message all checks have passed. And after that, you can see here we have this review change stack. So we have the change stack feature by Code Rabbit. Let me click here. So here you can see all the changes, and you can compare the changes also. You can see the previous code and updated code here. And in the right side you can see the explanation also for each line. You can see here we have this line 15 and we have the explanation for this line 15. Let's go to next file. You can see here we have the update in line 1 to 23 and here we have the explanation for that. You can see the changes in each file here, and here we don't have any issue. Let me go to this page. Here we have this suggestion: use clerk identity state in navbar, right? So right now we have added the dummy user. Later we will add the data from clerk in the navbar. Let me go to this overview, and here you can see we have this pull request description. Here we have the CodeRabbit walkthrough, and here we have this diagram for the explanation. And after that, in the right side, here we have the agent chat also. If I click on this agent, here we can add our message and ask anything about this review, and we'll get the answer from the chat agent. So this is the change stack feature by CodeRabbit. Now everything is good. We don't have any major issue on our project because we are just creating the front end, right? So I'll just come back here on the GitHub and simply click on this merge pull request and confirm merge. So it will merge the changes in the main branch. That's it. Now we can come here in the GitHub. After that, we'll come back here in the VS Code and let's click here and select pull. So it will pull the latest changes. After that, we have to create the dashboard section. So let's come here in the pages and we have the dashboard.jsx file. So we have to update our dashboard.jsx file. In this dashboard.jsx file, you can see we have a div. So just clear this div. And in this one, we will add some tailwind classes. So we have added the class name property and these classes. Now after that, we have to add the content in two columns that will be left and right. So create a div here and provide the class name, and here we'll add the grid layout. So we have added grid calls 1, and for large and above screen we have added grid calls 12. Then we have the gap and item center. Now after that, let's add the comment. So just add the comment for the left column. In the left column we'll add the actions, and after that we'll add the comment for the right column. So let's add the comment that is right column, that is hero graphics and clock card. So let's add the content in the left side. So just add a div here for the left side, and in this div we have to add some message, right? So just add the class name here, and let me provide class name for large and above screen, call span 7 and space y8, and here add the messages in a div. So in this div we'll add the space y3 and then provide the message with icon. So we have to include the message or text and icon inside a div. So I'll provide a div here, and in this one we have to add sealed check icon, and let's import this icon from Lucid React. So we are not getting this suggestion here, so let me add it manually. We'll add import this icon from, and let's add the icon in curly braces like this, from, and provide the package name that is Lucid React. Just close this tag, and in this icon we have to provide this size. So the size will be 16. Just after this icon we will add a message. So just add the message called secure peer-to-peer encryption. Now we'll add the classes in a div that contains both icon and text. So we have added these classes. Now after that we have to add another message. So here add the message in h1 tag. So in this h1, let me provide the message high quality video calls, and after that we'll add the another message in a span tag. So here I'll provide the line break and provide the span tag and provide this message built for everyone. And here we have to change the color. We'll set the text color primary. So we have added text primary using the class name. Then we have to add one message also. Let me remove it from here, and we have to add it inside this h1. So we have added the line break in this h1 and then this span tag. Now after that we'll add one small description. So just add the p tag, and in this one provide a description. So we have added this description here, and for this description also we have to provide some classes. So here we are going to change the text color, and after that we have updated the text size, and let's save the changes. Let's open the web page. Now you can see here we have this message secure peer-to-peer encryption with this icon. Then we have this text high quality video calls built for everyone and this description message. Now let me correct this spelling here and we'll update the classes for this h1. So here let's add connect, and we will add the classes in the h1 tag. So in this h1 tag add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. We'll change the font size for XL and other tailwind classes. Let's save the changes and come back here. So now you can see it looks good. Next we have to add the action buttons and input field so that we can create a new meeting and we can join the existing meeting. Now after adding this message at the bottom, you can see this copyright message is clearly visible because after adding it, this message is moved at the bottom, right? So we have to add the action buttons like join meeting or create meeting. So let's come back. After closing of this p tag, here we'll add one div. Now in this div, we'll add the flex layout. So just add the class name property and provide these classes. Now in this one, let's add the first button. So we'll add the button tag. In this button tag, we have to add the icon that will be plus icon. So let's add the plus icon and import it from Lucid React. Then set the width and height. So we'll add the class name width and height. After that, here we have to add the message also. So we will add the span tag, and here we are going to use the state, right? So we have to create some states here for this file. If the state is creating, it will display the creating, and if the state is not creating or it is false, then we'll add the message new meeting. So it will create a new meeting. So let's scroll up, and before this return statement, here let's add one state. Just add const and write the state name is creating and set is creating equal to use a state, and initialize it using false. Now after that, we'll add the next state that will be current time, because we have to display the current date and time. So just add current time, set current time equal to use a state and initialize it using new date. Now after that, here we have to add the stats also. We'll display the stats. So just add const stats equal to, and here we'll use the dummy data. So just add dummy stats. It is not coming, so let me open the sidebar asset.js, and after that if I start typing here in our dashboard, we are getting the suggestion to import the stats from the asset. Correct. Now here we'll get the dummy user data also, so let me get it here. We'll add const user equal to dummy user from asset. After getting the dummy user, we have to get the username, so let's add const username equal to, we are going to use this user variable, then dot full name, and after that we have to find the email, so just add const user email equal to, and use this user dot primary email address, then dot email address. So now we have the username and user email. Correct. Now after that we'll add one more variable where we'll add use navigate. So let's add const navigate equal to use navigate. We are not getting the suggestion to import it, so let's add it manually. We'll add import curly braces use navigate from, and provide the package react router DOM, and here we'll call this use navigate. That's it. Next we have to update the current time at every second. For that we'll add the use effect. Just add one use effect here, and in this use effect let's add the dependency array, that will be empty array. Now within this use effect function, just add const timer equal to set interval. In this set interval add the function, and in this function just add set current time. In this set current time we'll add new date, and it will execute it at every second, so just add 1000 millisecond. Then we'll add the return, and in this return simply call a function that will call clear interval and provide the timer. Save the changes. So now we'll get the updated time at every seconds that we can display on our screen. Now after that, here we have to create two functions also. Using that we can join a meeting or we can create a meeting. So let me add const handle meeting equal to add a function. Now let's duplicate it and provide const handle join meeting. So we have handle create meeting and handle join meeting. That's it. In this one we'll get the event. Now after that, let me just come here and continue our code, which is this button. So in this button we have added the span tag where we have to display the button text. So in this span we'll add curly braces and use the state called is creating. So if is creating is true, in this case we'll add the button text called creating ... and if it is false, then simply add the button text called new meeting. Save the changes and open the web page. So you can see here we have this button with plus icon and new meeting. We have to add the classes here, so just come back, and in this button just add the class name property, and let me provide these classes. Now here we'll add some other property also. So in this button provide some space and let's add disabled. So in this disabled just add is creating. So when is creating is true, it will be disabled. Then we'll add on click. In this on click let's add handle create meeting. So it will call this handle create meeting function. Let's save the changes and come back here. So you can see this new meeting button is looking good. After that, we have to add a form where we'll add the input field, where we can add the meeting ID, and we'll add the button. Using that, we can join the running or live meeting. So let's come back here, and just after this closing button tag, we'll add a form. We have added the form tag. Now in this form tag, remove the action and provide on submit. In this on submit, just add the handle join meeting. Then we'll add some classes. So just add the class name property and provide these classes. Then we'll add one div. So let me provide a div here. In this div, we'll add the class name, and let's add relative and flex1. Then we have to add the icon. So for icon, we'll use this keyboard icon from Lucid React. Now in this icon, we'll add some classes. So we have added the class name property, then added width, height, and text color, position, and then translate. Then we have to add our input field. So after this icon, simply add input. Input type will be text. Then we have to add the placeholder. So just add the placeholder, and this is the placeholder message, that is enter meeting code. Now after that, here we have to add the value property. In this value property, we have to add the state. So let's create the state here. Let me duplicate this one only. Copy this and paste it here. Just add const join id, and the setter function name is set join id equal to use state, and initialize it using empty string. Correct. Now let's come here in the form. In this form, we have the input field and we have the value in this input field. So here in this value, let's provide join id. Correct. Now then we'll add the on change handler. In this on change, simply add the arrow function and get the event here. Then call set join id. In this set join id, just add e dot target dot value. Then we have to add the classes in this input field. Let me provide some space. So here we'll add the class name property, and in this one we have added these classes. Now we will save the changes and open the web page. So you can see here we have the icon, then we have the input field. After this input field, we have to add a button. Using that, we can join the existing meeting after providing the meeting ID or meeting code. So let me just come here, and just before this closing form tag, here we will add the button. Now in this button, we have to add the type. So let's add the type. It will be submit. Then we'll add the next property, that is disabled. In this disabled, we'll add not of join id dot trim. So if join id is not there, this button will be disabled. Then we'll add the classes. So just add the class name property and provide these Tailwind classes to design our button. Then we have to add the button text. So provide the span tag, and the button text will be join. And then next to this text, we'll add one icon. So just add arrow right icon, import it from Lucid React, and for this icon we will set the width, height, and margin left. Save the changes, and now let's open the web page. So you can see here we have the join button, but right now this join button is disabled. Now if I enter anything in this input field, you can see this join button is enabled. So we can enter the meeting ID and join the meeting. Now we have completed our left section with this message and action buttons with input field. Now we'll add the content in the right side of this home page or hero section. So let's come back here and you can see we have the comment for the right side. So here only we will add a div. Now in this div we'll add some classes. So just add the class name property and these classes. Then we'll add another div here. So just create a div, provide the class name property and these classes. Now here we have to add the user's name. Then we will add the time and date. So create a div that contains all these information. So just add the spacing. We'll add class name and provide the space y1 and provide the name in p tag. So let's add the name using this hi and provide the span. In this span just add curly braces and user name. Correct. Now provide the classes for the p tag. So in this p tag we have added these classes and then we'll add the classes in the span. So in this span we have added font medium. Save the changes and open the web page. So you can see in the right side we have this message that is the user's name. After this name we have to display the current time and date. So I'll just come back here. After this p we'll add heading using h2. Now in this h2 let's add current time dot to local time string, and in this one we'll add the empty array, then comma, and provide the format for the time. So here we'll add our, it will be 2-digit and minutes 2-digit. Now provide some classes also for this heading. So in this h2 provide these class name. Save the changes and open the web page. So you can see here we have the current time, and this time will get updated at every second. Now you can see the time has been updated here. After that let me display the date also. So I'll just come back here, and after this h2 here we'll add the space and let me provide the text in p tag. Now in this p we'll add some classes. So just add the class name property and provide font, that will be medium. Then we'll add the tracking wider and text primary. Then we have to add the date. So let me just copy this, paste it here. We'll add current time dot to local date string. Then we'll add the undefined here, and after that here we have to add the format. So let's add the object. In this object we'll add weekday and long, then comma, provide month, and in this month we'll add sort. Then we'll add the day, and in this day we will add numeric, and after that we'll add year, and for this year we'll add numeric. Let's save the changes and come back here. So you can see here we have the current time and today's date, that is this one. After this time and date we have to display the user's email ID and plan details. So let's come here in the VS Code, and after closing of this p we have this closing div tag, and here only we will add a new div. Now in this one provide some tailwind classes. So just add the class name and these tailwind classes. Now we'll add another div here. So let me provide a div and then add the class name. Now in this one we have to add the message in p tag, and here we'll add the message called logged in as. and then we have to provide the email ID. So just add the span tag, and in this span tag simply provide the user email. And for this span we have to change the text color. So let's add text slate 900, and we'll save the changes and come back here. So you can see we have this text called logged in as and the email ID of the user. After that we have to display the plan name. So just come back, and after P we'll add another span. In this span we'll add the stats dot plan, or let's add free, and we have to add the classes also. So just add the class name, and here we'll add the dynamic classes. So just add curly braces and backticks. So first we'll add the static classes like this, and then add $sign curly braces and use the stats question mark dot plan is equal to premium. So if the user have premium plan, in this case we'll add different classes. So we'll add these classes here, and if it is false it means user is on the free plan, then we'll add different classes like this. Save the changes and come back here. So now you can see here we have the text called premium with the blue background, right? Now let me just come back here. You can see we have added this div, then we have the text in p tag. After this text we have the span that display the plan name, right? Next we'll add the other stats for the subscription data, and it will display the stats like how many meetings are used, right? So just after this span we have this closing div. So here only let me provide curly braces and use stats. If the stats is available, then we will add a div. Now in this div provide some classes, and after that we'll add another div here. So let me add another div, and in this one also we'll add some classes, and then we have to add the text that will be monthly meetings. So we'll add the span tag and provide monthly meetings. Then we'll add next span, and for this span we have to provide some classes. So we have added these classes, and in this span just add curly braces and use the stats dot monthly limit question mark. If it is true, then we'll add the backticks $sign curly braces and add stats dot monthly count slash $sign curly braces and provide stats dot monthly limit used. After that we'll add the else statement also. So we'll add colon and backticks. Here we'll add $sign curly braces stats dot monthly count, and then created, and then we'll add unlimited. Let me move it in the new line. So you can see if it is true then we'll add this one, and if it is false then we'll add this one. Let's move it here and this one here. Now it is clear. We'll save the changes and open the web page. So you can see here we have this details like monthly meetings and 8 created unlimited, because we are in the premium plan, and here we have the unlimited meeting limit, right? So we have 8 meeting created out of unlimited, right? So we have the date, time, and user's email ID, plan details, and stats of the created meetings. After displaying these messages here in the right side, next we have to make our buttons functional, which is this new meeting, and join meeting. So we have simply created the functions, right? We have not added the functionality in these functions. So just come back to the VS Code. You can see we have the functions like handle create meeting and handle join meeting. So in this handle create meeting, here we'll add set is creating and we will make it true. Then we'll add const chars equal to, and here we'll add all the characters. So we have added all alphabetical characters here, and then we'll add const seg equal to array dot from, and here we'll add length 3. Then we'll add the comma and provide the function. Then add the characters here. Then we'll add math.float. Then add the math.random and multiplied with chars.length. And after that we'll add dot join using empty string. And then we'll add const new meeting ID equal to backticks $, curly braces, and provide this. Then we'll add dash and again call this one. So let's add it for 3 times like this. Now here it will create a new meeting ID, correct? And after that, here we'll add set timeout. In this set timeout, add a function. Then we'll add the time 400 milliseconds, and in this function we will use set is creating, and let's make it false. Then we'll add the toast notification here, so just add toast, and we are not getting the suggestion, so let's import it manually. We'll add import toast from react hot toast, and after that we can write the toast dot success and provide the message called meeting created. And after creating the meeting, we have to navigate the user on new page, so just add the navigate function, and in this one we have to provide the path, so it will be /meeting /$ curly braces, and then we'll add new meeting ID. That's it. Save the changes. Now after that we'll complete this handle join meeting. So in this handle join meeting we have the event, so just add event dot prevent default, because it is a form handler function, so we'll remove the default behavior of form submission. Then we'll add const clean id equal to join id dot trim. Then we'll add if statement if not of clean id. In this case, simply add toast dot error, please enter a valid meeting ID, and then return. Now suppose clean ID is available. In this case, simply navigate the user, so just add the navigate function and backticks and provide /meeting /$ curly braces clean ID. Save the changes. Now after that, let me just come here and we'll click on this new meeting button. You can see we are redirected to a new page, and with this notification meeting created, and you can see the text here meeting room, and here we have the path /meeting / this ID, correct? Now let me just copy this ID and come back to the dashboard, and we can enter the ID here and click on this join button. It will also open that meeting room. Let's click here. You can see it is opening a new route, and we have this text meeting room. So we have completed our dashboard or hero section for our video conferencing app. Next, we have to create our meeting room page, which is this one. For that, let me just come back to the VS Code, and before creating our meeting room page, let me commit the changes and review our code using code rabbit. So let's click here, and here we'll add the message. Created dashboard UI, commit changes and sync changes. So it will commit the changes in development branch, and after that we have to create the pull request. So just come back to the GitHub and click on this button, compare and pull request. Then create pull request. So now when you will create a pull request, the code rabbit will start analyzing your code. You can see the code rabbit is running and it is analyzing our code. Now you can see all checks have been completed and code rabbit has reviewed our code. And here we have some suggestion. You can see it is suggesting the changes in this dashboard.jsx file, and it says cancel the delayed navigation on unmount. So we have added this delay navigation for the dummy purpose only for the static site. After creating the backend server, we will remove it. So right now we'll keep it like this, and if you want to fix it, here we have the proposed fix also. Let's click here. You can see it is suggesting to remove this import and add this one, add this line, and update this use effect. And here we have to update this set timeout. So we will update this one, we will remove this one after creating the backend server. That's why I will keep it. Then we have the suggestion for the next code. So we have the suggestion for the handle generate meeting function. In this one, it is suggesting to validate the generated ID, right? So here we have the some proposed fix. So we can simply remove this if statement and add this one, and we can remove this navigate and add this one, right? So we can see all these suggestion and fix in this review change stack also. So let's open the change stack. In this change stack, we can see the entire changes in same file, and it will display the details also. So when we have made changes, and for each line it will display the details. You can see it is displaying the details for the 1 to 46 line in the right side. Then we have the details for the line 44 in the right side. And after that, here we have the agent. So here we can chat with the agent to understand this review, correct? Now after that, let me just come back here, and from here we can find this proposed fix also. Let's find for the handle generate meeting function. Let's expand it. You can see it is asking to update this one, right? So let's just copy this and open the VS Code, and let's remove this one. Here we'll add this statement, and after that it is suggesting to update this navigate also. So just copy and update this navigate. That's it. Now we'll save the changes, and after that we'll come back here, go to repository. In this pull request, let's click on this merge pull request and confirm merge. That's it. And after that we'll come back here and click on this three dot and click pull. So it will pull the latest changes. So now we have completed the dashboard and review our code using code rabbit. Next we have to create our meeting room. So just open this meeting room.jsx file. In this meeting room.jsx file, we need some dummy data, right? And we need the meeting ID also. So before this return, let's add const, and here we'll get the meeting ID. And let's get this meeting ID from the paddums. So just add use paddums from React Router DOM. Now we have the meeting ID. After that we'll use the use navigate. So just add const navigate equal to use navigate function. And after that here we need the dummy data. So just add const user data equal to dummy user and import it from the asset. Now after that here we need one state. So I'll provide const and the state name is participants open and set function set is participants open equal to use a state, and here we'll add false. So by default the participants list will be hidden. After that here we have to add a function. So let's add the function called handle meeting ended. So when the meeting will be ended, user should be redirected to dashboard, right? So here we'll add use callback. In this use callback we'll add a function, and here we'll add the dependency add a and provide the navigate. And after that here we'll add navigate and provide the path that will be /dashboard. So when the meeting will be ended, it will redirect the users on dashboard, correct? After that here we need another data. So let's add const is host, and let's add the fixed value. For now we'll add true. So is host is true, and after that here we'll add the function. Using that we can leave the meeting or we can handle the meeting end. So let's add const handle leave meeting and create one empty function. Now just duplicate it. Here we'll add the function name handle end meeting. So using this we can end the meeting, and using this function we can leave the meeting, right? And right now these functions are empty. We'll add the codes later in this function after connecting this function with the element. Now let's come here in this return. In this return we have a div. So let's clear it, and first we have to add some classes in this parent div. So we have to add the class name property and these classes, where we have added the height screen, and we'll add the width screen and background color. Let me save the changes and come here on the web page, and let me refresh it. You can see the background color has been updated, and we don't have that message because we have removed the text from here. After that here we have to add the top var. So we'll add one comment here, and here we'll add the header tag. So we have added the header tag. In this header tag also we have to provide some classes. So we have added these classes here, and then we have to add the dummy data here. We'll add the dummy meeting details, right? So let's add a div, and for this div we have added these classes, and in this one we have to add the text in h2 tag. So we have added h2, and just add curly braces, provide dummy meeting details, and let's import it from the asset. Then we'll add dot title. So from here we'll get the meeting title. After that we'll add this parenthesis. In this one we'll add curly braces, meeting ID or dummy meeting details dot meeting ID. So here we have the meeting title and ID. Now for this one we have to provide the classes. So in this h2 we have added these classes. After that we have to add one span tag. So after this h2 let's add the span, and here we'll use the self-closing span tag like this. In this span we'll add class name property, provide the size rounded full, so it will be a circle. We'll add the background color and animate pulse. Let's save the changes and open the web page. So you can see here we have the meeting title called instant meeting, and we have the ID, and here we have a green dot. You can see the pulse effect in this green dot. Now after adding this meeting title and ID, we'll come back to the VS Code and just come here after closing of this header. Here let's add the comment, that is main content area, where we'll add video grid and side panels. In the sidebar we will add the chat box and we'll also add the participants list, right? So create a div here, and in this div we'll use the flex layout. So we have added these flex classes, and after that let's start adding the comment. So we'll add the comment here, that is for video grid center. It will be displayed in the center. We'll add the video grid, and after that we'll add the comment for the second content, that will be in meeting chat drawer. So we'll add the chat drawer that will be displayed in the right side. After that we'll add the participant list, right? So just add the comment participants drawer. It is added here. We have just added the comment. Then we have to add the comment, that is bottom floating control var, where we'll add the controls like camera permissions, mic permission. We'll add the controls for leave the meeting or end the meeting. So we have to add 4 elements here in this div, that is video grid, then chat drawer, participant list drawer, and floating control bar at the bottom. Now let's start creating these components separately. So first we'll create the component for this video grid, right? So here we have to create a separate component, and for this video grid we have to use the video streaming, and for video streaming we are going to use the WebRTC feature. So first we have to create one custom hook to use the WebRTC. So in this sidebar you can see we have the hooks folder, right? So in this hooks folder create a file and write the file name use webrtc.js. We have added this file name use webrtc.js, and in this one let's add RAFCE for creating the component structure, right? And after that in this one let's add underscore room ID, then we'll add the user. After that we'll add on meeting ended. After that we'll add underscore enabled, and let's add the default value true. Now in this one here we will add one state called local stream. So just add const local stream equal to set local stream equal to use a state. So we have added one state here and initialize it using null. Use state has been imported. Now let's duplicate it. In the second one we'll add the state name, that is remote user, and the setter function name is set remote users, and here we'll add the dummy data. So let's add dummy remote participants. Now let's copy this, paste it here. In the next one we'll add the state name called audio enabled, and setter function set audio enabled, and by default it will be true. Now duplicate it. Here we'll add video enabled, and the setter function name is set video enabled, and by default it will be true. After that we have to create one use ref. So I'll write const local stream ref equal to use ref and import the use ref from React. In this use ref we'll add null. After that let me add one comment here. Initialize local camera stream if available in browser, right? For that, let's add const init local stream equal to use callback. In this use callback, add one function, and let's use the asynchronous function here. So we have added asynchronous arrow function, correct? And after that, here we'll add comma and empty array, right? Now in this function, let's add the try catch. So we have added the try catch statement, and in this try block we'll use the if statement if navigator dot media devices dot get user media. If it is true, in this case just add const a stream equal to await navigator dot media devices dot get user media. Now in this one, add the object and provide the video property. It will be true. Then add audio property. Let me provide the comma and provide audio. So for this audio, I'll provide true. Now after that, here just add local stream ref dot current equal to a stream. Then we'll add set local stream, and in this setter function provide this stream. Then we'll add return a stream. Now come here in the catch block, we'll add underscore error and simply add console.log and provide mock WebRTC running in camera preview fallback mode. And here let's add return null. Now after that, here we have to add one use effect. So just add use effect. In this use effect, add the arrow function and provide dependency array, and here we have to add init local stream. Now here simply call init local stream function. Then we'll add return, and in this return provide one arrow function, and let's add the if statement if the local stream ref dot current. Then we will add the local stream ref dot current dot get tracks dot for each in this for each add the arrow function and get the track here in the parameter, and it will return the track dot stop. So we have added this use effect where we are calling this init local stream. Now let's add the functionality to toggle the audio, right? So here we'll add the comment toggle local mic. So just add const toggle audio equal to arrow function, and in this one just add const new state equal to not of audio enabled. Then setter function set audio enabled and provide the new state. Then we'll add the if statement if local stream reference dot current is available. Then only we'll add const audio track equal to local stream ref dot current dot get audio tracks. Then we'll add index 0. Then we'll add if audio track is true, Then we'll add audio track dot enabled equal to new state. Now after that we have to display the toast notification, so let's add toast, and in this one we'll add the ternary operator. We'll add new state question mark. If it is true, then we'll add the notification, that is microphone turned on. Else we'll add the notification called microphone muted, and here we'll add the comma and one object where we'll add the icon. In this icon let's add new state. If it is true, then we'll add the mic icon, else we'll add mute icon. That's it. Let's save the changes. So we have added the function to toggle the audio. Next we have to add a function to toggle the camera. So let me add one comment here, that is toggle local camera, and we'll copy the same function, just copy and paste it here. Now we'll update the code here. So let's add the function name, that is toggle video, and provide new state equal to not of video enabled. Then we'll add the setter function set video enabled and provide the new state here. After that we'll add local stream reference dot current. If it is true, then we'll add video track equal to local stream reference dot current dot get video tracks, then index 0. After that we'll add if video track is true, then we'll add the video track dot enabled equal to new state. Then we have to display the toast notification, so just add toast new state, and if it is true we'll add message called camera turned on, else we'll add the message camera turned off, and provide the icon. So we will add this camera icon and we'll add the another camera icon. Save the changes, and after that we have to add a function to end the meeting, right? So I'll provide one comment here, that is end meeting for everyone. So just add const end meeting equal to use callback. In this use callback, add the arrow function and provide the dependency array and provide on meeting ended. And within this function simply add if statement if on meeting ended is true. In this case just add on meeting ended and provide meeting ended, right? You can see here we are getting this on meeting ended, correct? Now after that here let's come to the return. So here we have the return statement, and in this return we will return the local stream, then comma remote users, then audio enabled, then video enabled, then toggle audio and toggle video and end meeting. So we will return these state and functions from this use WebRTC. After creating this hook, we can create our component. So let's open the sidebar, and you can see we have the components folder. So in this components folder, let's create another folder for meeting. So let's add meeting folder in the components, and in this meeting folder we have to add the component. So first we'll create our component for video grid, right? So in this meeting folder, create a new file and write the file name video grid dot JSX. Now in this one, let's add RAFCE and create the component structure. Now in this one, we will get some data as props. So just destructure the props here. We'll add local stream. Then we'll add local user. Then remote users. Then we'll add audio enabled and video enabled. Then let's come here before this return statement. Here we'll write const total participants equal to 1 plus and just add the remote users dot length. So now we'll get the total number of participants. After that, let's add the comment. Determine grid columns dynamically. Right? Based on the number of participants, we'll define the grid columns. So just add const get grid class and create the arrow function. Here we'll add if total participants is equal to 1. In this case, just add the return and provide the classes here, that is grid calls 1, and provide the max width for Excel. Now let's duplicate it. So in the second one, we'll add the total participants is equal to 2, and here we'll add the classes like this, that is grid calls 1 for MD, and above a screen we'll add grid calls 2 and max width 5 Excel. Then we'll add total participants less than equal to 4. In this case, we'll return these classes. And after that, let's come here and provide if the total participants is less than equal to 6. Then we will update these classes. And after that, we'll add return, and in this return simply provide grid columns 2 for small, and above screen we'll add grid columns 3 and grid calls 4 and max width 7 Excel. Let's save the changes. Now we can come here in this return. Here we have a div. So in this one, provide some classes like flex, width full, flex item center, and justify center. We'll add some padding and overflow y auto. Then we'll add another div here. In this one, we have to add the dynamic classes. So just add the class name property and provide curly braces and backticks. Now in this backticks, we'll set the width full, then grid and gap. Then we'll add $sign curly braces and use the function, that is get grid classes or class. Call this function, so it will insert the classes here. And after that, we have to add the other fixed classes. So let me simply provide these classes here, that is expect video, then max height and transition all and duration. Now in this div, we have to display the video cards for each user. So let me add the comment here. We will add the comment called local user tile, and here we have to add the user card or user tile. For that, we'll create a separate component. So just open the sidebar. Here we have the components and meeting. So in this meeting, we'll create a new file and write the file name videotile.jsx. Then add RAFCE for component structure, and after that, here also we'll get some data as props. So just destructure the props here using this curly braces. We'll add a stream name and then is local. Let's add the default value false. is equal false. Then we'll add audio enabled, let's add true. Then we'll add video enabled true. Now after that, before this return, let's add the const video ref equal to useRef. Import the useRef from React and initialize it using null. Next, we'll add the use effect. In this use effect, provide the arrow function and a dependency array. So in this dependency array, we'll add the stream that we are getting as props. And in this function, we'll add if statement if video reference dot current and a stream. If it is true, in this case only, we will add the video reference dot current dot source object equal to our stream. Now come here in the return. In this return, we have a div, right? So for this div, we will provide some classes like this. And after that, let's add one comment, that is video element. So here we have to display the video. So let me provide video tag. It will be self-closing tag. And after that, here we'll add the reference. So let's add the reference of video ref. Then we'll add autoplay. Then we'll add plays inline. Then we'll add muted. So in this muted, we'll add is local. After that, we have to provide some classes here. So just add the class name property. Let me move it in the new line. So here we have to add dynamic classes. So just add the backticks under this curly braces. So these are the fixed classes. Then add $sign curly braces and insert video enabled. If it is true, then add opacity 100. Else we will provide opacity 0 and other classes. Now after that, here we'll add $sign curly braces again and provide is local. If it is true, then we'll add scale -100 and else we'll add empty string. That's it. So here we have added one video element, right? After that, we'll add the comment, that is camera off placeholder. So if the camera is off, we have to display one placeholder that will be a user's name first character. So let's add curly braces not off video enabled, and if it is true, then add this parenthesis and in this one create a div. For this div, provide some classes and let's add another div. In this div only we have to display the name first character. So just add the name true. If it is available, then we'll add the name dot char at 0. Else we will add user icon from Lucid React, and for this icon let's add the class name and provide the width and height. Right now, for this icon container or name first character container, we'll add the classes and provide these classes. Next, we have to add one message also. So after this div, we will add the message in a span tag. So the message is camera off, and with that we have to add one icon also. So let's add the video off icon and import this icon from Lucid React. For this icon, we'll set the width, height and text color. Now we'll add the classes in the container that contains this icon and text. So we have added the classes here. Save the changes. Now you can see we have added the user icon or name first character if the video is disabled. After that, we have to add one other information, right? So here, just before the last closing div, here we'll add the comment that is bottom info var overlay. So in this one, create a div and provide some classes. Now we have to add another div here. Here also we'll add some tailwind classes like this. Then we'll add the span tag. And in this span, simply add name. Then we'll add curly braces, is local, true, then we'll add you, else empty string. Now after that, let's come here and provide curly braces not of audio enabled. If audio is disabled, in this case, let's add span. In this span, we have to add the mic off icon, right? So let me add this mic off icon and import this icon from Lucid React and set the width height 3. Now for this span, provide the classes. So I'll provide the class name property and provide the padding and rounded, then background, then text color and border. Save the changes. So we have added the video tile component, and after creating this component, we can mount it here in the video grid component. So we'll open the video grid and here only we'll add video tile. Let's import it, and here we have to provide some props. So let's add the stream equal to local stream, then provide name. In this name we'll add the local user dot, we'll add question mark dot name or you. Then we'll add the is local, it will be true. After that, audio enabled and provide audio enabled, then video enabled and provide video enabled. After that, we have to display the other video tile for the remote users or participants. So here only we will add comment. Let's add the comment remote users tiles. So just add curly braces remote users dot map. In this one, add the arrow function with this parenthesis. Here we'll get individual remote user with the name remote, and then just add the same component, that is video tile, and in this component we'll add the key. So in this key, let's add remote dot and provide socket ID. Then we have to add stream, and in this stream we'll add remote dot stream. Then we'll add the name. So in this name, provide remote dot username. Then we'll add is local, so it will be false. Next we have to add audio enabled and video enabled. So just add remote dot audio enabled and remote dot video enabled. That's it. Save the changes. So we have completed our video grid component also. After that, we can mount this video grid on our meeting room. So we will open the meeting room.jsx, and after this comment, let me mount our video grid component. It has been imported. Now here also we have to provide the props. So let's add local stream. It will be local stream. After that, let's add local user. It will be user data. Then add remote users and provide remote users. Then add audio enabled it will be audio enabled, then video enabled, it will be video enabled. Save the changes. After mounting this component, let's open our web page. Let me refresh it. We are getting the white screen, so let me find the issue. We'll open console. Local stream is not defined. Let me fix it in meetingroom.jsx. So we have created the local stream in our custom hook. So we have to get the data here from the hook. So let's scroll up, and here let's add the comment, that is initialize web RTC. Then add const curly braces equal to use web RTC and import it. Now in this one, let's add meeting ID, then add user data, then add handle meeting ended, and let's extract the local stream, comma, remote users, then audio enabled, video enabled, then toggle audio function, after that toggle video, and then end meeting. Let's save the changes, and now we'll open the web page again. Let's see the console again. It says video grid cannot read properties of undefined reading length. Let me correct the spelling here. Here we are getting the white screen, so let me inspect it and go to console. You can see we are getting one error, cannot read properties of undefined reading length. So in video grid line number 6 we are getting the error. So let me just come back to the VS Code. So we are in this meeting room. Let's come here in the video grid, and line 6 you can see we have the remote users dot length. It means the remote user data is not coming here. So let me come here in the meeting room. You can see in this meeting room we are getting the remote user data from the web RTC, right? So let me open the web RTC page, and in this one we are exporting the data here. So here you can see we have added the parenthesis. So instead of this parenthesis, we'll add the curly braces. We have to return one object. Let's add this curly braces. So we are returning this object that contains all these data, right? And in this one, we have to update this spelling also, that is console. Let's save the changes and open the web page again. Now here you can see we are getting the streaming video. So here we have added one dummy virtual camera, that's why you are seeing this video here, and these are the other participants. So for these participants there is no video, that's why it is displaying the user's name first character, right? And you can see the other details also, like user's name or participant's name. Here we have the mute icon, here we have the camera off icon, and here in the own video we have added the virtual camera and added this video. So it is actually accessing this device camera, and it will display your video here that you can share with your participants. Now after that we have to add other details. Let me just come here in the VS Code in the meeting room. In this meeting room.jsx you can see we have added this video grid. After this video grid we have to add in meeting chat drawer, then participants drawer, and floating control var, right? So let me complete this one, that is chat drawer. For that we have to create a new component. So let's open the sidebar. In this components we have the meeting. So in this meeting we'll create a new file and write the file name chatpanel.jsx. So we have added this chatpanel.jsx, and here we'll add RAFC to create the component structure. Now to use the chat feature, we'll create the custom hook here. So let's come here in the hooks folder, create a new file and write the file name usechat.js. We have added usechat.js, and here let's add export const and write usechat equal to arrow function, and in this one we will get the room ID and we'll get the user. Now we'll add const messages and set messages equal to use a state, and here we'll add the dummy data. So let me provide the dummy initial chat messages. Let's import it from the asset. You can see it is imported from the asset. Now after that we'll add const unread count and setter function set unread count equal to use a state and initialize it using number 0. Then we'll add const is chat open and setter function set is chat open equal to use a state and provide false. So by default the chat bar will be hidden. Now let's add const send message equal to use callback. In this use callback, let's create one function, and after this function we will add the array. In this array just add user. Now here in this parameter we'll get the text for the chat, and then we'll add if not of text dot trim or not of user, then simply add return. Now we'll add const message equal to and provide the ID. It will be date.now.toString. Then we have to provide the text. It will be text.trim. Then we'll add sender name. It will be user.name or user.fullname or you. Then we'll add sender ID. It will be user.id, and after that we'll add time. So in this time we'll add new date, 2 local time string, and provide the format 2 digit for hours and 2 digit for minutes. Now after that here simply add set messages and provide the arrow function with the previous data, and then it will return the array with spread operator previous data comma new message. So this is the send message function, and after that we'll add another function. Using that we can toggle the chat. So let's come here. We will add const toggle chat equal to use callback. Create the arrow function in this use callback, and then we'll add comma empty array. Now in this one we'll use set is chat open, provide the arrow function, and here we'll get the previous data. Then let's add if not of previous, then simply add set unread count 0, and after that we'll add return, and in this return we'll add not of previous. After that, here we'll add the return statement. Just add the return and return one object where we'll return the messages. Then we'll add send message function, then unread count, then is chat open, and then we'll add the toggle chat. That's it. So we have added this custom hook for chat. Now after that, let me just come back to the chat panel. So let's come here and open the chat panel. In this chat panel, let's get some data from props. So just add curly braces and we'll get is open, then on close, then messages, and on send message and current user as props. Now before this return, let's add const text, and the setter function is set text equal to use state. Initialize it using empty string and import the use state here. Next we'll add const messages end reference equal to use ref, and in this use ref just add null. Now after that, let's add the use effect here. In the use effect, add one arrow function and provide comma array. In this array, let me provide messages and is open, and in this function we'll add if is open is true. It means the chat drawer is open. Then we'll add the messages end reference dot current dot scroll into view, and then we'll add the object with behavior smooth. After this use effect, let's create another function here. We'll add const handle submit and create the arrow function here with event, and here we'll add e.prevent default, and then we'll add if text.trim. So if we have some text, then we will send this message. So just add on send message and provide this text, and then we will use the set text and provide the empty string. Right now, after that, here simply add if statement if not of is open, then we'll add return and provide null. Now we'll come here in this return statement. In this return we have a div. So in this div, let me add the classes, or instead of this div we'll use the aside tag. Just add aside open and closing tag, and here we'll add the class name. We'll add the class name property and provided these tailwind classes. Now in this one we have to add the header part. So we'll add the comment here, that is header, and then we'll add one div for the header. In this div, provide some classes and provide the title. So we'll add the title in s3 tag. So the title is in meeting chat. Now for this title we have to provide some classes. So we'll add these classes, and after that we'll add one button. So we have added the button here, and in this button we have to add a closing icon. So just add X icon from Lucid React. Now for this icon we'll set the width and height, which is 5, and then we will add the on click property in this button. So in this button we'll add on click and simply add on close. So it will close the drawer, and then we'll add the class name also. So just add the class name property and some tailwind classes like this. Right now, after that we have to add the message container. So here we'll add comment message container and create a div. So in this div we will display all the messages. right? And after this messages, we have to display form. Using that, we can add a new message or we can send a new message. So just add the comment here, that is send form. So here we'll add the form tag. So we have added this form tag here. Now let me complete this message first. So in this message container, let me add some classes like this, and then let's add curly braces and use the messages dot length is equal to 0. If it is true, then we'll add the parentheses and create a div here. In this div, we'll add the message, that is no message yet. Then we'll add another message in another p tag. So we have added other message here. Now for this second p, we'll add some classes. So here we have added these classes, and let's add the class name in the parent div that contains both messages. So in this parent div, provide these classes. Save the changes. Now suppose we have some messages, so just add the else statement using this colon and parenthesis. So here we'll add messages dot map, then add the arrow function. Here in this parameter, we'll get individual message and index number. So we have added msg and index. Then we'll add const is me equal to message dot sender id equal to current user question mark dot id. Then we'll add the return, and in this return add a div. In this div we have to add the key property. So the key will be the message dot id or provide the index. Then provide the class name here, and we have to add the dynamic classes. So just add the curly braces and backticks. So in this one, we have added the static and dynamic classes. When is me is true, then we'll add items end, else we'll add items start. Right? Now after that, create a div that contains the sender name and time. So let's add div, provide the span. So in the first span, we have to add the sender name. So instead of sender name, we will add me or you. So let's add curly braces is me. If it is true, then you, else we'll add message dot sender name. After that, we'll add another span. In this second span, we'll add message dot time. So it will display the time. Correct? Now let me provide the classes for this first span, and then we'll add the classes for the second span. Next, we'll add the classes in the div that contains both span. So here we have added the class name property and these classes. Right? Now after that, we have to add our text message, and in the text message we'll add different background color and other color. So we have to add the dynamic classes. So here we'll create another div after this one. Here just add the class name property, and let me add curly braces and backticks. First we'll add some static classes like this, and after that let's add $sign curly braces. Here we'll add is me, and let's add question mark. If it is true, then we will add these classes. Then we'll add the else statement here. If it is false, then we'll add other classes. Now in this div, we have to add the content also. So the content will be the message dot text. Right? And after that, we have to add the message end reference so that we can scroll this message container. Right? So here let me provide a div that will be self-closing div and provide the reference equal to message end reference. Now we have to create our form to send the message. So here in this form, first we'll add the on submit function and call handle submit, then provide the classes. So here we have added these classes, right? And then we have to add the input field. So let me add the input, type will be text. Now in this one we'll add the placeholder also. So the placeholder is type a message. And then we have to add value. So the value will be text. After this value we'll add on change. In this on change we'll add the setter function set text and provide e.target.value. Then provide some classes for this input field. So in this input field we have added these classes. After this input field we have to add a button also to submit the message. So we have added the button tag. In this button tag we'll add the type, it will be submit, and then we will add disabled property. So this button will be disabled when text is not present, right? And after that we'll add some classes for this button. So in this button we have added these classes. Now in this button we have to add one send icon. So let's add the send icon from Lucid React, and for this icon we'll set the width 4 and height 4. And now we have completed the chat panel. Right now we can mount our chat panel in the meeting room. So let's open the meeting room, and here let's mount our chat panel. So just below this comment, let's mount chat panel, and in this one we have to provide some props. So first we'll get the data from our hook, right? So let me scroll up, and here only we will add the comment, that is initialize chat, and then add const curly braces equal to use chat. Use chat has been imported, and in this use chat we'll add the meeting ID and user data. We have to provide the meeting ID and user data, and after that from here we will get the messages, send message function, then unread count, then each chat open and toggle chat. Right now let me just come here and provide the props in this chat panel. So in this chat panel I'll provide is open. Let me add it in the new line. So in this is open we'll add is chat open. After that we will provide on close, it will be toggle chat, then add messages, it will be messages, then on send message, it will be send message, then current user will be user data. Let's save the changes and we will open the web page. So right now the chat drawer is hidden by default, correct? If I just come back here, let's open the meeting room, and from here we will enable the chat drawer. I'll open the use chat hook, and in this one we have added is chat open false. So if I make it true and save the changes, so it should display the chat drawer. You can see in the right side we have this chat drawer where you can see the drawer title. In meeting chat, here we have the input field and send button to send a new chat message, and here we have the chat history in this container, and we have the cross icon to toggle the chat. Right now there is no button to enable or disable the chat because we will create one floating action buttons at the bottom, right? But for now we have added it using the state. Let me add the message here, click send. So you can see it will be displayed in this chat area in the left side with this blue background, and other users chat will be displayed with the gray background, right? Now let me just close it and come back here, and again we'll make it false. So by default the chat drawer will be hidden, and then come here in the meeting room, and you can see after creating this chat panel, here we have to display the participants drawer, it means we have to display the list of participants in the right side. To create our participants drawer, let's open the sidebar, and in this sidebar you will find the components folder, and in this components we have meeting, and in this meeting folder create a new file and write the file name participants list.jsx. Now let's add component structure using RAFCE, and then we'll add some data here using props. So let's destructure the props here. In this curly braces we'll add is open property, then we'll add on close, and let's add the local user, then we'll add local audio, local video. After that, let's add the remote users and meeting host ID. After that, let's come here before this return. Here we'll add if not of is open. It means the drawer is closed. Then simply add return and provide null. And after that, suppose the is open is true, it means the drawer is open. So here let's add one array. We'll add const all participants array, and in this array let's add the first object. In this one we'll add socket ID, it will be local. Then we will add the user ID. So the user ID will be local user.id. Then we have to add the username. So in the username we will add template literal and provide local user.name or u. Then we'll add u. And after that we have to add audio enabled, so it will be local audio. Then video enabled, it is also local video. Then we have to provide the property called is local. So is local will be true. Now after that, here we have to add the comma and provide the spread operator and insert the remote users. So we have added the local user and then remote users. So this is the all participants data that is inside this array. After that, we can display this data on the web page in the sidebar. So let's create that sidebar here inside this div. So let me just copy the sidebar code from the previous file, that is chat panel. So let's open the chat panel and copy this aside tag. So from here, let's just copy this and paste it here in the participants list. Remove this div and paste it here. Now in this one we have this form, so let's remove this form. Before that we have a div for the message container, so remove this message container div. Remove these comments also. So now you can see here we have a site tag with class name. So here we have these classes, we will not change it. Then you can see we have the comment called header, and here we have the div for the header. And in this one we have the title in h3. So in this h3 you can see we have the title called in meeting chat. So let me update it. Here we'll add the participants, and with that we'll add other text. So just add bracket and provide the curly braces, and here we'll display the total number of participants. So just add all participants, that is coming from here, and then we have to add dot length. So it will display the total number of participants. After that, here we have to add the button, and in this button we have on close, so that will close this side panel. Now after that, let me come here. After closing of this div, we have to display the participants or user list in the meeting. So just add the comment called list and provide a div. Now in this div we have to display all the participants, so we'll add some classes, that is the flex classes, and then we'll add all participants dot map. In this map, add one arrow function and get individual participants in this parameter. Next we'll add const is host equal to, use the meeting host ID and participants dot user ID is equal to meeting host ID. So here we'll get the is host either true or false. Now after that, let's add the return, and in the return, let's add the div. So first we have to add the key property in this div. Let's add key, and in this key we'll add participants dot socket ID. After that, provide some classes. So let's add the class name property and provide the flex classes, because we'll display all the details side by side. Now after that, let's add a div where we'll display the icon that will be the user's name first character, right? And after that, we have to add the user's name, and we'll also display the icon if the user is a host. So in this one, we'll add a div, and let's add the text here. So the text will be participant dot username dot char at 0. Then we'll add dot to uppercase, so we'll get the first character of the name, and we have to design it as an icon. So let's add the classes in the div. So in this div, we'll add class name property and provide these classes, so it will be displayed like a icon. And just after this div, create another div and provide the flex and flex column. Here we have to display the name and icon, so just add curly braces, participant dot username, and let me wrap it inside the span tag also. So let's add the span tag, and in this span tag provide this p.username. Correct. Now let's add the classes in this span tag, so provide these classes. Now after this name, we have to add icon. So if is host is true, then only we'll add the icon. So let's add crown icon, and we have to import this icon from Lucid React. Now for this icon, we'll add the width, height, and we'll add the text color. Then we'll provide the title for this icon, that is host. So when you will hover it, it will display host on this crown icon. So we'll save the changes, and just after that, here let me provide another div. Let's move it here. Now it is correct. Let me check it. Here we have a div, then this one for the user icon. So let me wrap this div inside another div. So I'll add a space here and provide a div like this, and here we'll add flex, item center, and gap 3. And in this one, let me provide this icon, that is the user's first name first character. Correct. And after that, let's provide this one also. Just cut this one and paste it here. And now here we'll add another div which is already added, and in this one, let me provide some classes, and we'll add participant dot audio enabled. If it is true, then we will add the mic icon. So just add mic icon and import it from the Lucid React. For this icon, set the width, height, and color. So we have added the width, height for text slate 600. Now we'll add the else statement also. So in this else statement, let me provide mic off icon like this. So if it is enabled, it will display mic icon, else it will display mic off icon. After that, add another curly braces. Here we'll add the same thing. So let's just copy this, paste it here, and update the details. Instead of audio enabled, we will use video enabled. Then we'll add the icon. So let's add the video icon and import it from Lucid React. Import this icon also, and then we'll import the video off icon. So let's add video off icon, and we'll update the color also. It is slate 600 and rose 500. It is correct. Let's save the changes. After adding it, we have to mount this component. So we will open our meeting room. In this meeting room, here we have the comment for the participants drawer. So let's mount our participants list component and provide the props here. So here let's add is open and provide is participants open. Then add the next prop, that is on close. In this on close, simply add a function and use the setter function set is participants open and provide false. So it will close it. Then we'll add local user and it will be user data. After that, provide the local audio. In this local audio, we'll add audio enabled. Then we'll add local video. It will be video enabled. Then we have to provide the remote users. So in the remote users, let's add remote users. After that, we'll add meeting host ID. So it will be dummy user.id. Let's save the changes and open our web page. So here the side drawer is not visible, so we have to display it manually. Let me just come back here and I'll scroll up. Here you can see the is participants open is false. So let me make it true. Save the changes and come back here. We are getting the white screen, so let me inspect it and see the issue in console. It says X icon is not defined, so I think we have not imported it. Let me just come back here in the VS Code and we'll open the participants list. You can see we have the X icon, so just import this icon from Lucid React. Save the changes and come back here. Now you can see the participants list is displayed in the right side. We have total 4 participants. Here we have the name and we have the crown icon. It means this user is the host. And here we have the mic icon and video icon. For other user, you can see here we have mic off icon, and for this user we have video off icon, right? So you can display the users or participants list in the right drawer, and you can also display the chat box in the right drawer. Let me hide it using this cross icon. Now let me just come back and we'll make it false. So by default it will be hidden. So here we have is participants open. Let's make it false. So we have created the side drawer for chat and participants list. After that we have to add the control bar that will be displayed at the bottom. Using that we can control the audio, video, and we can control the chat box and participants list drawer. So here we have to add the bottom floating control bar. For that also we have to create a separate component, right? So let me open the sidebar and our components folder. So in this components folder we have the meeting. So in this meeting we'll create a new file and write the file name controlbar.jsx. After that just add RAFCE for getting the component structure. Now here we will get some data from props. So just restructure the props here. We'll add curly braces and here we'll get the room ID. After that we will get the audio enabled. Then we will get video enabled. Then we will get the on toggle audio, then on toggle video, after that on toggle chat, then on toggle participants, then we will add is chat open, then is participants open, then unread count, then participants count, and then we'll add is host, then let's get the on leave, and after this on leave we will get on end meeting. So we'll get these variables functions from the props. Now after that, let's come here before this return. Here simply add const and create the state, that is copied and set copied, equal to use a state and initialize it using false. Now after that, here we'll add const copy meeting ID. We'll create this function to copy the meeting ID, and in this one just add navigator dot clipboard write text and provide window dot location dot href. Then we have to add the setter function set copied, and we will make it true. Then we have to display the toast notification, so just add toast, import it, and then we'll add the type success and provide the message, that is meeting link copied. Then we have to add the setter function set timeout. So in this set timeout, just use set copied and provide false, and then add comma 2000 milliseconds, that is 2 seconds. Save the changes. Now after that we will come here in the return. In this return we'll add the footer tag. So just add the footer opening and closing tag, and in this footer provide some classes. So we have added these tailwind classes, and then we have to provide the content in different column. So let's add left column or left that contains the info and copy link, right? And after that we'll add the center. So in the center we'll add the controls, and then we'll add the right side. In the right side there will be placeholders, right? So let's add the content one by one in each column. So come here for the left side, we'll add a div here, and in this div provide hidden, and for a small and above screen it will be flex item center gap 3, so it will be hidden on mobile screen. Right now here we have to add the span, and in the span we have to provide the ID, and let's add room ID. For this ID we'll add the classes. So let me just add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. Now after that we have to add one button. We have added the button tag, and in this button tag let's add the button text. So we'll use the ternary operator. So simply add copied if it is true. In this case we'll add the check icon. So just add check icon, import it from Lucid React, and for this check icon provide the width height 3.5 and the color. And if it is false then we'll add colon and simply add copy icon. So we have added the copy icon and import the copy icon from Lucid React. After that let's add the span tag here. In this span tag again use curly braces and copied state. If it is true then we'll add the text called copied, and if it is false then we'll add the text called copy link. Right now we have added the meeting room ID and copy button. Now in this copy button we'll add the on click let's add the onClick property and simply call the copy meeting ID function. Then in this button we'll add the classes also, so provide the class name property and insert these tailwind classes here. Save the changes. Now after that, let's come here in the center control. In this center control, create a div, and for this div we'll add flex, then item centered gap 3 and mx auto and mx0 for small and above screen. Then we'll add the comment here, that is for audio toggle. After that we'll add video toggle, and then we'll add the chat toggle. After chat toggle we'll add the participants toggle, and then we have to add leave/end meeting button. Now let's add the content here. So first we have the audio toggle. So for this audio toggle we'll add one button. We'll add the button tag. In this button we'll add onClick. In this onClick property simply add on toggle audio. Then we'll provide the class name and insert the dynamic class using curly braces and backticks, so we can insert the template literal. So here we will add these fixed classes, and then we'll add $sign curly braces to insert the dynamic classes. Here we'll add audio enabled. If it is true, then these classes, and if it is false, then add other classes like this. And after that, here we have to add the title also for this button. So provide title, and in this title let's add audio enabled. If it is true, then we'll add mute microphone, else we'll add unmute microphone. Now in this button we'll add the icon, so just add the curly braces again and use the audio enabled ? and provide mic icon with width and height 5. Import this mic icon here from Lucid React, and if it is false, then we will provide the mic off icon. So we have added this mic off icon and import this icon also. Save the changes. Now after that we have to add the button for video control. So let me just copy the same button, paste it here. In this one we'll add the function called on toggle video. Then we'll add the classes here. So these are the fixed classes, and then we have the variable. So let me correct this variable here also. Here we'll add audio enabled like this, and here we'll add video enabled. So if video enabled is true, then we will insert these classes, and else we'll insert the other classes which is here after this colon, right? After that we have the title, so we'll check video enabled is true, then we'll add the title called turn off camera, else we'll add the video or title for this video icon, that is turn off camera. Then we have to add the icon here, so again use the video enabled state, and if it is true, here we'll insert video icon, import this icon, else we'll add the video off icon and import this icon also. Save the changes. So we have added the button for toggle audio and toggle video. Now let's come here in the toggle chat. So copy this, paste it here. Now in this toggle chat, add the onClick and provide on toggle chat function, correct? After that, let's use the same classes here also, and then we'll add a state called is chat open. Let me move it here in the new line, and this one also in new line. So you can see if the chat is open, then we are adding different classes. So here we will update the classes like this. So we have these classes here, and if it is false, Then update the classes here like this. After that, we'll add the title. So in the title, simply add toggle in meeting chat. Let's remove it. Simply add toggle in meeting chat. Then we have to add the icon here. So I'll clear this and simply provide the icon, that is message a square icon. Import this icon from Lucid React, and for this icon we have to provide the class that will be width and height. Then we'll add the curly braces and provide the unread count if it is greater than 0 and not of is chat open and this parenthesis. So if we have unread count and the chat box or chat sidebar is closed, then we have to display the total number of unread messages count. So just add the span tag here. In this span tag, simply add unread count, correct, and provide some classes for this span. So let's add these classes. Let's save the changes. So we have added the toggle chat button. After that, we have to add the toggle participants button, which is here. So I'll copy the same button, paste it here. Now here we will update the function. So it will call this toggle participants function. Then we will update the state here, that is participants open. So if the is participants is open, we will insert these classes, and if it is false, we will insert the other classes, which is here. And here we'll update the title. So the title will be toggle participants list. Then we'll add the icon here. So just add the user icon. Instead of message a square icon, we'll add the user icon and import it. Next, we will add the span tag again. And from here, we can remove this curly braces. Simply add a span. Now in this span, provide these classes and provide the participants count. So it will display total number of participants here in the span tag. That's it. Now after that, let's scroll and you can see we have the next comment for leave end meeting button. Right. So here let's add curly braces and provide is host. So if is host is true, in this case, it will end the meeting, and if it is false, it will leave the meeting. Right. So let's add a button here. Right. And then we'll add the colon for else statement, and here also we'll add the another button. Now in the first button, we'll add on click. In this on click, add on end meeting, and in the second button, we will add on click and provide on leave. Correct. Now we'll add the classes in these buttons. So in the first button, we'll add these tailwind classes and provide the classes in the second button also. So in the second button, provide these classes. Now we have to provide the title. So in the first button, we will add the title called in meeting for all, and in the second button, we'll add the title like leave meeting, so user can leave the meeting. And after that, we have to update the button icon. So for button icon, here we'll add phone off icon, import it from Lucid React, and for this one, just add the width and height 5. Then we have to provide the span tag with the message. So just add a span, and the message text is end meeting. And for this end meeting text, we'll add the hidden, and for MD it will be inline. So it will be hidden on phone screen. We'll only see the icon. Now come here in the second button. In the second button, simply add the icon. So copy this icon and paste it here. That is phone off icon and width height. Right, save the changes. Now let's come here in the right placeholder. So simply create a div here, and in this one add the span. In this span we'll add meeting room. Now for this span, let me provide some classes, and in the div also we'll add hidden, and for small and above screen we'll add block width and text right. Let's save the changes. After that, let's mount this component also in our meeting room. So just open meetingroom.jsx, and after this comment, let me provide control bar component. So we have added control bar component, and in this component provide the props. So first we'll add the room ID. So the room ID will be meeting ID or dummy meeting details dot meeting ID. Then add next property. The next property is audio enabled. Let's add audio enabled. Then we'll add video enabled. It is video enabled. Then we'll add on toggle audio. It will be toggle audio. Then on toggle video. Here we'll add toggle video. Then on toggle chat. Let's add toggle chat. After that we'll add on toggle participants and create one function, and simply use the setter function set is participants open, and here let's provide the previous data, and it will return not of previous. Then we'll add is chat open. So in this is chat open, just add is chat open. Then we have to add the is participants open. It will be is participants open. Then we'll add unread count. In this unread count we will add unread count. Then we have to provide the participants count. In the participants count we'll add curly braces 1 plus remote users dot length. Then we'll add is host and provide is host. After that provide on leave. In this on leave provide handle leave. Then we will add on end meeting, provide handle end meeting. Let's save the changes and open our web page. So you can see here we have these controls. Let me refresh it. So we are getting these controls, but our main videos are hidden. Let me fix it. I'll come back to the VS Code. To display our video chats, we'll come back to the VS Code, and you can see here we have added this bottom floating control. Let me remove it from here and just move it after this div and place it just before the last closing div. Save the changes and come back here. So now you can see the controls are coming at the bottom, right? And here you can see we have the button to copy the meeting ID. You can see meeting link copied. Then we have the icon to enable microphone, right? And then we have the icon to disable video or enable video. You can see it will disable the video, camera is off, correct? And if I enable it, the camera is on, right? It works fine. We can enable or disable the audio also. Here we have the toggle chat option. If I click here, it will open the chat box in the right side. Let's click here, it will hide it. Now let's click here on this icon, so it will enable the participants list in the right side and it will hide it. And if I click on this end meeting, it should end the meeting, but we have to write the functionality for this button. We have just created the empty function, so we'll add other code in that function. Before creating that function, you can see the participants list is coming at the right bottom, which is 4. Let me move it at the right place. So I'll come back here in the VS Code, open control bar, and you can see here we have the comment code for participants toggle, and here we have a button. So in this button we'll add relative. Save the changes and come back here. So now you can see we have count 4 on this user icon. It means we have total 4 participants. If I click here, it will display the participants list. If I click on chat icon, it will display the chat box also. Let's click here to close it. Now we'll come back here in the VS Code and open our meeting room. In this meeting room, you can see we have added the empty functions for handle leave and handle meeting end. So let's complete these functions also. So in this handle leave, let me provide the toast notification. So just add toast dot success, or we can simply add the notification using toast and provide the message called you left the meeting. And after that, provide the navigate. So we can redirect the users on new page. So just add /dashboard. So after leaving the meeting, user will be redirected to the dashboard. And here we have handle end meeting. So this function will be executed when the host leave the meeting. So it will end the meeting also, right? So here we'll add end meeting function. Call this end meeting function. And after that, let's add toast notification. So in this toast, we'll add meeting end date for all participants. And after that, let's add navigate and navigate the users on dashboard. Let's save the changes. Now after updating this, we'll come back here, and now let me try these features again. We'll click on this icon, so it will mute the audio. If I click here, it will turn off the camera, and after that, if I click on this icon, it will toggle the meeting chat, and if I click here, it will toggle the participants list. And if I click on this end meeting, you can see the notification meeting end date for all participants, and we are redirected to the dashboard. It works fine. Now after creating our meeting room, let me commit the changes and review our code. So I'll come back here and click on this source control icon, and we'll provide the commit message. Created meeting room UI, commit and sync changes. So it will commit the changes in development branch. And after that, let me open our GitHub repo. So let's open and click on this compare and pull request, and then click on this create pull request. So now we have created a new pull request, and once we create the pull request, the CodeRabbit will start analyzing our code. So you can see it is still running. You can see the CodeRabbit is running here and it is analyzing our code. You can see the message, some checks have not completed yet. It is running, and we have to wait for a few minutes. Now you can see the review has been completed by CodeRabbit, and here we have the review summary, right? And here we have some suggestions. So we have some suggestion in this controlbar.jsx file. Here you can see it says one minor issue, and we can skip this, which is minor issue. Let me go to the next suggestion. So we have suggestion in web RTC page. So here it says stop a stream that resolve after cleanup. So we will fix this issue after integrating the backend. So for now we can skip this resolution. Then we have some suggestion in this file also, and we can see all the changes, suggestion and improvements in this change stack also. So let's come here in the review change stack. Let's click here. So after opening the change stack, you can see the changes that we have made. So we have updated our dashboard.jsx file, added these lines, right? And here we have the description for the changes. Let's see the other pages also. So we have added the changes in this file, and we have the entire details about all changes in the right side. Let's see the next page. So in this one also you can see the comments for the added changes, and we will find the suggestions also. You can see here we have the suggestions and improvements fix. Now after that, let's go to this overview. So you can see the overview. We have two minor suggestions that we have already discussed, and here we have the major issue also that we will implement after creating our backend server. And after that, let me go to the CodeRabbit dashboard, and in this dashboard you will find this review, and under this review we have the triage. Let's open it. So in this one you can see first the CodeRabbit will find the changes if we are committing lots of changes in multiple files, so it will prioritize the review. So right now we have only few pages, so you can see it will prioritize the review. So right now we have updated the code in few pages, so it will prioritize the pages. Right now we have updated few pages only, so if we have updated multiple pages, so the CodeRabbit will analyze and add the priority for the review like P1, 2, 3, 4. Right now we have only one priority here for the meeting room UI. Amit, correct here. Start again from this file, that is triage. Okay, Amit. So now in this triage page, you can see we have different priorities. So CodeRabbit will analyze if we have multiple PR, right? So it will prioritize our PR based on the changes. So it will first analyze the PR and it will divide the priority. So we have only committed one, so we have only created one PR, that is this created meeting room here, that is created meeting room UI. And here we have some details also, like it needs human review and it is low risk and it is a standard review. After that, in this dashboard only you will find the security. Let's open it and overview. So it will scan your repository, and the CodeRabbit provide AI deep scan, security peer review, dependency vulnerability scan, and SBOM generations, and secret detection. Security features are currently, Amit, correct here. Start again. So in this security feature, you can scan the repository, and the CodeRabbit provide AI deep scans, security peer review, dependency vulnerability scan, SBOM generation, and secret detection. After that, let me just come back here on our pull request on GitHub repo, and let me merge the changes in main branch. So I'll click here, confirm merge. After that, we'll come back to the VS Code and click here and select pull. So it will pull the latest changes. So now we have completed the chat room UI, and after that, let me open the web page. So after creating this chat room UI, next we have to create our other page. So I'll go to pricing. So we have to create our pricing page. To create this pricing page, let's come back to the VS Code. Now open the sidebar and pages. In this pages, you will find pricing.jsx. So here, let me add the page title and some description. I'll clear this div, and for this div, we'll add the classes to provide the background color and maximum width and height. So we have added the class name property and some tailwind classes. After that, add the header part that includes the title and subtitle of this page. So for this header, provide the margin bottom, and then we'll add the title in h1 tag. So the title is upgrade your plan. Then we'll add the subtitle or small description in p tag. So we have added one small description here. Next we have to provide the classes here, so just add the class name and add these classes in the title. And next we have to add the font size for this description also. So we have added text small and text color and margin top. Let's save the changes and we will come back here. So you can see here we have the title and subtitle, and at the bottom we have this copyright message. Next we have to display the pricing table. So in this project we are going to use color for the subscription billing. So let me open the color dashboard again, and in this one we will go to configure, and from here we can enable the subscription. So let's go to billing and subscription plans. So here we'll create our subscription plan. So first enable the billing using this button. Here you can see we have to create our pricing plan. So we already have a free plan here. You can see plan name free. So let me open it and we will update the features included in this plan. So you can see the features. So let's add the features one by one. So here we'll add the first feature, that is SD quality. Let's click on create. After that we'll add the next property or next feature. So click here and add the feature name. So in the free plan we can only create 30 meetings. Create this feature. Now we have two features, that is SD quality and 30 meetings. After that we'll add the next feature. The name is maximum 10 participants. After that we'll add next one, that is no recording. Let's add the next feature, limited chat history, and after that we'll add maximum 30 minutes duration. So we have added the features for our free plan, that is SD quality, 30 meetings, 10 participants, no recording, limited chat history, and 30 minutes duration. Click on save. Now after that let's come back here in the plans and create our premium plan. So click on this button, create plan, and write the plan name. So I'll write the plan name premium. After that you can add the description also, and you can also enable the free trial of this plan. So let me click here. So you can enable the free trial like 10 days, 14 days. So we have added 14 days free trial, right? Now after that you can choose the billing period. You can choose billing period monthly, or you can also provide monthly and annual option. So you can also add the monthly fee and some discounted fee for annual plan. So let me add the monthly fee $9, and if user subscribe for the annual plan, then we'll add the discounted fee. So you can see here we have added monthly fee $9, and if user subscribe for the annual plan, their monthly cost will be $8, like this. So you can add the discounted price for the annual billing. After that let's add the features here. So click on this add feature, and in this one let me add the feature name. Let's add first feature. So I'll go to this new feature and add HD quality, create. Then we'll add unlimited meetings. Click here and add unlimited meetings. After that we'll add 100 participants in this premium plan. Then we'll add the meeting recordings. Then chat history. And then we'll add no duration limit. So there is no duration limit for this premium plan. So we have added all the features. Click on save. So now we have created our pricing plan, And after that, if I come back here, you can see we have free plan and premium plan, right? Now you can see the message here, billing for users is inactive. So we have to enable the billing. We have just created the subscription plan. So I'll come here in the settings and click on this enable user billing and click on save. After that, here you can see we have another toggle button, required payment method for free trial. It means you can enable the payment method verification to subscribe for the free trial, right? And after that, you can see we have two payment method or payment gateway, that is a Stripe account or Color payment gateway. So we are going to use the Color payment gateway, which is already configured here. We don't have to do anything. Now we have to mount our pricing table. So we can simply use this pricing table component, right? So let's just copy this component and open our VS Code. And just after this div, we will mount this pricing table and import it. So let me import this here using import curly braces from and provide at color/react. And here let's get the pricing table, save the changes, and after that we will open our web page. So if I open this web page and refresh it, here you can see we are getting the pricing table. We have free plan and premium plan. Right now the free plan is active, and in this premium plan we will get the HD quality, unlimited meetings, 100 participants, meeting recording, chat history, and no duration limit. And you can see right now the price is $8 when we will make the payment annually, right? And if I toggle this, so it will be billed monthly, and the price will be $9 per month. And with this plan we are getting the 14 days free trial also, right? And if I click on this user button, manage account, here you can see we have another section called billing. So from here also we can change our plans. We can subscribe to the plan or we can change the plan details. Here we have the statements, payments, history, and we have the option to switch the plan from here. Correct. Now after that, let me show you the another feature in this subscription billing by color. I'll come back here and let me show you this discounts. So here you can create the discounts also for your subscription plan, and we have different options, like you can set the percentage discount or fixed amount discount, and we have another option also like promo code discount. So you can also create the promo code that user can add during the checkout. Correct. Now let me just come back here and I will enable this premium plan. So simply click on this start 14 days free trial. After that, it will open the checkout model where you need to provide the card details to verify your card and subscribe for the free trial. So you can see here we have the pay with test card option. So let me click here. It will enter the test card details and subscribe the premium plan. Let's click on continue. Now after that, if I open the manage account, then billing, you can see the premium plan is active and right now we are in the free trial. So we have successfully enabled the pricing and subscription in our video conferencing app. Now you can see in this navbar we have the dummy name. So we have already logged in, so we can display the username also in the navbar, and here also we can display the name and email ID. For that, we'll come back to the VS Code, and first we will protect our route. So just open the components, and in this components you will find protected route. Just open this one, and here let me get the data from clerk. So just add const curly braces equal to use auth, and you can see the use auth has been imported from clerk/react. Now in this one we can get is loaded and is signed in. Now let's add if statement if not of is loaded. In this case, we'll display the loader. So just add the return and provide our component. So let me add the text first. Let's add the text loading, and instead of this text we can create our loader component also. Now let's add the another if statement here. We'll add if not of is signed in. If loading is true but is signed in is false, in this case we'll add the return and provide navigate from React router DOM. In this navigate, provide the two property that will be login and then space replace, and then we'll add the return outlet. Right now let's replace this loading text with the component. So let me open the sidebar. Here you can see we have the components folder. In this one we have the loader.jsx. So let me complete this one. In this one, let's add the curly braces and provide text. So provide the text loading, and after that here we'll add a div with some classes. So we have added these classes in this div. After that we have to add another div in this loader, and here we have to add the tailwind classes like this. Next we will simply add the loading animation. So create a div here and use the self-closing div, because here we have to just add the classes. So provide the class name property. We will set the width and height and round full, so it will be a circle. Then we'll add the border and border color and animate a spin. Now after that here we have to add one icon also. So let me provide video icon from Lucid React, and for this icon set the width height 6 and color primary and position absolute. Now below that we'll add the text also. So we have added the p tag and provide our text. For this text we'll set the margin from top, then add the text size, font weight and color, and animate pulse. Save the changes. Now let me mount it here. Instead of this loading text, we will mount our loader component. So let's add loader and mount it here. Save the changes. Now in this loader we will add the text as props. So here simply add authenticating. Save the changes. Now after that, if I come here, refresh it, you can see we have the loading animation with the text authenticating, right? And after that it will display this page. Now let me update the names here on dashboard and this navbar. So come back here in the VS Code. Let's open the navbar. From this sidebar we'll open the navbar.jsx, and in this navbar.jsx you can see we have the dummy user data and fixed value true for is signed in. So let me remove it, and here simply add use user and import the use user. You can see use user has been imported from Clerk. Let's call it. We will save the changes, and after that if I open the web page, you can see in the navbar we have the name called GreatStack. So we have the complete message, welcome GreatStack. Now we will update the message here on this dashboard. So I'll come back here and open the pages and dashboard.jsx. Now here also you can see we have added the user and dummy user. So just remove this dummy user and provide use user. Import the use user and call it. Use user has been imported from Clerk/React. And now if I come back, click on refresh, We are getting the white screen. So we have to get this use user in curly braces. Save the changes. And now let's see. You can see we are getting the message here, hi GreatStack, and here we have the updated email ID also. You can see logged in as and this user ID that we have used to create our account on this application. Now we have to create our next page, that is sessions. So I'll click here on the sessions. So we have to create our sessions page. So let me just come back to the VS Code, open the sidebar and pages and sessions.jsx. Now here you can see we have a div. So let me change it. Let me use main tag, main opening and closing tag. Now in this one we'll add some classes. So just add the flex 1, then we'll add the maximum width, width full and mx auto and some padding. Next we have to add the title and navigation. So just add the comment, that is page title and navigation header. So just add one link tag from React Router DOM. We'll add the link opening and closing tag, and within this link we'll add the icon. So let's add the arrow left icon. Import this icon from Lucid React. In this icon we'll add this size 14, and this icon will be used to go back to the previous page. So just add the text here, that is go to dashboard, and here we'll add the to property. In the to property we have added dashboard, so it will open the dashboard when we click on the back arrow icon and this text. Next provide the classes in this link tag. So in the link tag we'll add the class name property and these classes. Next we have to add the page title and description. So after this link we'll add a div, and within this div add the h1 tag for our title. So the title is meeting sessions. After this title we'll add the description in p tag. So here we have added one small description. Let me provide the classes for these title descriptions. So first start with this div, then add the classes in the title, and then we'll add the classes in the description. Save the changes and open the web page. So you can see this is our sessions page where you can see go to dashboard link, then title, meeting sessions and a small description. Correct. After that we have to display the content when there is no session, it means empty session. Then we'll display the session card, like it will display all the previous sessions, and then we'll add the session details model that will be displayed when we click on any session, right? So we have to create these 3 different components and we will mount the component here. So let me provide the comment first. So just after this div we will add comment session grade / empty state. So we have added the comment here, session grade / empty state, and after that we have to use the session data to display our card. So let me just come here and get the session data from the asset, that is the dummy sessions, right? So just add const sessions equal to user state, and in this user state we'll add dummy sessions and import the dummy sessions from the asset. After that let's create one state here. Just add const selected session and setter function name is set selected session equal to user state and provide null. So there is no selected session and we have the all sessions data in session state and provided the dummy state here. After that here we have to add the navigate function. So let's add const navigate equal to use navigate from React Router DOM. Correct. After that let me come here and provide the curly braces. and use the sessions dot length. So if the length is 0, it means there is no previous session. So in this case, here we will add another component. So let me provide the text only for now. We'll add the text called empty sessions, right? And then we'll add the else statement, provide the parentheses here, and here we have to display all the sessions list. So just add the div. In this div we'll add all our sessions. So just add session card, and after that we have to display the models when we click on any session, when we select any session, right? So just before this closing main tag, we will add the comment that is session detail model and provide the text for now, that is session detail model. If I open the web page, you can see here we have session card and session detail model, because we have some data in the session state, right? And in this session state, if I provide empty array, you can see here we are getting the empty sessions that is coming from this one, from this ternary operator. Now let me provide the dummy data, and I'll provide a new component for our empty session. So open the sidebar, then come here in the components. In this components, let's create a folder. So create a folder with the name sessions. In this sessions folder, create our first component with the name empty sessions. So just add empty sessions.jsx, then add RAFCE for creating the component structure, and let's create a div here, and in this div provide some tailwind classes. Then we have to add the title when the session is empty. So we will insert the title in S3 tag, that is no meeting history yet. Then we have to add the description also, so provide one p tag for the description. After adding the title and description, provide the classes also. So just add the classes for the title, and then we'll add some classes for this description. Next we have to add the link that will redirect the users. So after this p tag, provide a link tag. We have added the link from React Router DOM. In this link we'll add a text called a start a meeting, and then we'll add the arrow right icon. Import this icon from Lucid React, and in the icon we'll add the width and height, that will be 4. So this is the link tag. Now in this link we'll add the to property that will open the dashboard using /dashboard. Then provide some classes in this link. So just add the class name property and these tailwind classes for this link. So we have added the content for empty session. Save the changes, and let's open our sessions.jsx and provide the empty array in this state. Save the changes and open the web page. Let's refresh it. Still we are getting this message because we have not mounted our component. So scroll down, and here we will mount our component that we have just created. So remove this text and provide empty sessions. Save the changes, and now you can see the message no meeting history yet, and one small description and the button called a start a meeting. When we click on this one, it will open our dashboard. Let's go to the session again. So when there is no session, it will display this message. Now we'll come back here and provide some dummy data. So let's remove it and provide dummy sessions. then it will be removed. And here we are getting the session card. So we have to create our session card component. So I'll just come back here in the VS Code and open the left sidebar, components and sessions folder. In this sessions folder, create a new component with the name sessioncard.jsx. Add RAFCE, and in this one we will get some data as props. So just destructure the props here in this curly braces, provide session on open details on rejoin. So we have these details that we are getting as props. Now after that, let's add const is ended equal to session.status equal to ended. So if the status is ended, it will be true, else it will be false. So if it is not ended, then there will be a rejoin option. Now come here in the return. In the return, we already have a div, so let's add the classes in this div. Correct. Now we will add one more div here, and in this one we have to provide some space, so just add a space y3. Next, let's create one div that will display the session ID, then we'll display the session status like it is ended or active. So add a div here, and within this add the span tag, and in this span provide the ID colon and insert the session dot meeting ID. And after this span, create another span tag. In the second one, we have to add one more span, and let me provide curly braces is ended. If it is true, then we will add the text called ended, else active. Right now we have to provide the classes here, so start with this div and provide class name flex item center justify between. Now provide the classes in the span tag that display the ID. So in this first span, provide these classes. Now we'll add the dynamic classes here in this span. It will be different for different status like ended and active. So just add the class name property, and to insert the dynamic classes we'll add curly braces and backticks. So we can insert the template literal here. So we have added these fixed classes, and then we'll add $sign curly braces and use is ended state or variable. So if it is true, we will provide the background slate 500/5 and text slate 500, else we will provide the other color. So just add this background and text color. Now we will come here in this another span and provide the class name again. In this class name, add the curly braces backticks and add the size and rounded full. After that, insert the template literal using $sign curly braces and is ended. If it is true, then provide the background slate 400, else we will add the another background color. We will save the changes. So we have added this data, and after that let me mount this component. We'll open the sessions.jsx, and here only we will mount this session card component. So let's remove this p and use the curly braces sessions dot map, and in this map simply add the arrow function and provide the parenthesis. So here we'll use the session card component. Mount this component and get the individual session in this parameter. Correct. After that, here we have to add the props. So first we'll add the key property. So the key property will be our session dot id. Then add the session here. In this session, simply add the session. Then add the on open details. So here we have to create a function and insert that function here. Then we'll add on rejoin. So on this rejoin, just add the arrow function, and in the parameter we will get the meeting ID, and then let's add navigate function, and then we'll add the backticks slash meeting slash, then add $ curly braces meeting ID. So it will open this path when we click on rejoin. After that, let me create one function that will help us to open the details of this session. So just scroll up. Here we'll add const open session details equal to arrow function. In this function we will provide the session ID, and then just add const session equal to sessions.find. In this find, add arrow function again and get the individual session as parameter, and then add session.id is equal to session ID, or session.meeting ID equal to session ID. Now after that, just add if statement. If session is true, then just add the set selected session and provide this session. Save the changes. So it will add the session here in this state. Now let me just copy this function on session details. Let me see, open session details, and add it here. Save the changes and let me open the web page. So you can see here we have 3 sessions. We have to update the classes in this session card. So I'll come back to the VS Code again and open our session card component. In this session card, you can see we have added this first div. In this one we have another div that adds some space, and here we have a div to display the session ID and a status. Let's come back here and see we have this ID and a status in the right side. Correct. So let me just come back to the VS Code again. Here you can see we have added another session, and within this session we have this text. So just remove it and add it here, and remove this closing tag, and let's provide this self closing span tag like this, because we have to create one dot. Save the changes and come back here. So now you can see the status looks good, like ended, active and ended. After that, let's add the other details. So come here, and after closing of this div, add the text in S3 tag. So this text will be session title. So let's provide the session dot title, or provide the instant meeting. Now for this session title, provide some classes. So we have added these classes. Save the changes and come back here. So you can see here we have the session title. After that, let's come back, and here we will add the p tag. Now in this p tag, first we'll add the icon that will be the calendar icon, and get this calendar icon from the Lucid React. For this icon, set the width height and color. So we have added the class name to set the width, height and color, and after that we have to display the date and time. So just add curly braces, new date, and provide the session dot created at, then dot to local date string. In this one we will add undefined, and after that provide one object. In this object we will add the format. For month it will be short, then add day numeric and year numeric and hours 2-digit, and minutes or minute 2-digit. Save the changes. Now let me just come back here on our web page. So here you can see we have the calendar icon and this date time. Let me just come back to the VS Code. In this p tag, let's add the class name property and these classes. Save the changes and you can see the size and alignment for this date time is good. After that, just come back here, and here before the last closing div, here we'll add the stats. So just add the comment stats row and create a div. Here we will add the grid layout. So just add the class name and these grid classes, and then create another div here. Here we will use the flex layout. So provided the flex classes, and in this one we have to add the icon that will be the user icon. So import the user icon from Lucid React and then add the width, height and color that will be primary for this icon. Then we'll add the span tag. In this span tag we'll add the strong tag. In this strong, let's add session dot participants dot length or 0, and after that we will add the space and participants. So it will display the total participants list or number. So it will display the total participants number and provide the classes here and provide the font semi-bold and text slate 900. And after that let's save the changes and come back here. So you can see here we have the total 4 participants, correct? Let me just come back to the VS Code. Right now you can see the alignment for all the session card is vertical, so let me align it horizontally. We'll come back to the VS Code and open our session.jsx file. You can see we have added this div. So in this one simply add the classes and insert the grid classes. So just add grid, then we'll add the grid calls 1, then grid calls 2 and grid calls 3 for different screen size and provide the gap 6. Save the changes and now you can see the alignment is looking good. So we have total 3 cards here. Now let's add another stats in these cards. So let me just come back here, open the session card.jsx. So here we have added the first card, first stats, right? After that, let me just duplicate this one only, paste it here. In this second one, use the same classes, then add the different icon. So just add icon here, that is user message square icon, and then the text color will be primary and width height same 4. Then we'll add the session dot message dot length. So it will display the total messages length or 0, and then we'll add the text called messages. Save the changes and open the web page. So you can see it should display the other stats here. Let's see what we have added here. Here we have added this icon, then span, let me inspect it. User message square icon is not defined, so we have to import it. It will be message square icon only. Just add message square icon and import it from Lucid React. Save the changes. Now you can see here we have the message square icon and total 4 messages, right? So we have added 2 stats, right? Let's come back. Here we will add the action buttons. So after this div and before the closing div here, we'll add the comment, that is actions, and create one div and provide the same classes. And after that we'll add the button here. So just add the button tag, and in this button tag we'll add the button text called view details, right? And after that just add curly braces, not of is ended. So when the meeting is not ended, in this case there will be option for rejoin. So just add the button and provide the button tag, and let's add the button text called rejoin. Save the changes and come back here. So you can see here we have view details, view details, view details, and in the second one you can see one more text called rejoin. Now we'll add the classes for these buttons. So come back here, and in the first button let's add on click. In this on click just add the arrow function, and it will call on open details, and here we have to provide the session.id, correct? Now provide the classes also for this button. So provide the class name property and these tailwind classes. Now come here in the second button, that is rejoin button. Here also we'll add on click. In this on click again add arrow function and simply call on rejoin. In this on rejoin again we have to add the details like session.meeting ID. Then add the classes in this second button. So provide the class name property and these classes, save the changes and open the web page. So you can see here we have view details and rejoin and view details. So this button size is very big, so let me fix it. I'll come back to the VS Code. Here in this previous button we have added this double quote. Let me remove it. I will save the changes and open the web page again. So now you can see the button size is perfect. Here we have view details in the first one and last one, and in this second card we have 2 buttons like view details and rejoin. So if we click on this rejoin, it will open the same meeting again, and let's click on end meeting. Let's come to sessions, and here we have 2 other cards that have the button called view details. When we click here, it will open the model to view the entire detail of this meeting or session, and you can see the status, it is ended and ended. The second one is active. So we have to create this session model or session detail model. For that also we will create a component. So I'll come back here in the VS Code, and let's open the left sidebar, components and session, and create a new file and write the file name session detail model.jsx and add rafce. In this session detail model we will get some data from props. So just destructure the props here. So first we will get the session. We will get the session details here so that we can display it on our pop-up or model. Then we will add onClose function. After that, here we'll add if statement. If not of session. So if we don't get the session data, then simply add return and provide null. Now after that, we'll add one variable is ended. We'll add the const is ended equal to our session dot status is equal to ended. then it will be true, else it will be false. Now after that, here we have a div. So in this div, provide the tailwind classes using this class name and provide another div here, and in this second div also add the class name property and then add these tailwind classes. Now within this we have to add the header of this model. So let's add the comment, that is model header. After that we'll add the tabs. So for the tab there will be a title and content. So let's add the comment for tab title, and after the tab title we'll add the tab content. So in this one we have to display two data, that will be chat list or chat messages list, and we will also display the users list or participants list. For that we'll create the tab. So in the tab title we'll add the messages and participants, and then we'll display the content there. Now let's add the header content. So for adding the header, just add a div, and in this one we will add these tailwind classes. Correct. Now after that, here we have to add the content in the first div, and after that we have to add one button. So this button will be used to close this model, right? So now let's add the content here in this div. So create another div and provide flex item center gap 2, right? And after that, in this one we have to add the session ID, that will be the meeting ID, and then we'll add the status, either it is active or ended. So for that, add one span. In this span, just provide id colon session dot meeting ID. Let me remove this curly braces from here and here also. First we will add the ID and then curly braces session dot meeting ID. Now provide the classes for this span. So in this span we have added the class name property and these classes. Now we have to add another span tag where we will display the status, either active or inactive. So just add curly braces is ended. If it is true, then we'll add the status ended, else we'll add the status active, and provide the classes also. So just add the class name property and then add curly braces backticks. First we'll insert some fixed classes and then we'll add the dynamic classes using this $sign curly braces and use is ended variable. If it is true, then we will insert these classes, and else we will add the colon and provide other classes like this. Now after that, just come here. After this div, we'll add the title in h2. So the title will be session title. So simply add curly braces and insert the session dot title, or we will add meeting details. Correct. Now we'll add some other text in p tag. So we have added a p tag here, and in this p tag simply add host, then we will add session.host.name, or let's add host. Then we'll add one dot here and provide created, and then we'll add the time. So just add curly braces new date. In this new date, just add session dot created at, and then we'll add two local string. Now provide the classes in our title. So we have the title in h2. In this one we have added these tailwind classes and then provide the classes in this p also. So provide class name and these tailwind classes. Save the changes and let's update our button also. So in this button just add X icon and import the icon from Lucid React. Let's add X icon and we are not getting the suggestion, so scroll up and here let's add import curly braces from Lucid React and provide X icon. Now we can use this icon here and close this tag. For this icon we have to provide the width and height, that will be 5. Next we will provide the on-click property in our button. So in this on-click simply provide on close. Next we will add the classes. So just add the class name property and here we will add these tailwind classes. After that we'll add area label in this button. So we have added close session details. Let's save the changes. Now let me mount our component on our session page. So just open session.jsx and here at the end you can see we have the p tag. Just remove it and mount our session detail model. Import this model and provide the props here. So the props will be our session and it will be selected session. Then add on close and in this on close just add one arrow function that will call set selected session and provide null. That's it. Save the changes and open our web page. So now you can see we don't have that text here, and if I click on this view detail you can see we have this model that contains the ID and the status is ended. Here we have the title and host name and created date time. Let's close it and click on the second one. You can see the second meeting ID and the status is active and other details, and click on cross. It works. Next we have to add other details, like we'll display one tab where we can display the chat messages and participants. So just come back to the VS Code and open session details model.jsx. So here you will find this comment called tab title. So here just add a div. In this div provide the flex layout and provide one button inside this div. So we have added a button tag. In this button tag let's add chat transcript, then add this curly braces inside the bracket and provide the session dot messages dot length. Then we'll add or 0. So we have to display chat transcripts, and with that we'll add the number of chat messages. And in this button add the on click. So here we have to create the tab. For that we'll create one state that will switch the tab. So to create the state, let's come here and provide const active tab, and the setter function name is set active tab equal to use state. In this use state we will add the chat. So initialize it using chat. By default the chat tab will be active, right? Now let's come here and here just add the setter function in this on click. So add arrow function and set active tab and provide the chat. Next we will add the classes. So add the class name property, and to insert the dynamic classes add backticks and this curly braces. Now in this one, just add the fixed classes first. So these are the fixed classes, and after that add $sign curly braces. Here we can add variables, so just add active tab equal to chat. In this case, we have added these tailwind classes. Then we'll add colon for the else statement, and in this else statement add other classes. Save the changes. So we have updated our first button. Now let me duplicate this button, paste it here only, and in the second button we'll add set active tab setter function and provide the value participants. After that, here we have the class name, so let me use the same classes. We have the border, then cursor pointer and transition all, right? After that we will use the active tab if it is participants. In this case we will add the border primary and text primary, else we will add the border transparent, text slate 500 and hover. Correct. After that we will update this message, that is participants log, and then we'll add the session.participants.length. Save the changes and let's open the web page and click on view details. So you can see here we have tabs like chat, transcript and participants log. If I click on second one, you can see it becomes active. If I click on first one, it becomes active. Works fine. Next we have to display the content for these tabs, like we can display the content for the chat messages or participants list. So let's come back here, and here we have another comment called tab content. So create a div and provide the flex layout here like this, and then we'll add curly braces and provide the active tab equal to chat. So if the chat is active or chat tab is active, then we will add the parenthesis, and here let's add the message called chat list. Then we'll add the colon and parenthesis. Here we will add the participants list, right? So just add the participants list. Save the changes and come back here. Now if I click on chat transcript, here we have the chat list. If I click on participants, here we have the participants list, right? Now instead of adding this text, we'll create the separate component for it, right? So I'll come back to the VS Code, and let me open the sidebar, and in this one we have the components folder, then sessions. So in this sessions, create a file and write the file name session chat tab.jsx. Then write RAFCE for creating this component. Now in this one, just get the data as props. So just add curly braces and provide the messages. And if the messages is not provided, then it will be empty array. So we have added the default value empty array. Now we'll add the if statement here. So just add if messages.length is equal to 0. In this case, we will add this curly braces and provide the return. And in this return, just add one div. Here we have another div also, that is in another return. So we have added if statement when the messages length is 0. In this case, we have a div, and in this div provide the tailwind classes, and after that we have to add one icon. So let me provide icon from Lucid React, that is message square icon, and import it from Lucid React, and close this tag. Here we'll add the width and height 8, then we'll add the margin bottom, and then text slate 300. Then we'll add one text also. So our text is no chat messages were recorded in this meeting session. So we have added the icon and text when the chat messages length is 0. Now suppose we have some chat messages available. So come here in the another return, and in this another return add the space y3, then add the messages array dot map, then create the arrow function with this parenthesis. In this parameter we will get individual message and index. Then we will add a div, and in this div first we will add the key property. So the key will be our index. Then we will add the classes. So add the class name property and provide the background color, then some padding, and added the border radius and border color. Now we'll add another div, and in this one we have to add the flex layout. So just add the class name and flex layout here, and after that we have to add a span. In this one we'll add the sender name. So just add the span tag, curly braces, and just add the message dot sender name. After that add another span, and here we have to add the date time, correct? So just add curly braces, new date. In this new date we'll add message dot timestamp, then we'll add dot to local time string, and here we'll add empty array, comma, and provide one object. In this object just add the hour 2-digit and minute 2-digit. Now let's add the classes here. So we will start with our first span. So in this first span add these classes, and now we'll add the classes in the second span tag, which is here. Save the changes. Next we have to add the content, that will be the message content. So here let's add a text in p tag. This will be message.text. Next we will add the classes. So let's add the class name property, and here we have these classes. So in this session chat tab.jsx we have this if statement. Let me just copy it and paste it here in the session participants. Let's remove this if and paste it here. Now let's update the data. We will add participants dot length is equal to 0, then return and return this div. In this div we'll add the user icon. So just remove this icon and provide user icon from Lucid React, and the height width will be same and color will be same. Just update the message here. So the message is no participants logs recorded. Save the changes. Now after that let's come here in the another return, but before that here we'll add const host id equal to the host dot, just add question mark dot id. Now after that in this one we will add the a space. So just add a space y 2.5, and after that let's add our participants array. So just add the participants dot map, and in this map add the arrow function and this curly braces. Now here we'll get individual participant and index number, and then simply add const participant user id equal to the p dot user dot id or p dot user. Then we will add const is host equal to boolean and provide the host id and participant user ID and participant user ID dot to string equal to host ID dot to string. So here we'll get the is host either true or false. Now after that, in this one we'll add another return. Just add the return, and here just add one div. Now in this div I'll provide the key property. So this key property will be our index. Then add the classes. So just add the class name property and provide the flex layout with item center, justify between, and we have added the padding, border radius, background, and border color. Then we will add a div where we'll add all the details, and then we'll add the span tag to display the join date and time. So we have added the div for the details, and then we'll add one span for the date time. Now in this div we will add the classes like class name property and provide flex, item center, and gap 3. So first we have to add the name. For adding the name, let's add a div curly braces p dot name. If it is available, then we'll add p dot name dot char at 0 dot to uppercase, else empty string, or we'll add question mark. So it will display the first character of the name, and we have to design it as an icon. So let's add the classes in this div. So let me add the class name property and provide these classes. Now it will be displayed like an icon. Now after that we'll display the user's name, and we'll also display the user is host or not. So create one more div and simply add the span tag. In this span we'll add p dot name, that is participant's name. Then we'll add is host. If it is true, then we'll add one icon. Let's add crown icon and import this icon from Lucid React. Then add the closing tag, and for this icon just add the width, height, and text color. Then we'll add the title host. Now just add the classes in this span. So we'll add the class name property and these classes. So we have added the name and crown icon if the user is a host. Now after this span, just add curly braces and use the p dot user question mark dot email. And if the email is available, then we will add the span tag. And in this span tag, just add p dot user dot email. And for this user email, we will add some classes. So add the class name property and provide text extra small and text color. Now come here in this span where we have to add the joining date time. So let's add the text called joined, then curly braces, add the new date, and in this new date we'll add participant dot joined at. In this joined at we'll add dot to local time string. Now in this one just add the empty array, and then we'll add the object, and here in this object we'll add the hours 2 digit and minute 2 digit. Now add the classes also. So add the class name property, text extra small, text color, and font mono. Let's save the changes, and after that we have to mount this component. So just open the session detail model.jsx and remove this p tag. Instead of this p tag, just add the session participants tab. Close this tag and provide the props here. So just add the participants. It will be session dot participants. Then we'll add host. In this host property, we'll add the session dot host. We will save the changes and open the web page. Now if I click on the first card view details button, you can see here we have the chat history and then we have the participants list, and you can see in the first participant we have this crown icon because this participant or user is a host of this meeting. And here we have the join time at the right side. This icon is not looking good, so let me fix it. I'll come back to the VS Code. Scroll up. We will open the participant tab. In this participant tab, we have a div with p.name and first character of the name. And after that, we already have these classes. So in this div, we have added one extra inverted comma. Let me remove it and correct this one. Save the changes and come back here. So now you can see we have one icon here with the first character of the name. Let's go to the second meeting card or session card. Click on view details. Here we have 3 participants and only 2 messages. Let's go to the third one. Here you can see only 1 message and we have 2 participants, and this user is the host of this meeting. We have the email ID also. So now we have created the session page. So we have created our login page, then we have created the dashboard, sessions, pricing, and after that we have created our meeting page also, which is here. So here user can join the meeting and all the participants screen will be displayed here. Now we have the controls also, like we can mute the audio, we can turn off the camera, we can open the chat box, then we can display the list of users and we can end the meeting. So finally we have completed the front end of our video conferencing app. Next we have to create the backend server, but before that let me commit these changes and review our front end code using CodeRabbit. So I'll come back to the VS Code and click on this source control icon, and here we'll add the message. Front end completed. Commit changes and sync changes. And after sync, let's open our GitHub repo. Here you will find this button, compare and pull request. I'll click here and then we'll click on this button, create pull request. So we have created a new pull request. After creating the pull request, you can see the CodeRabbit will start analyzing our code and it will suggest the changes or bug fix if there is any bug. So we have to wait for few minutes. Now you can see the review has been completed by CodeRabbit, and here we have the review summary and here we have the change stack. So click here to view the change stack and you can view the changes here also. So here we have the suggestions for different files. So we have the suggestion for this loader.jsx and this is minor. So we have to update the CSS code here. By mistake we have added this. So let me fix this code. I'll come back to the loader.jsx in the components and remove this double quote from here. Save the changes and after that let's see, this loader animation is looking good, right? Now after that let's open the review. So we have the next suggestion for this session model. You can see it is suggesting to add the role and area model for the keyboard accessible model behavior, right? And after that we have the suggestion for this dashboard.jsx, and it says this primary email address can be null for signed in user, but the clerk will always provide the primary email ID, so we will not worry about it. Let's come to the next suggestion. We have the major issue for this session.jsx, and it says we are using the dummy session, so it will always initialize with dummy session. So we are going to remove this one after creating the backend server. So we will keep it like this. And if you want to see the more details about this review, you can go to change stack, and here you will find the entire changes, and you will find the explanation for each changes in the right side, and you can interact with the chat agent also to understand any review. And after that, let me just come here in the repo, and we will merge these changes. So click on this button, merge pull request, and confirm merge. It's done. Now we'll open the VS Code and click here and select pull, so it will pull the latest changes. So now after creating the front end, next we have to create the backend server. So let's close all the files. So right click here and select close saved, and we have created our front end in this client, right? So let's fold it, and here we will create the folder for our backend server. So let me create a folder in this root folder, that is meetup. We'll create a new folder and write the folder name server, and here we will create our backend server. To create our backend server, we are going to use Express. So first we'll create the main file. So in this server folder, we'll create a new file and write the file name server.js. After that, right click on this server folder and select open in integrated terminal. So it will open a new terminal. You can see now we have two terminals. In the first one, the front end is running, right? It means the client project is running here, and here we have the another terminal, and right now you can see we are in the server path. So here let's type npm init-y. Just add this command, and after that you will find one package.json file in the server. Let's open this package.json. So in this one you can see we have the name, then version, description, and main file is server.js. Now after that, here we have some scripts. So let me remove this test script. We will only keep this a start script, and after that here you can see we have the type. So if the type is not available, you can add it manually also, and in this type we have the value common.js. So we will change it. We'll write module, save the changes. Now after that, in our backend server we have to add some packages. Using that we will create the backend server. So just open the terminal again, and here let's add the packages name. Install the packages using npm install and write express. So we will add the express for creating the server. Then we'll add the cors. This cors package will help us to connect the front-end server with our backend. It will allow multiple domains. Now after that we'll add the next package, that is cookie parser. Then we'll add .env and simply press enter. So it will install these dependencies, and after installing it we will create one more dependency, or we will install one more package. So just wait for a few seconds. Now you can see these packages has been installed. Let's add one more package, and we will install this package in the development dependency. So just add npm install dash d, and then we'll add package name nodemon. So when we add this nodemon package, we can start our backend server or restart the backend server whenever we will make any changes in the project, right? So after adding it, let me hide this, and you can see here we have this start script. So let's add another script. Just copy this one, add a comma and paste it here. Here we'll add a script name called server. So if I type server, and here we have to update the value. So instead of node, we'll add nodemon. That's it. So when we will start the project using npm run server, it will execute this nodemon server.js, and it will automatically restart the backend server whenever we will make any changes in the code. Now let's start the backend server, but we have not created it, right? So let me open the server.js file, and here let's create the basic express server. So just add import express from the express package. After that, we will import .env/config. Then we will import the cors. Next, we'll create the express instance. So just add const app equal to the express. Next, we will add the app.use, and in this app.use, just add the cors. And in this cors, let's add the object and provide the origin. In this origin, we can add multiple domains that we want to allow, right? And let's add the string and provide the next property, that will be credentials. So we will make the credentials true. Then only it will support the cookie parser. So here we have to add the list of origins. So let's add one variable here. We'll add const allowed origins equal to, and we will add the origins list in the .env file. So let's create one .env file in this server. Create a new file and write the file name .env. Now after that, just add one variable here, or environment variable called origins equal to, and here we can add the domains that we want to allow. So our front end is running at this URL, as you can see, localhost port 5173. So just copy this, add it here. So we have added our first domain. Similarly, you can add other domain also. At the end, you can see we have /. So we can remove it and simply add the comma, and after providing the comma, you can add other domains also. So let me add one more domain that will be our backend server that will run on localhost 3000. Save the changes and let's come here, and we will import the allowed origins here. So just add process .env .origins, and then we'll add .split. In this split, simply add this comma. So we'll get all the origins here, and it will be added here in the origins. So just copy and paste it here, that is allowed origins. After that, we'll just add app.use, and in this app.use, just add cookie parser, and we have to import this. So you can see the cookie parser has been imported from this cookie-parser package. Now simply call it, save the changes. Next, we have to add the app.use, and in this one simply add express.json. So all the requests will be parsed using this JSON method, correct? Now after that, here let's create the first route or our basic route. So just add app.get, And in this get we'll add the path, it will be /, then add the comma, and after comma provide one arrow function. So we have added this function, and in this function parameter we will get the request and response, and this function will return the response with send method, and in this send method simply add the text called API is live. So we have created the first route. Now after that, let's create the port number. So we will write const port equal to process dot env dot port. If it is not available in the environment, we'll add the 3000 port number. Next, we have to start the server. So to start the server, we'll add the app dot listen, and in this app dot listen just provide our port, comma, and add the arrow function here that will get executed after starting the server. So in this arrow function just add console.log, and in this console log provide the template literal, and message is server is running at localhost and the port number. Save the changes. So we have created basic express server. After creating this basic express server, let's start the backend server using this terminal. So in this terminal simply add npm run server, press enter. So it is starting our backend server, and now you can see the message server is running at this URL. Now let me just copy this URL and open it in the web browser. So if I open it in the web browser, here you can see API is live. So this message is coming from this first route or default route, which is here. You can see API is live. It means we have successfully created the basic express server. After that, we have to connect our project with a database. To store our project data, we are going to use Neon. Neon is a fully managed serverless Postgres database designed to help you build a scalable and reliable application faster. It comes with powerful features like branching, auto scaling, and a serverless architecture that handles infrastructure for you. Neon also offers a free plan where you can create up to 100 projects and store 500 MB of data in each project. So just click on the link given in the description and sign up on Neon for free. So just open this website and then click on sign up. Let me log in with my existing account. I already have an account here. So I'll continue with my Google account. After sign up, it will ask you to create a project. So let me add the project name Meetup. And after that, from this drop down, you can choose the nearest region, and then let's click on create. After sign up, let me close this model, and here you can see we have the button for connect. So if I click here, we can generate the connection URL. But before that, let me show you the documentation that will be used to connect your project with Neon database. So we have multiple methods to connect with this Neon database. So let me find the docs. Let's open Neon website, then go to docs, and then open products and Postgres. After that, in the left side, you will find the connection methods, and in the connection methods, let's find the Neon serverless driver. So we have multiple methods here, right? So we are going to use this Neon serverless driver. After that, here you can see the steps. So first we have to install this driver using this command npm install. Let's just copy this and open our VS Code terminal. Let's open the terminal, and here the project is running in the backend server. So just add Control C to stop it, and then write npm install at neon database / serverless. Press enter. That's it. Now after that, I'll come back here and see our next step. So the next step is to add the database URL. So we will add this database URL in the environment variable. So I'll copy this and open the VS Code and .env file. And here start the project again using npm run server. Open .env, and here just add the environment variable name database URL. So to get the database URL, open the neon dashboard or console and then click on connect. After that, you can see here we are getting the database URL. So this URL contains the username and password to connect with the database, right? So let me just copy this. Here we have the drop down and we have the name connection string. Here you can see we have the connection string. So let me just copy this connection string. I'll select this one and copy. After that, open the VS Code, and in this .env file we will paste this connection string like this. Save the changes, and after that let's find the steps to connect it. So scroll down, and here you can see we have the code that we can use to connect with the neon database. So just add this import statement in our code. Let me create a new file for the connection configuration. So just open the server. In this server, create a folder called config. In this config folder, create a file and write the file name db.js. Now in this db.js file, I'll provide this import statement, and let me just copy these two lines. That is import neon from neon database / serverless, and after that we will add the SQL neon and provide the process.env.database URL. But before that, we'll add one if statement also. Let's add if not of process.env.database URL. If the environment variable is not available, then we'll add one message with error. So just add throw new error, and the error message is database URL is not defined in environment variables. And suppose it is available, in this case we will add this SQL neon and this database URL. Now we can use this SQL to connect with the neon database. So let me export it so that we can use it in any other file. So just add export const. So we have added export const and SQL. Now after that we have to add the table also, so that we can store the data in database. Right now if I open the neon console, you will find the tables. So you can see there is no table here, right? We have the option to create table. So let me create the table using this script. Here we'll add export async arrow function, or let me add the regular function. Just add export async and provide a function and write the function name initdb. Now in this one we'll add the try catch, and after that we have to add the SQL queries. Using that we can create the tables, right? So we have already added the queries in the asset. If you open the downloaded asset file or folder, you will find dbtables.txt. So in this one, you can see we have the SQL query like create table if not exist user, and it will create this user table. Then we'll create the another table called meetings, then another table for meeting participants, and this is the last one for meeting messages, right? So we have to create these 4 tables. So we already have the SQL query here. So let me just copy this complete SQL query from here that we have downloaded, and then paste it here in our config. Let's paste it inside this try block. So in this try block, we have added this await SQL, right, and provided the query to create the table. Now after that, come here in the catch block. If we get any error while creating the table, that will be cached here. So here we'll add console.error, and then we'll add throw error. That's it. So after adding it, it will create the tables in our Neon database. Now we have to call this function, that is initdb, that will instantly create all the tables. So just open the server.js file, and after creating this app instance, here just add one comment, that is connect to Neon and initialize tables. So here just add initdb and call this function. You can see it is imported here from the config/db file. So let me add the complete file name, that is db.js. Make sure to add the file name extension also. Save the changes, and now if I come back here and let's refresh it. So you can see now we have 4 tables like meeting messages, then meeting participants, meetings, and users. So all 4 tables has been created. You can see the table data also. I mean table title. You can see we have the ID, name, email, image, plan. Let's go to meetings. In this one we have the ID, meeting underscore ID, then title, then host ID and status. Similarly, we have the meeting participants where we have the ID and user ID, name, and joined at. Then we have the meeting messages, and here we have the sender ID, sender name, and text. So we have connected our project with the Neon database and created the tables. Now we can store the data in our Neon database. Now let me just come back to the VS Code. After connecting the database with our project, next we have to store the data, and we are going to store the user data, and we are creating the user account using Clerk. So we have to integrate the Clerk in our backend server also. For that, let's open the web browser and we will open the Clerk docs. You can see the URL clerk.com/docs, and here we will go to left sidebar, and in this drop down we will choose Express. Now you can see the title Express Quick Start. Scroll down, here we have the steps. So first step is to create one Express app. So we already have the Express app. Then we have to install the Clerk for Express. So just copy this command. Let's copy and open our VS Code, then open the terminal. In this terminal, the backend server is running. So let's add Control C. It will stop the server, and add this command npm install Clerk Express. Press enter. After installing it, again we can start our backend server using same command, that is npm run server. So just wait for a few seconds until it install the Clerk. And till then we can see the next step also. So the next step is to add the API keys in our environment variable, that is .env file. So we already have the publishable key and secret key with the value. So we just have to copy this. Let's click on this copy icon and come back here. You can see the package has been installed in our backend server. So just start the server using npm run server. After starting the backend server, we will hide this terminal. Let me wait until it has start the server. You can see server is running. Hide it and open .env, and in this one just paste the environment variables that are color publishable key and color secret key, right? After adding it, let me see the next step. So you can see the next step is to add the color middleware. So we have to import the color middleware first. Just copy this import statement and open the VS Code and main file, that is server.js file. In this one, just add this import. After that, just call this color middleware inside this app.use. So just copy this app.use and we will add it here. Just after this express.json. Here you can see we have added app.use and color middleware. So now this color middleware will provide all the auth data when we will access the backend server from our client. So it will provide the authentication data in our backend server. Next, we have to store or update the data in database whenever we will create a new account using client. For that, we have to set up the webhooks, right? So let's open the sidebar. In this sidebar, we will create the folder structure for our backend server. So we have the server folder. In this server folder, we'll create the folder called controllers. After that, let's add another folder and write the folder name middleware. Then we will add another folder and write the folder name routes. Correct. Now we have to create our controller file in this controller folder. So we'll add the webhook controller. So just come here in the controllers, create a new file and write the file name webhookcontroller.js. Now in this file, we have to create the controller function to control the webhook event. For that, let me come here in the color documentation and here we'll search for webhooks. You can see the first option, sync color data to your app with webhooks. Just open it and here you can see we have these steps. So first we have to generate the webhook signing secret and add it in the environment variable. So let's just copy this environment variable name and open the vscode.env file and add it here, webhook sign in secret equal to, and here we have to provide our secret key. Then come here and in this document you can see we have to create our webhook controller function and provide the route like this /API/webhooks, and here we will add express.raw and then provide our function. This will be asynchronous function. In this function, we'll get the event using await, verify webhook and provide the request in this webhook. So let's create this function and create the route also. I'll come back to the VS Code. And in this one, just add export const and the function name is handle color webhook equal to asynchronous arrow function, and in this function parameter we will provide the request and response. Right now, after that, let's create the route also for this webhook. So open server.js file, and in this server.js, before this express.json, here we have to create our route, because here we will add express.raw instead of json. So just add app.use and let's provide the endpoint. So I'll provide the endpoint slash API slash clerk, and then we'll add the comma, and here we'll add express.raw and provide the object with type application slash JSON, and then add comma here and provide our controller function. So just add handle clerk webhooks controller. You can see handle clerk webhook has been imported from the controller folder webhook controller.js file. So we have created the route for the clerk webhooks, and now we'll complete this function. So in this function we will add the try catch statement, and in this try block just add const event equal to await and provide verify webhook, and we have to import this verify webhook here. So here just add import curly braces from and provide the package, that is @clerk slash express slash webhooks, and just add verify webhook. Now in this one we have to provide our request. That's it. Now from this event we will get the event type. So we will add const event type equal to our event dot type. After that we need the data, so just add const data equal to this event dot data. So now we have the event data and event type. After that we will add switch case, so just add switch, and in this switch we'll add the first case and provide user dot created. We have to subscribe this event. Let me subscribe the event first, then only we will create it. So let's remove it for now, save the changes, and to subscribe the event we need the webhook URL. So just open the terminal. Here you will find ports and click on forward a port, right? And after that here we'll add the port number 3000. Press enter, then allow. After that we have to authorize it using GitHub. So just click on this continue. You need to provide the account details and then click on authorize Visual Studio Code. You can see the notification at the bottom right side, and now you can see port forwarding is added here, and right now the visibility is private. So I'll click here and select port visibility and change it to public and continue. So now you can see here we have port forwarding and visibility is public. So here we have the link. Let me open this link. After that I'll click on this continue. So you can see at this URL it says API is live. So now this is the backend link or backend server link, and here we'll add slash API slash clerk. So this will be the endpoint of clerk webhooks. Now just copy this URL and open the clerk dashboard. Then go to configure. In this configure we'll open developers, then webhooks. Here you can see the button called add endpoint. So click here and provide the URL that you have created. So this is the port forwarding URL, and then slash API slash clerk. After that here we have to choose the events. So in this list you will find user events, search for user, and you will get user created, deleted and updated, right? So just choose all these event. So simply click on this create button, and now we have created the webhook secret key. You will find it here, sign in secret, and click here to reveal it and copy this one. It is copied. After that, let me just open the VS Code. Then we will open .env file, and in this .env file we will write or paste this secret key. After that, let me complete our controller function. So in this controller function we will add the code for each cases. So just provide switch statement. So in this one we will add event type, right? And based on this event type we'll add the code. So first we'll add the case 1, or in this case we'll add user.created. This will be the event type user.created, and with that we'll add the next case also. So just add case user.updated. So for these both case we'll add the same code. So here we'll add curly braces, and let's provide const user id equal to our data dot id. Then we'll add const primary email equal to data dot email addresses question mark dot index 0 question mark dot email address or empty string. So now we have the user ID and primary email. In this primary email we have added data dot email addresses dot index 0 dot email address or empty string. Then we'll add name. So let's add const name equal to backticks and provide $ curly braces data dot first name or user. Then provide the space and $ curly braces and provide data dot last name. Next we will add the image. So just add const image equal to the data dot image URL, or we will add empty string. Then we will add const plan. So let's add the plan equal to free. After that, here we will add the SQL query to add the user data in database. So just add await SQL and get it from the config folder. You can see it is imported from config. Here we'll add the file name extension .js. Right now, after that, here let's add backticks, and we will insert the query. So just add insert into users, that is the user table, ID, name, email, image and plan. Then just add the values. So we have added the user ID, name, primary email, image and plan. After that, just add on conflict, email, do update set. Here we will provide ID, then we will add name, image, plan and updated at. After that, here we'll add the semicolon and provide break. Now here we have added the same statement for user created and updated. So what will happen? It will add the free plan when the user gets updated. So let me write it separately. So I'll just make a copy of it. And in the previous one, I'll remove this case called user.created. So this first one is only for the user created. And in the next one, we will write case, that is the event type user.updated. Right? And in this user update, we will remove this plan and remove the plan from here also and here also. After that, we have one more plan data, remove this one. That's it. Save the changes. So we have added both case user dot created, it will store the user data in database, then user dot updated, it will update the data in database. Next we have the third event, that is user dot deleted. So let's add the next case and write the event user dot deleted. Now in this one, just add const user id, and we will get this user id using data.id, and after that we will add the if statement. In this if statement, we will add user id. If the user id is available, then only we will add await, and we have to delete the particular user data from database. So just add SQL and provide the backticks and add delete from user where id is equal to, and let's add the id using template literal and insert the user id here inside the variable like this, and after that simply add break. After that, here we have the default case. So in this default, just add console.log, and we will add the message unhandled clerk webhook event type and provide the event type here, and then we'll add the return statement for this try block. So just add return and provide response dot status 200 and the JSON with one object, success true and event type. Now if any error occurs in this try block, then catch block will be executed. So in this catch block, we'll add console.error and then add the return statement with response.status 400 and this error message. Save the changes. So we have created the controller function, right? And now whenever we will create a new user, that user data will get saved in the database also. So let's try it. We will come back here. Let me open the terminal first to verify everything is working or not. You can see the backend server is running successfully and the client is also running here. So let me hide this terminal and we will open the clerk dashboard. In this clerk dashboard, you can see already have one user. So let me just delete this user because I'm going to create the account using the same email ID. So I'll delete it. And after that, just come here in the front end. So you can see we are already logged out when we open this website because our account is already deleted. So we'll go to sign up and click on this continue with Google and we'll sign up for a new account. So now we are successfully logged in. After creating the account, you can see the account details here. We have the name, email ID and manage account. And after that, let me verify the account data in the dashboard also. So just refresh this clerk dashboard. In this one, you can see a new user has been created, right? And after that, we will verify the data in Neon database. So just open the Neon console. Here we have the tables. So just click on this refresh icon. Then I will open the users. So in this users data, you can see here we have the user ID, the name is GreatStack, and here we have the email ID that I have used to create the account, and here we have the image, that is the image from clerk, and the plan is free. So when you will create a new account, then the plan will be free. So the account creation is working fine, and we have implemented the clerk webhooks that will store and update the user data in database. After creating the authentication functionality in the backend server, next we have to create the controller for meeting so that we can create the meeting functionality. But before creating that, let me commit these changes and review our code. For that, let's open the sidebar And you can see here we have this server folder. So in this server folder, we will create a new file and the file name will be .gitignore. In this gitignore file, let's add node_modules, and we'll also add .env. So it will exclude these files and folder. After that, let's click on the source control icon, and here we'll add the commit message. So just add created backend server and implemented clerk webhooks. To store data on Neon database. Then click on commit. Sync changes. After that, we will open the GitHub repo. So here you can see we have this button. Click on this compare and pull request and click on create pull request. So now we have created a new pull request. After creating the pull request, you can see the code rabbit is working and it is analyzing our code. And after analysis, the code rabbit will provide the improvements and bug fix if there is any bug in our code. So we have to wait for few minutes to get the complete review by code rabbit. Now you can see our review has been completed, and here we have some suggestions also. So we have some suggestion for this webhook controller.js file. Here we have one major issue. It is suggesting to use the ID for the check. We are checking the conflict using the email, right? So we have to replace it using ID. So let me implement these changes. We'll come back to the VS Code and we will open the code, that is webhook controller.js. And in this one, instead of this email, we will add ID. So we have added it in the user.created, and then we'll go to user.updated. Here also we will add ID, right? And after that, let's see the next suggestion. So we have the major issue in this catch block. Here we have to add the error object. So just come back here and you can see we are returning this error. So we'll add it here also, error. Save the changes and let's see the next update or suggestion. So we have to update our package.json file. In this one, we have to define the node version. So just add this property in the package.json file. So we'll open package.json and here let's provide this using comma. Save the changes. Now let me just come here and see the next suggestion. So we have one major issue for the server.js file. It is suggesting to add the await before this initdb. So I'll come back here and open server.js file and here we'll add await initdb. Save the changes. So we have implemented all the suggestions and here we have proposed fix also, right? You can see we can implement the changes using this suggestion also. And if you want to see the review in more details, you can go to GreatStack and here you will find the changes in each pages, and with that changes you will find the description also for each line, and you can also interact with the chat agent to understand the review. And after that, let me merge these changes. So I'll click here on merge pull request and confirm merge. Now we'll come back here and let's click here and select pull. That's it. So after creating the backend server, integrating the Neon database and implementing the clerk webhook controller. Next, we have to create the APIs for the user meetings. To create the meeting functionality or meeting API, let's create the meeting controller. So in this controllers folder, create a file and write the file name meetingcontroller.js. Let's open this file. By mistake, we have created the folder. Let me delete it and create a file and write the file name meetingcontroller.js. Now in this file, we have to create different controller function. So just add the comment here, that is create meeting. So first function will be used for creating a new meeting. So just create and export a function. Let's write export const create meeting and add a function. Now in this function parameter, we will get the request and response, right? So here we have a function for creating a new meeting. Now let's add the comment for the next function, that is get meeting by ID. So just copy this function and change the name. It will be get meeting. Now just duplicate it. Here we will add the comment, that is get all users meeting sessions, right? And here we'll add get user sessions. It will provide all the meeting sessions of particular user. Now let's duplicate it. In the next one, we will add the comment, that is get meeting session details by ID. So by meeting ID, it will display the complete session details. So just add the function name here, that is get session details. After that, just duplicate it, and here we will add the comment, that is get plan and meeting statistics for user dashboard, and we will add the function name get meeting stats. So we have to create all these functions. Now let's start with the first one, that is create meeting. So in this create meeting, just add try catch statement, and in this try block, first we need the meeting title from the request. So let's add const title equal to request.body. After that, we have to find the user ID. So the user ID will be added in the request automatically using clerk. For that, we have to add a middleware that will check the authentication and insert the user ID. So let's open this sidebar. You can see here we have the middleware folder. So in this middleware folder, create a file and write the file name auth.js. Now in this auth.js, we will create one function. So just export const protect and one add a function with the parameter request, response and next function. Now here we will get the auth data. So just add const auth equal to get auth, and get auth has been imported from clerk express. And in this get auth, we have to provide our request. Now we will get the auth details. Now from this auth details, we can find the user ID. So just add const user ID equal to this auth dot user ID, or the request dot auth dot user ID. Now just add the if statement. If not of user ID, it means user ID is not available. In this case, just add the return with the response 401, and then we'll add the JSON with the error message not authorized, authentication required. Now suppose the user ID is available, then simply add the request.user property, and in this user property we will insert the user ID with the ID. Let's add the property name ID, and this will be user ID, right? And after that, we will call the next function. So this middleware function will be executed before executing our protected route. So this meeting route will be protected, right? And here we have to get the authentication data or user ID from the request. So let's add const user ID equal to our request dot user, and this user property will be added using the middleware, and here we have one object with the ID property, right? So now we are getting the user ID here. After that, we have to fetch the user details and plan. Before creating the meeting, we have to fetch the user data, and we'll also check the plan. So just add comment fetch user details and plan, and just add const user equal to await, and let's use the SQL and import the SQL from the config folder /dv and provide .js file name extension. And after that, just add the backticks and provide the SQL query, that is select name, comma, plan from users, and where ID, and to insert the ID we will add $, curly braces, and just add the user ID. So for this user ID, it will return the name and plan. Now here we are using the await, so in the function we'll add async. So it will be a asynchronous function. Now let's add this async in other functions also, like this get meeting, then get user session, then get session details, and get meeting stats. So in all function we'll add the async. Now after that, we will check the user plan. So just add const user plan equal to this users index 0, then dot plan or free. So here we will get the plan detail. Then we will add the comment check meeting limit per calendar month. So first we'll check the user have already reached the maximum limit or not. So let's add the if statement and provide user plan is equal to free. So when user is in the free plan, in this case, just add const monthly count result equal to await and add the SQL and provide backticks. Then add select count star as count from meeting table, and after that just add where host ID is equal to user ID, and after that we'll add and created at date truncate month now. So we'll get the total number of meeting created for this user in the particular calendar month, and after that just add const monthly count is equal to parse int, and just add this monthly count result index 0 dot count, or just add 0. Now we will add the if statement and we'll check the monthly count is greater or equal to 30. So if the user have already created 30 meetings, in this case we cannot create a new meeting because the limit is already reached. So just add return a statement and provide the status response.status 403 and then JSON. In this JSON, add the object where we'll add the error message. After that, we will add the limit reached true. Then we'll add monthly count, and after that we will add limit 30. So in the free plan we will set the limit 30, and if they reach already 30 meetings, then they cannot create a new meeting, right? Now after that, just come here before the catch. After adding this, here we have to generate the meeting. Suppose user is in the premium plan or user have the monthly count less than 30. In this case, we can generate a new meeting. So first we have to generate the meeting ID, and to generate the meeting ID, let me create one separate function. So scroll up and here just add one arrow function, just add const generate meeting ID, and in this one we'll add const chars equal to and provide all the alphabetical characters here, and then we'll add const segment equal to arrow function. Here we'll add the parameter, and then we'll add array dot from, and then we'll add the object where we'll add the length. It will be len that we have provided, and after that just add the comma and add the arrow function. In this function just use the chars, then math dot floor, and in this one just provide math dot random multiplied with chars dot length, and at the end we'll add dot join with empty string. Now after that we'll add return, and in this return we'll add the backticks and provide $sign curly braces. Just add the segment and 3, then dash $sign curly braces and provide segment 3, and again add this one. So we have added return, then backticks. It will be closed here. Now it is correct. Here we have the segment 3, then again we have added segment 3 and segment 3. So it will create total 9 character meeting ID with 2 dash, right? Now let's use this function to create our meeting ID. So let's scroll down, and here just add let meeting ID equal to generate meeting ID function, and after that we have to ensure the meeting ID is unique. So just add one comment here, ensure unique ID, and here we'll add let existing equal to await. Then we'll add the SQL and backticks, insert select ID from meeting where meeting ID equal to meeting ID. So we'll provide this meeting ID and search the meeting ID in the database, and after that just add while, just add existing dot length is greater than 0. So whenever we have the data available, in this case we will generate a new ID. So just add meeting ID equal to generate meeting ID. It will generate a new ID, and again we will check the existing data. So just copy and paste it here, that is existing equal to await SQL, and find the meeting data using this meeting ID. right? Now after that, just add const meeting equal to await, then SQL. It means after generating the unique meeting ID, we will save the meeting data in database. So we have added SQL, and here we'll add the SQL query, that is insert into meetings. It means it will insert the meeting data in meetings table. Here just add meeting ID, title, host ID, and status. These data will be saved. Just add the values. So we have added the values, meeting ID, title, if the title is available, else it will add instant meeting, then user ID and active. After that, just add the returning. In this returning, we will add the ID, meeting ID, title, host ID, a status, and created at. It will return these data that will be added here in the meeting. Now after that, just add const host name equal to the users index 0 and provide the dot name or host. After that, we have to insert the host into participants. So let's add the insert host into participants. Here we'll add the await SQL and provide insert into meeting participants. Then we'll add meeting ID, user ID, and name. After that, just add the values. So in the values, let's provide meeting ID, user ID, and host name. So this host will be added in the participants table, correct? And after that, we can send the response. So just add response.status to not one, and then we'll add dot JSON and provide one object where we'll add the meeting property. In this meeting property, return the object with the ID. It will be meeting.id. Then we will return the meeting ID. It will be meeting.meeting.id. Then we'll add title. It will be meeting.title. After that, we'll add the host. It will be meeting.host ID. And then we'll add a status. A status will be meeting.status. And then we'll add created at. It will be meeting.created at. Now let's come here in the catch block. In this catch block, just add response.status 500 and JSON with the error. Save the changes. So now we have created our first controller. Using that, we can create a new meeting, right? After that, let's come here in the second function. Scroll down. You can see we have the second function called get meeting. So using this function, we can get the meeting for particular meeting ID. So just add try catch statement, and in this catch block we'll use the same statement. So just copy and paste it here. That is response status 500 JSON error.message. Now come here in the try block. In this try block, we will get some data from request. So we need the meeting ID. So just add const curly braces meeting ID equal to the request dot params. So from the request params, we'll get the meeting ID, and after that, just find the meeting data from the database. So just add const meetings equal to await SQL and backticks. Here just add select m.star u.id as host user ID and u.name as host name, and then u.email as host email. Then we will provide from meeting m, and then we'll add join users u on m.hostid equal to u.id, and then we'll add where m.meeting id equal to, and provide the meeting id from here. So we have added the SQL query to find the meeting data from the database. Now let's add the if statement. If meetings.length is equal to 0, it means we could not find any meeting data using this meeting ID. Then we'll add return with the response.status 404, and message is meeting not found. This is the error message. Now suppose the meeting length is greater than 0. In this case, we'll add meeting equal to meetings index 0, right? And after that, here we will add if statement. Just add if meeting.status is equal to ended. In this case, just add return response.status 400 and provide JSON with the error this meeting has ended. After that, just add response.json. If the status is not equal to ended, in this case, we will add the response.json and provide the meeting details. So let's copy it from here, copy and paste it. And in this one, we will update the data. It will be ID, meeting ID. Then meeting ID will be meeting.meeting underscore ID. Then title will be meeting.title. Then we will add a status. Let's remove it. Just add the status. It will be meeting.status. Then created at, it will be meeting.created underscore at. And here we will add the host. Now in this host, just add the ID. ID will be meeting.host user ID. Then we'll add the name. It will be meeting.host name. Then add email. It will be meeting.host email. And we have already added the statement in this catch block. So we have created our controller function to get the meetings, right? Now after that, let's come here and see we have the next function called get user sessions. So it will return all the sessions list, right? So just add the try catch statement and copy this statement in the catch block, correct? After that, let's complete our try statement or try block. So here we will get the data from the request. So just add const user id equal to request.user.id. This user property will be added using the middleware. After that, just add the comment, that is fetch meetings where user is host or listed in participants, right? So just add const meetings equal to await. Then we will add the SQL and backticks. Here we will add the query. So you can pause this video and write this complete SQL query. Select distinct m.id, then m.meeting underscore id, m.title, m.status, m.created at, and m.ended at, then host id and u.name as host name, then u.email as host email from meetings, m join users u on m.host id equal to u.id, and then we'll add left join meeting participants mp on m.id equal to mp.meeting id, where m.host id equal to user id or m.user id equal to user id. Order by created at descending. So we have to add this SQL query, and here we'll get the meetings list, correct? After that, just add one variable, all right, const formatted meetings. equal to await, then just add promise dot all, and here just add the meetings dot map, and in this map add the arrow function and provide the asynchronous arrow function. Then we'll get individual meeting here in the parameter. Now just add const participants equal to await SQL and backticks and provide the SQL query. So we have provided these SQL query here, and after that just add const messages equal to await and then add SQL and backticks. Now in this SQL again add the SQL query for getting the messages. So we have added this SQL query. Now after that just add the return, and in this return we have to provide the ID. This is m.id, then meeting ID, it will be m.meeting_id, then title, it will be m.title, then we'll add a status, it will be m.status, then created at, it will be m.created_at, then ended at, it will be m.ended_at. After that we'll add the host details. So I'll copy the host details like this, copy and paste it here. So we have added the host property, it will be ID, and the ID will be m.host_id, correct? Then we'll add name, it will be m.host_name, then email will be m.host_email. Then we have to add the participants details also. So just add participants property, and for this one just add the participants dot map, create the arrow function and add the parenthesis and object. Now here we'll get the individual participant, and in this object here we'll add user property, it will be p.user_id. if it is true then add ID, and the ID will be p.user_id, email will be p.email, else we'll add null, then add comma, here we'll add name, so just add p.name, then we'll add joined at, it will be p.joined at, then left at, it will be p.left at, and after that we will add the next property, that will be messages. So for messages also we'll use the messages array.map, create the arrow function with the parenthesis and object. Now get the individual message here, and it will return the object with the ID, it will be message.id, then sender, it will be message.senderID, then sender name, it will be message.sendername, then we'll add text, it will be message.text, and after that we'll add timestamp, it will be message.timestamp. After that we will simply add the response statement before this catch, so just add the response.json and provide the object with the meetings, it will be formatted meetings. That's it. Save the changes, and now we have completed our function to get the user sessions or user meetings, right? Now let's scroll down, and you can see here we have another function, get session details, so that we can get the detail of the particular session or particular meeting. Now in this get session details function, again add try catch statement, and in the catch block just add the same statement. Now in this try block we will get the params, so just add const id equal to the request dot params. So here we have the meeting ID. After that, let's find the meetings from the database. So just add const meetings equal to await, and here we'll add the SQL, and then we'll add the backticks, and here we'll add the SQL query. So let me provide select m star and provide u.id as host user ID, then u.name as host name, then u.email as host email, from meetings table as m, join users u on m.hostid equal to uid, where m.meeting id is this id that we are getting from the params. So we have added this SQL query to find the meeting from the database, and after that just add the if statement. If meetings.length is 0, it means we don't have any meeting data using this params, so just add return response.status 404 JSON with the error session details not found. Now after that let's add const m, that is the meeting, equal to meetings index 0. Then we'll add const participants equal to await, then SQL, and provide backticks. Here we will add select meeting participants star, then u.email from meeting participants mp left join users u on meeting participants user underscore id equal to uid, then where meeting participants dot meeting underscore id equal to this m dot id, that is the meeting, right? Now after that here we have to find the messages also from this meeting, so let's add const messages equal to await, and then SQL, provide the backticks, and here let's add select id, sender name, text, and timestamp from the meeting messages, where meeting underscore id is m.id ordered by timestamp ascending. So here we have the messages also, and after that let's create the formatted meeting data. So just add const formatted meeting equal to object, where we'll add the id property, then we'll add the meeting id, then title, then a status, created at and ended at, then we'll add the host detail. So just add the host detail like id m dot host user id, then name, it will be m dot host name, email will be m dot host email. After that we will add the participants. So let me just copy the participants from here. In the previous function we have added the participants and messages, just copy and paste it here. So we have added the participants, it will be participants.map with the individual participant in the parameter in this arrow function, then user will be p.user underscore id, if it is true then id p.user id, and email will be p.email or null. Then we'll add name, it will be p.name, then joined at and left at. After that we have added the messages, that is messages dot map. Here we'll get the individual message in the parameter, then we will add id, it is message.id, then sender, it will be message.sender id, then sender name, it will be message.sender name, then text will be message.text, and timestamp will be message.timestamp. Now after that we will simply add the response here. So just add response.json and provide the meeting. It will be formatted meeting. Save the changes. So we have completed our function for getting the session details. That will be the complete detail of individual meeting. Now after that, here we'll complete this function get meeting stats. So just add try catch statement, and in this catch block we'll add the same code. Now in this try block, just add const user id equal to request.user.id. Then we'll add users equal to await SQL select plan from user where id and user id. Right now after that we'll add const plan equal to user property index0.plan and free. After that we just add const monthly count result equal to await and SQL backticks. In this backticks, just add select count star as count from meetings where host id is user id and created at is greater equal to date underscore truncate month now. Now after that, here just add const monthly count equal to parse int and insert monthly count result index 0 dot count or 0 comma 10. Then we'll add const. So we have added monthly limit equal to plan equal to premium. If it is true, then null, else 30. So monthly limit will be 30. And now just add the response.json. In this JSON, just add the plan, then monthly count and monthly limit, and then max participants. Max participants will be the plan equal to premium. If it is true, then max participants will be 100, else 10. And after that, we have already added the catch block. So save the changes. Now we have completed the get meeting stats function also. Right now after that we have to create the route for these controller functions. So just open the sidebar, in this routes folder create a file and write the file name meetingroutes.js. So we have created meetingroutes.js file. In this one we have to create the router. So first import express from the express package, and after that let's add const meeting router equal to express.router. Now in this one we'll add different endpoint. So just add the meeting router dot post method. In this post method provide the path, it will be slash, and then we'll add the middleware to protect our route. So just add protect and import it from the middleware folder /auth.js. Now after that we'll add our controller function, that is create meeting. So create meeting has been imported here. As you can see, the create meeting is imported from the meeting controller.js. So we have added the first route. Now duplicate it. In this one we'll add slash stats. In this stats we'll add get meeting stats function and change the type, it will be get. Now duplicate it. In this one we'll add the type get and path will be slash sessions or session. So in this sessions we'll add get user sessions function. Now duplicate it. In the next one we'll add the path, it will be slash sessions /ID, and after that here we'll add the controller function, that is get session details, and import this function. Now duplicate it, and in the next one we'll add the path. It will be :meeting ID, and provide the function get meeting function. So get meeting controller function has been imported. So you can see we have added all functions that we have created here. Let me come here. You can see we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have 5 controller function, and here we have added 5 routes. Now after that we have to export this router from here. So just add export default and this meeting router. Save the changes. Next we have to add this router in our main file, that is server.js file. In this server.js, after creating this first route, let's add the another route. So here only we will add app.use, then add our path. It will be /API/meetings, then add comma, and here just add meeting router. So import the meeting router from the routes folder. You can see meeting router has been imported from the routes folder, meeting routes.js file. So now we have created the APIs to manage the meeting. Now let me commit the changes and review our code. So just click here and provide the commit message. Created API for meeting. Commit and sync changes. And after committing these changes, we will come back to the GitHub repo. Here we have this button, compare and pull request. Let's click on create pull request. So we have created a new pull request. After creating the pull request, you can see the code rabbit is running and it is analyzing our code. Now you can see the code rabbit has reviewed our code, and here we have the review summary. And after that, here we have the button to see the change stack. And after that, you can see we have some suggestions also. So let's see the first one. Here we have one suggestion. Let me expand it. So in this one, it is suggesting to add this email before this name. So let me open our webhook controller.js. Open the code, then webhook controller, and in this one we have two events, user.created and user.updated. In both we have to add this one. Just copy this email equal to excluded.email before the name. So before name we will add this email and comma, and let's add it here also in the update. Because we have set the email unique, that's why. Now after that, let's see the next suggestion. So you can see we have some suggestion. So you can see we have some suggestion for meeting controller.js, and in this one it says do not return the raw database error, right? So we are returning the database error in the catch block. So here we have the fix also. Let's expand it, and here we have proposed fix. So we have to remove this line and insert these two statements. So just copy this, and we will open our meeting controller.js. So just come back here in the meeting controller, and in each function you can see we have added this error.message. So replace it. Just add this console.error and error message in the console, and for return we will add custom message failed to create meeting. Right now, after that, let's come here in the next one, that is get meeting by ID. So in this one we have this catch block. Here also we'll add this one, and here we'll add fetch meeting failed, and here just add the message failed to fetch meeting. Now come here in the third one and update our message in catch block. Just add the message. Let's see the function name first. So the function name is get user sessions. So just update the message get user sessions failed, and then we'll add the custom message failed to get user sessions. After that, here we have get session details. So just update the message in this one also, expand it and provide these two statements and update the message get session details failed and failed to get session details. Just copy this one and come here in the last function, that is get meeting stats. Just add it here and provide get meeting stats failed. Then add the custom message failed to get meeting stats. Save the changes. So we have implemented this suggestion also. It was a major issue. Now let's come here in the next suggestion. So we have the suggestion for meeting controller only, and in this one you can see it says it is critical issue. Here you can see we have the message add authorization check to get session details function. So we already have this get session details function, and in this one we have to add the authorization check. So we have the fix also. So CodeRabbit is also providing the proposed fix. We can implement this code, or we have this prompt for AI agents. So if we are building the project using AI, then we can provide this prompt to fix our code. So let me just fix it using this code that is provided by CodeRabbit. So we have to open get session details and insert this line. Just open the VS Code, and here we have get session details function. So after this ID, here let's add const user ID equal to request.user.id, and after that here let's add this if statement. Just copy this if and come here. Here before this participants, let's provide our code. Remove this plus sign. So we have implemented this suggestion also. So this code will check the user is host or not. If the user is not host, then it will check the user is the participants in this session or not. If they are the participants, then only it will return the session details. So after implementing it, let's scroll down. So you can see we have these suggestions only that we have implemented, and if you want to see the more details of each code change, you can go to change stack, right? And after implementing the suggestions and bug fix, you can merge the changes. So just click on this merge pull request and confirm merge. After that, let's open this repo, and then we will come here and click on this three dot and pull. That's it. So we have created the APIs for meeting feature. After that, we have to create the feature for messages. For that, we are going to use socket.io. We will use socket.io for both messaging and WebRTC. We will use WebRTC for video conferencing, right? So let's install the socket.io package. So just open the terminal, and you can see this is the server terminal where the backend server is running. Here we'll add Control C to stop the server, and let's add npm install, and then we'll add the package name, that is socket.io. Press enter, so it will install this package. And after installing it, we will start the backend server again using npm run server. So just add npm run server and start the backend server again. Now hide this terminal and let me verify it in our package.json. So just open the package.json, and in this one you can see here we have socket.io dependencies, right? Now after that we'll create the server using socket.io. So we will open the main file, that is server.js file, and here first we'll create one HTTP server. So let's import the HTTP here. We'll add import HTTP from HTTP, and we will use it to create a server using this express instance. So just add const server equal to HTTP dot create server, and in this create server provide this app. So now we have created one HTTP server, and after that just scroll down, and here before this port number let me provide const io. Will use the instance of socket server. So just add io equal to new, and just add the server, and we have to import this server from socket.io. Let's click here. You can see the import statement, import server from the socket.io. It is imported, and after that in this new server just provide the HTTP server that we have created, and then provide one object. Now in this object we'll add the CORS property, and in this CORS property add object with origin, and in this origin just add allowed origins, and then we'll add credentials and provide true. So we have created the instance of socket server. Next we have to set up the socket IO. For that we'll create a separate function in a new file, right? So let's open the sidebar, and in this server folder create a file and write the file name socket.js. Now in this socket.js file we will create a function. So just add export function, and the function name is setup socket IO, and here we will add the parameter, that is IO. So we have created this empty function, and let me just copy this function here in this server.js file, which is the main file. Here simply add our function setup socket IO, and in this one just provide this instance IO as argument. Now you can see the import statement. The setup socket IO has been imported from the socket.js file, correct? And after that here let me add one function also, that will be a global error handler or centralized error handler. So let's add a space and provide the comment centralized error handler, Then we'll add app dot use and provide a function. Now in this function parameter, the first parameter will be error, the second one will be request, then third one is response, and the next one is next function. After that, just add console.error and provide the error.message. After that, we'll add response.status 500 and then JSON with the error.message. Save the changes. So we have added centralized error handler. Now we will come back here in the socket.js file. In this socket.js file, you can see we have created one setup socket IO function. So here let's add IO.on and provide the event, that is connection. Then provide the function. When this connection occur, it will execute or call this function. And here let's get the parameter, which is socket. Correct. Now in this one, just add let current room ID equal to null and current user ID null. After that, here let's add our first event, that will be join room. We will use the socket IO to handle the web RTC, and using the web RTC we will manage the video conferencing. We will create a room and we will insert the users in this room. So let's add comment, that is user joins a meeting room. So just add the socket that we are getting the parameter, then .on, and here we'll add our custom event name, that is join room, then add comma and provide the asynchronous function. Now in this function we will get some data, so just add curly braces and here we'll get the room ID, then user. After that we will get the audio enabled and the default value will be true, then video enabled, and for this one also we'll add the default value true. Now in this function just add the try catch statement. In this try block, let me add the comment, that is verify meeting status from database. For that, just add const meeting equal to await and use the SQL and import the SQL from the config. You can see it is imported from the config/db.js file. After that, let's add the query, that is the SQL query. So just add the backticks and provide select a star from the meetings table where meeting ID equal to, and provide the variable using this template literal and provide our room ID. That's it. So here we will get the meetings, and after finding the meetings from the database, let's check the meeting is available or not. So just add if meetings.length is equal to 0. It means we don't have the meeting available with this room ID or meeting ID. So just add socket.emit. So in the socket server, we will emit the message and event. So just add socket.emit and provide meeting ended. And then we'll add the comma and provide message meeting not found. And then we will add return. Now after that, here we'll add const meeting equal to meetings index 0. Suppose we have some length, it is not equal to 0, then we'll find the first data using meetings index 0, that will be our meeting. Now after that, we have to check the status of this existing meeting. So just add if meeting.status is equal to ended. So if the status is already ended, then again we will copy this, paste it here. We will add socket.emit meeting ended and we will update the message only. So the message will be, this meeting has already ended, then return. Now suppose the status is not equal to ended, then we have to add this room ID in the current room ID. So just add current room ID equal to room ID, and then we'll add const is host equal to meeting dot host underscore ID. If host ID is available, then we'll add user dot ID if user ID is available, and meeting dot host ID dot to a string is equal to user dot ID dot to a string. If it is equal, then is host will be true. Now after that, let's add current user also. After getting this current room ID, we'll add current user equal to object. In this current user, just add the socket ID property. So the socket ID will be our socket.id. Now after that, just add user ID. So the user ID will be user.id, then username. So username will be user.name or anonymous. Then we'll add is host, audio enabled and video enabled. So now we have the current user ID also. After that, we have to create a set of room because there will be multiple meeting at a time, right? So here, before this function, we will add one comment, that is socket.io room state room ID, then map socket ID and participant object. So let's add const rooms equal to new map. So we have created one set called rooms using new map, and after that, let's come here in our function, that is join room, and in this join room, after getting the current room ID and current user, here we'll add if statement if not of rooms dot has and this room ID. If this room ID is not available in this set, in this case we'll add the rooms dot set and provide the room ID. After this room ID, just add new map and call it. Now after that, just come here and provide const room participants equal to rooms dot get and provide room ID. Now let's add the comment fetch host plan to enforce participants limits 10 for free and 100 for premium. So just add const host equal to await SQL, and then we'll add the backticks. Then we'll add select plan from where user ID and insert the user ID using this template literal meeting dot host ID. Right now, after that, we will get the host, and after that we'll add const host plan equal to host index 0 dot plan or free. Now we'll add const max participants equal to host plan is premium, then we will add 100, else we'll add 10. So we have added the max participants list or number here, and then we'll add if room participants dot size is greater equal to max participants. In this case, we'll add socket dot emit, and in this one we'll add the event name meeting ended, and then we will add one message property in the object, that is meeting capacity limit reached, right? Host must upgrade to premium for up to 100 participants. Then we'll add return. Now after that, here just add the socket dot join and provide the room ID. Now we'll add the comment here, that is get existing participants in the room. So simply add const existing users equal to array dot from and provide the room participants dot values. Now add the comment, that is add new participants to socket state. For that, just add room participants dot set and provide the socket ID and then current user. Then we'll add the comment, that is save participants into database if not already present. For that, just add const user ID equal to user dot ID or null. Then we will add const existing participants equal to await SQL and provide the SQL query like this. Select ID from meeting participants, where meeting ID, and provide the meeting ID, and this user ID text is not null, and user ID, and insert the user ID, or name current user dot username. So we have added this SQL query, and after that, here let's add the if existing participants dot length is equal to 0. In this case, just add await SQL and provide this query, insert into meeting participants, that it will be meeting ID, user ID, name, and joined at, and the values will be meeting dot ID, user ID, current user dot username, and now. Now after that, just add the comment here, that is send list of existing users to the newcomer. So let's add socket dot emit all user and existing users. Then we'll add another comment here, notify everyone else in the group. If a new user join, it will notify every user. Just add socket dot to room ID emit user joined and current user. Now come here in the catch block. In this catch block, just add error and provide console dot error. Then we will add socket dot emit and provide meeting ended, and the message is failed to join room. Save the changes. So now we have created our event for the join room using socket. Let me fold it, add the space here. Now we'll create the socket event for meeting connection. So let me add the comment here, that is WebRTC signaling offer, and let me add more detail about this event, that will be send the information needed to start the connection. So it will establish the P2P connection, that is peer-to-peer connection. So let's add socket dot on and provide the event name offer, and after that just add the arrow function here. In this arrow function parameter, we will get the target socket ID, and after that we will get the caller socket ID, and then we'll add SDP. It stands for session description protocol. So it will contain all the information like media supported and context. So let's add io dot to and provide target socket id dot emit. Here we'll add offer and then we'll add comma object. In this object just add the caller socket id, then we'll add the SDP and then provide the caller user, it will be current user. So it will request for the P2P connection and after that we'll add the code to accept the request. So let's add the comment here, that is WebRTC signaling answer, and let's add the detail about this, that is accept the offer request and process the connection. So let's add socket.on. Let me just copy this one only and provide socket.on and provide answer, and it will be target socket id and then we'll add responder socket id and SDP and then io.to target socket id dot emit answer, and let's add the responder socket id and SDP. That's it. So it will accept the connection request, and after that let's add another comment here, that is WebRT signaling ICE candidate. Let's add the description also. So it passes the connection details from one user to the other user, so WebRTC can figure out how to connect them directly. So let's add the code, that is socket.on and provide ICE candidate, then add one arrow function here, and in this function parameter we will get the target socket id, then sender socket id and candidate. After that in this function just add io.to target socket id dot emit and emit the ICE candidate, comma, and one object. In this object just add the sender socket id and candidate. After that we have to add the event to toggle the audio and video. So let's add comment, that is audio toggle event. So let's add this code here, we will update it, we'll add toggle audio socket.on toggle audio and add the function. In this function we'll add the room ID and audio enabled. And then we'll add if statement here, if room.has room ID and room.get room ID dot has socket.id. If it is true, in this case just add rooms.get room ID dot get socket.id dot audio enabled equal to audio enabled. Now after that here we'll add socket dot to and provide the room ID, then dot emit. In this emit we'll add the event user toggled audio and provide the detail in the object, that will be socket ID, it will be socket.id and audio enabled. Now similarly we have to add the code for another event, that is the video toggle. So just add the comment or let me just duplicate this one only and update the comment, that is video toggle event. After that, update the event code. So here we'll add toggle video room ID and provide video enabled. Then if room dot has room ID and rooms dot get room ID has socket ID, then rooms dot get room ID and get socket ID and provide video enabled equal to video enabled. Then provide socket dot to room ID dot emit and provide the event user toggled video, and in this one just add socket dot id property and video enabled property. Save the changes. So we have added the event for audio and video enable. Let me fold it. Here we have this event offer answer, then ice candidate, then toggle audio and toggle video. I think we have duplicated it twice, so just remove it. We already have this audio toggle event, and after this audio toggle, here we have video toggle. Now after that, here just add the comment, that is chat message event. We have added this chat message event, and after that just add socket dot on. In this one, add the event name send message and add the asynchronous function. So let's add asynchronous arrow function and provide the parameter here. It will be room ID and message. Now here just add the try catch. In this try block, we'll add const meetings equal to await and use SQL. Provide the query, that is select ID a status from meetings table where meeting ID is room ID. After that, we'll add if statement meetings.length is equal to 0 and meeting index 0 dot status is not equal to ended. In this case, just add const meeting ID equal to meetings index 0 dot id. Then we'll add const sender ID equal to message dot sender ID or null. After that, just add await SQL and provide query. So here's the query, insert into meeting message and provide the meeting ID, sender name, text and timestamp, and provide the value meeting ID, sender ID, message dot sender name or anonymous, and then message dot text and now. So it will insert the message data in the database with the meeting ID and sender ID. After that, here we'll add IO dot in and provide room ID dot emit and provide the message or event name receive message. Then add object and here just add a spread operator message, and then next property is sender socket ID and it will be socket.id. Right now, after that, come here in the catch block, just add the error and provide console.error, error saving chat messages to DB. Save the changes. Now after that, we have to create our next event, that is end meeting, right? So I'll provide the comment here, host explicitly ends meeting for all via end meeting button. So let me create this event also. Just add this code. I'll copy this, paste it here. Socket.on and provide the event name end meeting. Then we'll add the function here and provide the asynchronous function. So just add async and add a function. Here we'll get the room ID only. Here we have the room ID and provide the try catch statement here. So just add try catch. Now in this try block, just add await SQL and query. So provide the query here, that is update meetings, set a status equal to ended and ended at now, where meeting ID is room ID. Now after that we'll add io dot on and provide the room ID dot emit and provide meeting ended. Then add comma and provide one object. So in this object just add the message property and the message is the meeting has ended by the host. After that just add the room, or we'll add rooms dot delete and provide the room ID. So this room ID will be deleted from the set that contains all the meetings ID. Now come here in the catch block. In this catch block just add console dot error and provide the error message, and here we'll add the err. Now after that we have to add another function. Let me duplicate this event only with the comment and provide the comment here, that is handle disconnect, and let's add socket dot on and provide the event name called disconnect. Then we'll add the function here. So just add one arrow function. We will not add anything in this parameter. And let me clear this function. Simply add if statement if current room ID and room dot has current room ID. In this case just add const participants dot room dot get current room ID. Then add room participants dot delete socket dot id. After that we'll add if statement if room participants dot size equal to 0. In this case simply add rooms dot delete and provide current room ID, and if there is some participants then we'll add the else statement. In this case let's add one comment, that is notify remaining peers that a user disconnected. So just add socket dot to current room ID and provide dot emit. In this emit just add event user left, and after this user left we'll add the object where we'll add the socket ID. It will be socket.id, then user, it will be current user. Save the changes. So we have added all the events for our socket. Now after that we have to add one more thing. Let's open our main file, that is server.js file. In this server.js you can see here we have added app.listen. So instead of this app.listen we will use the server.listen. Just add server.listen. That's it, because using our app we have created this server. You can see using this app we have created this server using create server. So now we'll provide the server.listen and this port and function. Save the changes. So we have completed the backend code. Let me open the terminal. You can see the backend server is running here. We don't have any issue, right? And if I open the web page, refresh it, you can see the API is live. It is also working fine. So we have completed the backend server, and let me review our backend server code using CodeRabbit. So I'll come here, click on this source control icon, and here we'll add the message backend server completed, commit and sync changes. And after that we will create a new pull request. So just open the GitHub repo and click on this compare and pull request button. Click on this button, create pull request. So now we have created a new pull request. Now you can see the code review has been started by CodeRabbit. Let me wait for few minutes. Now you can see the review has been completed by CodeRabbit, and here we have some suggestions and bug fix. And you can see we have some suggestion for this meeting controller.js. Here we have the typo in this line 179. So let me correct it. And we have this option also. You can see when we click on this checkbox, it will fix all issues and we can merge the changes. And let me fix it manually. So let's see the suggestions one by one, and first we'll correct this typo in this meeting controller.js. Just come to the VS Code, open meeting controller.js, and let's open 179 and update this message. After that, let's see the next issue. So we have the issue in this webhook controller.js, which is the major issue. And in this one, here we have the suggestion, we have the proposed fix. So we can replace this line in line 24. We have this email equal to excluded.email. So instead of that, we can add this statement. Just copy it and open webhook controller and line 24 and provide this one. Save the changes. And after that, let's see the suggestions. So we have some major issue in this server.js. Here we have added centralized error handler. So in this one, we have to update our response. So let's open this proposed fix, and you can see we have to remove this line and insert this line. So just come here in the main file server.js and update this statement. Save the changes. And after that, we have completed all the bug fix or improvement. Then click on merge pull request and confirm merge. Now let's come here in the repo, and after that we will open the VS Code and click on this 3 dot and pull. So now we have completed the client and server. After that, we have to integrate the backend APIs with our client or with our front end. So let me close all the files here, right click and select close saved. Now you can see we have the client and server. So let's start integrating our backend APIs with our front end. To integrate the backend server with the client, let's open the client, and here we will add new packages. So open the terminal. You can see this is the backend terminal. Let's go to the client terminal. So let's add Ctrl+C to stop the project, and here we'll add the command to install new packages. So just add npm install and write the package name Axios. We will use this Axios package for network request or API call. After that, we'll add the socket.io client. So just add this package name. You can see we have added npm install Axios space socket.io-client. Let's install these packages. And after installing these packages, we can start the client project again. So to start the client project, just type npm run dev. Again, you can see the client is running on same URL localhost 5173. Now hide this terminal. Now after that, let's create the configuration to connect with the socket and backend APIs. So first we'll open .env file in this client, and here we have to insert our backend URL. For that, let's create one environment variable and I'll write the name called wheat base URL equal to and provide the backend URL here. So just open the web browser and you can see the backend server is running at localhost 3000. So just add this URL here and at the end you will find this /, just remove it. It should end with port 3000. Save the changes. Now after adding this base URL for the wheat package, let's create the configuration. So just come here in the left side. In this src, create a new folder and add the folder name config. Now in this config folder, create a file and write the file name api.js. So here we will configure the Axios. So just add import Axios from Axios package. After that, let's add const API equal to Axios dot create, and in this create add the object. So in this Axios dot create we have added one object. Here simply add the base URL property, and in this base URL property we'll add import dot meta dot env, that is environment variable file. Then we'll add dot and the environment variable name, that is wheat base URL. Let's add it here. So we have provided the base URL. Then we'll add with credentials, and in this with credentials property just provide true. Here we have to provide the comma. Now it is correct. So we have created one instance of Axios, and in this one we have added the base URL. So for every request we don't have to provide the base URL, we will simply provide the remaining path or endpoint. Now after that, here we'll use this Axios instance dot interceptors dot request dot use. Here we will provide one asynchronous arrow function, and in this parameter we will get the config, and then just add the try catch statement. In this try block we'll add if and provide window dot color dot session. If it is true, in this case just add const token equal to await and use the window dot clerk dot session dot get token. Now after that, let's add if statement. If token is available, in this case just add config dot headers dot authorization. So in each request we'll add the authorization property in the headers, and it will be bearer and token. So just add the backticks, then $, curly braces, and provide this token. Now after that, let's come here in the catch block, just add error, and it will be console.error. Now after that, we'll add the return here, just add the return, and we will return the config. After that, let's export this API. So just add export default API. So now we can use this API in any other file. So we have created the API instance for making the network request, and in this one we have provided the base URL and credential true, and with that it will also insert the token if the clerk session is available, and it will insert the token with bearer that will be used in the backend server to authenticate the request by the middleware that we have created in the backend server. Now after that, let's create the configuration for the socket also. So in this config folder, create a file and write the file name socket.js. And in this file, just add import IO from socket.io-client. We have to add this import statement, and after that just add const socket URL equal to, and provide the same thing, that is import dot meta dot env dot wheatbase URL, that is the backend server URL, and we'll add the or, and let's add the URL, that is localhost colon 3000. So we have added the socket URL, and after that just add export const socket equal to this IO, and here just add the socket URL, then comma object. Here just add auto connect. This auto connect will be false, and then we will add the with credentials, and let's make it true. So we have created the configuration for both Axios and socket.io in our client project. After creating these configuration, let's open the dashboard file, and in that one we will get the data from our API. So just open pages and dashboard.jsx. Now in this one you can see here we have the stats, that is the dummy stats, right? So we have to replace it, and we will add the stats from the database. So let's see the code line by line. Here we have the user from use user, then we have username, and after that we have the user email, right? And after that here we have navigate and is creating, then current time, and then we have this dummy data, that is dummy stats, and after that we have added joined and set joined empty string. Then we have the use effect that will execute at every second to update the time. Now after that here we'll add one more use effect. So just add the use effect here, and in this use effect add the arrow function, and here let's add the function. Just add const fetch stats equal to asynchronous arrow function. Now in this function just add the if statement. If not of is loaded or not of is signed in, then return. So we have to get this is loaded and signed in data from auth. So scroll up, and here only let's add const curly braces equal to use auth, and use auth has been imported from clerk. Now from here we will get is loaded data, then is signed in, and get token, correct? And after that in this one let's add try catch statement. In this try block we'll add const token equal to await, and use the get token function to generate the token. Now after that we'll add const data equal to await, and here we will use the API. So import the API from the config folder. Scroll up, you can see here we have the import statement. Just add the file name also, file name extension, that is api.js, right? Now after that let's complete this statement for making the network request. So just add api.get and provide the endpoint, that will be /api/meetings/stats. Then we'll add the comma here and provide the object. In this object we'll add the headers property, and in our headers property just add the authorization, bearer, and token. So after making this network request, here we'll get the stats from our database using the API. After that we will store this stats in a state. So just scroll up, you can see we have added the stats equal to dummy stats. Just remove it, and we'll add the state like this, stats, and the setter function, that is set stats equal to use state and provide null. And after that, here we can use the setter function set stats, and in this set stats just add our data. Let me add the statement after this parenthesis. After this network request, we have added setter function set stats data, and now come to the catch block and provide toast notification. So just add toast dot error, and here we'll add error dot response dot data dot error or error dot message. Now after that, we have to call this fetch stats function. So here only we will add fetch stats, and let's add the dependency array. So just add comma and array. In this array we'll add is loaded, then provide is signed in and get token. That's it. Now scroll up, and from here we can remove this statement, that is importing the dummy stats and dummy user. Remove this statement, save the changes. Now after that, let's scroll down, and you can see here we have the function handle create meeting, right? So in this one, let's add the API call or network request. So first we have the set creating true, but before that, here let's add if statement if not of is loaded or not of is signed in. In this case, we will stop execution using this return. Let me scroll up and see, here also we have added the same thing. Now after that, we will use the setter function set creating true, and then you can see we have added the const chars and provided this statement to generate the meeting ID. Now we will get the meeting ID from our backend. So just remove these statement, remove this one, and let me remove this timeout also. So here we have this function, and let's add the try catch statement. Now in this try block, we'll add const token equal to await and get token. Here we are getting the warning, so let's add the async keyword here before this function. Just add async. So now it is the asynchronous function, that is handle create meeting. Then we have added token equal to await get token. Then we'll add const response equal to await and use the API dot post, and in this one add some data. So first we have to add the path. It will be /API /meetings. This is the endpoint, and then we'll add the comma to provide the data required to create the meeting. So in this one, first we'll add the title. We'll add the title property, and for this title property, let's provide backticks $, curly braces, username and meeting. Now after that, we'll add the comma here and provide another object for authentication. So in this object, just add the headers property, and in the headers property, let's add authorization, bearer and token. So here we'll get the response. Now simply add const meeting ID equal to our response dot data dot meeting ID, or we'll get the data dot meeting, and in this meeting we'll get the meeting ID. So here we are getting the meeting ID, and after getting it, we have to display one toast notification. So just add toast dot success, and the message is meeting created. Then we will navigate the users on this URL. So just add navigate and provide the path meeting/meeting ID. Now come to the catch block. In this catch block, just add toast.error and it will be error.response.data.error or error.message. After this catch, we'll add the finally block, and in this finally block, just use the set is creating and let's make it false. So it will create the meeting ID in the backend server and then it will redirect the users on this URL, that is meeting/meeting ID, right? And after that, here you can see we have this handle join meeting function where we have e.prevent default, then clean ID equal to join id.trim, right? And then we have this if statement. If there is no clean ID, then it will return this toast notification. After that, it will redirect the user. So just remove this and simply add the try catch statement. Now in this try block, we'll add the token using this await get token. Then we have to update this function also. So here we'll add asynchronous keyword. Now after getting the token, just add await api.get and provide the endpoint. It will be /meeting/clean ID. So we have added /API/meeting/clean ID, and after that we will add comma and provide object. In this object we'll add the headers property, and in this headers property just add authorization, bearer and token, right? Now after that we can navigate the users. So just add the navigate and provide backticks. It will be /meeting/clean ID. Now after that we'll come here in the catch block. In this catch block simply add toast.error and this message meeting not found, check the ID and try again. After updating this dashboard.jsx, let's open the web page. And now you can see here we are getting the actual data. We are getting the email ID and we are getting the plan data also. You can see the plan is free. Right now we are in the free plan, and here we have the meetings. So we have total 0 meeting used out of 30 because we are at the free plan. After that, here we have the buttons like new meeting and join meeting. Now these meetings buttons are functional. Let me provide any dummy meeting ID and click on this join. You can see the notification, please enter valid meeting ID, because this meeting ID is not created. It is not available in our database. That's why we cannot join this meeting. And here we have the new meeting. It is also functional. If I click here, it will create a new meeting and the meeting data will saved in the database. And it will also redirect the users on meeting page. So we have to add the functionality in the meeting page also. But before that, let me update our session page. If I open this session, here you can see we have the dummy sessions. So let me update our sessions. I'll come back to the VS Code. Open this sidebar, then sessions.jsx. Now in this one, you can see here we have the sessions equal to use state and dummy sessions, right? So let me remove the dummy data from here and provide sessions, comma, and setter function set sessions equal to use state and initialize it using empty array like this. And after that we have the selected session and then navigate, correct? And after that here we'll add the loading state also. So just add const loading and the setter function name is set loading equal to use state true, right? Now after that here we need some data from the color auth. So just add const curly braces is loaded is signed in and get token equal to use auth, and use auth has been imported from the clerk/react. Now after that, here we'll add use effect. In the use effect, add the arrow function and then add comma and provide the dependency array. So in this dependency array, just add is loaded, is signed in and get token. So whenever these data gets changed, it will execute our function. Now in this one, just add a function with the name fetch sessions. So just add const fetch sessions equal to asynchronous arrow function. Now in this one, just add if not of is loaded or not of is signed in, then return. It will stop the execution here. Now after that, let's add the try catch. Now in the try block, we'll add const token equal to await get token, then add if not of token, then return. Then we'll add const response equal to await and provide the API and import the API from config. You can see it is imported from config/api.js. Now here we have to add the endpoint. So the endpoint is /api/meetings/sessions. Then add the comma and provide the object with the headers property. And in this headers property, let's add the authorization bearer and token. Now after that, here we can simply use setter function, set sessions, and provide our response dot data dot meetings or empty array. Now come to the catch block. In this catch block, just add underscore error and provide toast.error. The message will be failed to load meeting sessions. Then we'll add the finally block here, and in this finally block, let's add set loading false. So by default, the set loading is true here. As you can see here, is loading is true. I mean loading is true, and then setter function is set loading, so we'll make it false. Correct. Now after that, we have to call this fetch sessions function. So here only we will call this fetch sessions. Let's copy this function name only and call it here. So it will get executed whenever we load the component. Now after that, you can see here we have another function open session details, and here we have the session ID. So let's add the network request here so that we can get the actual session data. So let's add asynchronous keyword here, async function, and after that, let me remove this one and simply add the try catch. Now in the try block, just add const token equal to await and provide get token. Then we'll add the const response equal to await, then API dot get. In this get, first we'll add the endpoint. So the endpoint will be /API/meetings/session and /session ID to get the individual session data. Then add the comma object, and in this object provide the authorization property using the headers, and in the headers add authorization bearer and token. Now we have the response here. So let's use the setter function set selected session and then response.data.meeting. Now come here in the catch block, just add underscore error and then toast.error. It will be could not fetch session details. That's it. Now after that, here we'll add if statement and provide loading. So when the loading state is true, in this case, we will add return and provide the loader component. We are not getting the suggestion, so let's open the components and loader. After that, again come here, and if I type loader, we are getting the suggestion here. Let's open it. You can see we have export default loader. It's correct. Here we have the import react. We will remove it. And now let's start typing loader. Still we are not getting this session. I think it is already imported. I'll scroll up and see we have the dummy sessions. Remove it, then remove this react, and here we'll add import, and let's import the loader component manually. So just add import loader from and provide the path. It will be dot dot slash components slash loader, and now we can add it here. Add the loader and close this component. Now in this one we have to provide the text also as props. So just add the text called loading meeting history. Save the changes, and if I open this loader, you can see we are getting the text as props, right? Now after that, let me save the changes and open the sessions. We are getting the error, loader has already been declared in line 1 and line number 9. So we have the same name for this loader icon and this component. So I'll just come back to the VS Code and scroll up, and let me remove this loader from here. Now it is fine. Let's refresh it. You can see we have the loading animation, and after that here we have message no meeting history yet, because we don't have any session data or meeting data in our database. And if I click here, it will open the dashboard. Now you can see here we have the 0 out of 30 because we are in the free plan. Let me upgrade the plan from here. Go to manage and we'll go to billing, and from here we can update the plan, or we can also go to pricing page and let's choose the premium plan, pay with test card number, and continue. So now we have upgraded for the premium plan. It should display the plan name here. Right now still it is displaying free and 0 out of 30. So we will update this one. After upgrading our plan from free to premium, still it is displaying the free plan here. So let me fix it. Let me go to the database of Neon console. Here you can see we have the user, and here also you can see still it is displaying the free plan. So we have to update our backend server. Let me open the VS Code and then open the server folder. In this server we will open the auth.js file. Here we have auth.js. So in this one you can see we have added this request.user, and it is adding the user property in the request. So after that we will check the user's plan also. So let's add const user active plan equal to auth dot has, and after that just add the plan equal to premium. So if the user has the premium plan, in this case the user active plan will be premium. So let's store premium here, and else we'll add free. So we'll get the active plan details from the clerk auth. Now after that let's find the plan saved in our database. So just add const users equal to await, and after that just add SQL. So we have to import the SQL here, and we'll add the async function. So just add async keyword, and let's import SQL. Just add import curly braces SQL from and provide the path. It will be dot dot slash config slash dv.js. Just add this path, import SQL from config slash dv.js, and after that just add the SQL here, and then we'll add the backticks. Let's add select name plan from user where ID is user ID. And after that, let's add const. You can remove this name also, we can select the plan only, and here we'll add the user plan equal to our users index 0 dot plan. So here we'll get the plan saved in our database. Now let's compare these two plans. So just add if statement. If the user active plan and the user plan that is saved in our Neon database is not same, it is not equal. So in this case, just add await, then SQL, and provide backticks. Here we'll update the data in database. So just add update users set plan equal to active plan where ID is user ID. That's it. So it will update the plan data in the database also. Now let's save the changes. It will automatically restart the backend server, and now we'll come back to the web page. Right now, if I refresh it, you can see the plan is free, but if I open the home page and refresh it, now you can see the plan has been updated. You can see it is displaying the premium, and you can see the limit is also updated, 0 created out of unlimited. So we can create unlimited meetings in this free plan. And if I open the database and refresh it, you can see the premium plan has been updated in the database also. It works fine. So we have added all the features on our dashboard. After that, we have to add the feature for the meeting page. To add the functionality in our message page or video conferencing page, first we have to update our hooks, where we will use the WebRTC for chat messages and peer-to-peer connection for video conference. So just open the sidebar, and you can see here we have the client, SRC, and hooks. Let's open the usechat.js file. So in this one, here we have send message, right? But before the send message, let me add the const and provide is chat open reference equal to useref. Import the useref from React, and in this one we'll add is chat open. Now after that, we'll add the use effect. In this use effect, add the arrow function, and let's add the dependency array, that is chat open. Now in this function, let's add is chat open reference dot current equal to is chat open. Now after that, we'll add another use effect. When the chat box is open, then we can receive a new messages and we can see the messages. So just add use effect. In this use effect, add the dependency array, and in this dependency array, just add the room ID. Let me remove this underscore from here, and now we can write room ID here. And after that, here we'll add if not of room ID, then simply add return. And if the room ID is available, let's create a function. So I'll write the function name handle receive messages or message equal to arrow function. Now in this arrow function, we will use set messages and provide the arrow function where we'll add the previous data, and then just add the array with a spread operator, previous, comma, message, that is the new message. And we'll get this message from this parameter. Now after that, we'll add the if statement. If not of each chat open dot current. So we have added not of each chat open reference dot current. Then we'll add set unread count and provide the arrow function with previous data plus 1. Now after that, we have to use the socket. So just add the socket and import the socket from the config folder /socket file. Now after that, let's add socket and dot on. In this socket dot on, we will add the event, that is receive message, then comma, and provide this function, that is handle receive message. Now after that, here just add the return, and in this return provide the arrow function, and in this function we'll add the socket dot off, and in this one just add receive message, and again the same function, that is handle receive message. Save the changes. So whenever a new message will be added by any user, it will be displayed in the chat box area. Right now, let's complete this send message function. So in this send message function, we are getting the text, and after that we are sending the message here, and after that here let's add socket dot emit and provide the event, that is send message, and then we'll add comma object and provide the room ID and message, and now we can remove this setter function from here. Now after that, here you can see we have the dependency array, that is user. So let's update it. Here we'll add the room ID, then we'll add the user question mark dot ID, then we'll add comma user question mark dot name. Save the changes, and after that we have this toggle chat function. It will be there as it is, and we are exporting these data messages, send message, unread count, each chat open, and toggle chat. So we have updated our use chat, that is the custom hook we have created, and in this one we are using the socket.io to send and receive the messages, so it will be instantly delivered to the another user. Now we'll use the socket.io for WebRTC to instantly connect the users with another user for peer-to-peer connection, and we have to update our code, that is this one, use WebRTC.js file. To update this one, we have already provided the updated code in our asset folder. We have added this here. This video is already too long. If I write this code manually, then this video length will go more than 12 hours. So it will be impossible to upload in a single video. That's why I have provided this one code, and simply copy it and add it in our project. So we'll open the project folder, then client and src and hooks, and here we will paste this one, use WebRTC, and replace the file in destination. That's it. Now after that, let's come here. Now if I open use WebRTC, you can see it is updated. Here we have imported the socket, right, and here we have added ice server, that is a stun1 google.com, and this port. So we are using this for peer-to-peer connection and web streaming, right? Now after that, in this one we are using all the events that we have created using socket. Let's scroll down and you will find ice candidate, then we have the all users join room event, right? So we have added all the code here. Now let me implement it in our meeting room file. So just open the sidebar and Then we'll open the pages and meeting room.jsx. Now in this one, first you can see we have the meeting ID, and then we have the use params. Then we have the user data, right? So let me remove the dummy data from here. And instead of adding this user data like this, let's add const curly braces user equal to use user and import the use user from clerk. So now we have the meeting use user, and from this use user we have the user. After that we'll get the token also, so just add const get token equal to use auth and import the use auth from clerk react. Now after that we have this navigate also, and then here we have handle meeting ended. But before that, here we will add const user data equal to use memo. Import the use memo from React and create the arrow function, and then we'll add the if statement if not of user. Then simply add return null. Then we'll add the return statement. In this return, we will provide the ID. It will be user.id. Then add name. So it will be user.fullname or user.firstname or user.primary email address dot email address dot split using at and index 0 user. Now after that we'll add the email. So this email will be user.primary email address dot email address or empty string. Then we'll add the image. It will be user.image URL. Now after that, here we have to add the array. So just add the comma and provide one array. In this array, let's add user.id, then user.fullname, then user.firstname, then user.primary email address dot email address, then comma user.image URL. Now after that, we have to create the state for meeting. Right now we don't have the meeting state here, so let's add const meeting, and the setter function name is set meeting equal to use a state. Initialize it using null. After that, just add loading meeting. Just add const loading meeting, and the setter function name is set loading meeting equal to use a state and provide true. By default it will be true. And after that we'll add is participants open. I think it is already there, so let's copy and add it here. We'll remove and add it here. Is participants open and set is participants open use state false. Right now after that we have to fetch the meeting details. So let's add the comment here, that is fetch meeting details to verify validity before enabling WebRTC camera access. So just add use effect. We have added one use effect, and in this one add the dependency array, and in this dependency array we'll add the meeting ID comma navigate, and here we'll add a function. So just add const fetch meeting equal to asynchronous arrow function. Now after that we have to call this function. So here only we will call this fetch meeting function within this use effect. Now let me complete our fetch meeting function. So just add the try catch statement, and in this try block we'll add const token equal to await and get token. Then we'll add const response equal to await, and then we'll add the API, import the API from config. Then we'll add dot get. In this get, just add the path. It will be /API/meetings/meeting ID, and then provide the comma and object. In this object, we'll add the headers property, that will be authorization, and provide the bearer and token. Now after that, let's add if statement. If the response.data.meeting.status is equal to ended. So if the status is ended, then we'll add the toast notification. So just add toast.error, right? And import the toast. It is already imported. And then we'll add navigate. So we'll navigate the users on dashboard if the meeting is already ended. And then we'll add return to stop this function here. Now suppose the status is not ended. In this case, we will add set meeting, and in this setter function just add the response.data.meeting. Now come here in the catch block. In this catch block, just add const error message equal to response.data.error or meeting not found or has ended, right? Then we'll add the toast notification. So just add toast.error message, and then we'll navigate the users on dashboard using this statement. Now we'll add the finally block also, and in this finally block we'll add set loading and we'll make it false, correct? Now after that, here you can see we have the function handle meeting ended. So in this one we have navigate dashboard, that's it. And after this navigate, here you can see we have the initialize web RTC. So you can see we are getting some data from the web RTC. We are getting local stream, remote users, then audio enabled, video enabled, toggle audio and toggle video, and end meeting. So we are already getting this data from the web RTC, and we have updated the use web RTC. Let's scroll up. You can see here we have use web RTC, that is under the hook folder. So we have already updated this file. Now let's scroll down. So after this import data, here we have initialize chat. So we are initializing the chat using this use chat. It is also updated. We have the messages, send message, unread count, is chat open, and toggle chat. After that, here we have the is host true. So let me update this one. We will add the meeting question mark dot host dot id, or we will provide meeting dot host. Now after that, we'll add is host. Here we are getting the id only, so let's add const host id, and after that just add const is host equal to boolean, and in this boolean just add user data dot id and host id, and host id dot toString is equal to user data dot id dot toString. Then this is host will be true. After that, here you can see we have this handle leave. In this one, we'll display the toast notification and navigate the users on dashboard. After that, we have the handle end meeting. So in this handle end meeting, we have end meeting function, then toast notification, and navigate the users on dashboard. And after that, let's see the end meeting function. So we are getting this end meeting function from the use web RTC. Now after this handle meeting, we'll add one if statement. If loading meeting, if it is true, in this case we'll add the return and display the loader animation. So just add the loader component from the components folder, and after that just add the text also. So here we have added the text called joining meeting room. Save the changes. So we have updated our meeting room.jsx file also. Now after that, let's open the web page, refresh it, and now we can start creating a new meeting. Let me inspect it and see console, syntax error, Hindi, meeting room dot JSX in line 5. To fix it, let me just come back to the VS Code. And in this import statement, you can see we have added use web RTC. So let's add it inside the curly braces. Now save the changes and open our web page. So you can see the loading animation, and after that, here we have the updated date, time and plan details, and we have 0 meetings, right? So now we'll click on this button, create meeting, to create a new meeting. So I'll click on this button, new meeting. Now you can see a new meeting has been created, and here we have only one user. If I click on this icon, so it will display the participants list, and if I click on this icon, it will open the chat messages. Here in this chat panel, it is displaying some dummy messages, so we have missed it. Let me just open the VS Code, and now let me open the sidebar, hooks and use chat. In this one, you can see here we have the dummy initial chat imported from the asset, and it is used here. So just remove it and provide the empty array, and remove this import statement also. We have updated this line, messages, set messages, use state, empty array. Save the changes, and now we'll come back here. So you can see it should remove it. Let me refresh it and open our chat box. So you can see the chat messages is clear. Now if I type something and click on send, this is the message here in our chat panel, and it will be added in the database also. So let's open the neon console, and you can see here we have the meeting. You can see the meeting ID, and this is the title, this is the host ID, and the status is active. Let's go to the participants. So we have only one participant. Let's go to the meeting message. So you can see here we have only one message by this user GreatStack, and the text is hi. Right now, let me join this meeting with another user. So I'll open this localhost 5173 in another web browser and sign in with another account. So I'll open one more account here, and let me create a new account. So I'll go to sign up, and here I'll sign up with my email ID. After selecting the email ID, click on continue. And we have created a new account, and right now we are in the free plan, and here we have the option to join any meeting. So let me open the previous account, and from here we can copy this meeting ID. Let's copy and paste it here in another account. It is copying the entire link, so we can copy and paste this link in the web browser to open the meeting, or we can simply provide the meeting ID. Add the meeting ID here and click on join. Meeting not found. Check the ID and try again. Let's come back here. Here we have this meeting ID. To fix this issue, we will come back to the VS Code and open dashboard.jsx. Here you can see we have added handle join meeting. In this handle join meeting, we have added the endpoint and inserted this clean ID, but we have to insert it in backticks. Let's add the backticks here, right? Then only we can insert the variable. Let's save the changes, and after that we'll come back here, and now let me copy this ID, refresh this web page, and so we have added the meeting ID here and click on join button. Now you can see we have joined this meeting with another user. Here you can see we have two users. If I open the participants list, you can see we have two participants in this meeting room. And let's open the chat box. We will click here on this input field and add a message hello and click on send. After that we'll go to the previous account. So in this previous account, you can see we have received a new message hello. So we'll receive the message instantly, correct? And from here we can control the mic and camera. Let's click on this camera icon to disable or enable the camera, and from here we can disable or enable the chat panel, and we can click here to open the participants list, and you can see it is also displaying the total number of messages in this count. After that we have the option to leave the meeting, right? So let me click here on end meeting, so it will end the meeting. And if I go to the another account, here you can see we have another button that is leave. So if the user is not host, then they have the option for leave meeting. If I click here, it will just leave the meeting. You can see the message, you left the meeting, that's it. But this meeting is still active. If I go to sessions, you can see this meeting is still active, and we have the rejoin button. We can again join this meeting. We can see the stats like total number of participants and total number of messages. Let's go to view details. View details button is not working, so we will fix it also. And if I come here in the previous account, you can see here we have the button end meeting, and if I click here, you can see meeting ended for all participants, so host can end the meeting. Now after that, let's go to session, and here also you can see we have the session details, and now the status is ended, so this meeting is ended. And after that, let me fix this button view details. So just come back to the VS Code. To fix this button that is view details, let me just come back to the VS Code, and in this one we will open the session card.jsx file. You will find the components. In the components we have the sessions and session card.jsx, and in this one you will find the action buttons here, and you can see here we have button called view details. So in this view details button we have added session.id, but instead of this session.id we will provide session.meeting id. Just update this one and save the changes. After that, let me just come back to the web page and refresh it. Now if I click on this view details, you can see it will display this model where you can see the meeting ID, status is ended, this is the meeting title, and created by, that is the host name, and date time. Then we have the chat messages added in this meeting, and here we have the participants list. So now we have completed our full stack video conferencing app, where we can create a meeting, and using this meeting link anyone can join this meeting. And we have also added the pricing plans so that we can allow only limited number of meetings for the free users, and for paid users we can offer unlimited meeting. And after that we have added the user authentication and billing subscription using Clerk, and we have added the database using Neon. And for code review we have used the code rabbit. So I hope this video will be helpful for you. If you have any question, you can ask me in the comment section. Please like and share this video, and also subscribe my channel GreatStack to watch more videos like this one. Thank you so much for watching this video.